me. And I remember there were like health books. We didn't go over them. And I think this is a terrible, terrible thing. I would teach my kids anatomy very early on, but just in my school, we were not. And we weren't even allowed to look at that part of the book. We had to look at the part about fucking food period, but not like that women have vaginas. It was like, I mean, I don't even fucking. It was just like a. It's like a thing that I know is true and I witnessed legend, but that fucking thing is doing a whole lot there. And women, you should know I have to fucking adjust these others. You're really blessed with something. Hashem has blessed you with something really, really powerful. And if you're like, like if anybody's ever been ashamed or any of that shit, you shouldn't be. It's perfectly normal. And it's like, I mean, I had read in the Bible about women having different parts, but it never really clicked with me. I was just very innocent. Still am, baby. Virgin is the new fallen snow. But it was just like, how's it any? How can it be any different? I mean, I had my grandmother, but she was not menstruating by the time I came around, and so I didn't have any suspicions there. And like again, my mother was fucking a magician, so um, it was just like I had no idea. I really had no idea until maybe we'll say this one day. But no, I was very suspicious something was going on as a little boy. But it's just a thing that it was like I didn't know how. I mean, if I didn't know how people fucking reproduce, and in cartoons and stuff, they said it was like a stork, but I never saw those funny fucking birds outside. And I can say I was at a friend's house, and his mom had recently had a baby, and the mother was going to change the baby, and she asked me, "Have you ever seen a baby be changed?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Do you want to see a baby be changed?" And I said, "Sure," because I've never seen this. It was like a new experience for me. I'm like a little boy. And I remember thinking, "Where's the penis?" But I was like, maybe it grows. Maybe it's like something that like grows or something. Like I don't know. I still wasn't raised in that. No fucking bells were going off. I just remember being like, something's missing here. But I wasn't like, I'm focused on like poop, allegedly, as well, and so I'm not like paying that much attention. But I was still like, did the poop come out of, where did, I just don't know. I was very, very confused. And I know I'm not alone on this. I know I'm not alone. And I went, I went up to like, well, I can say this. I remember, so like I said, generally boys and girls were kept separate, but as a little kid, sometimes boys and girls are like, do not have separate facilities. But as you get older, you do. And as I got older, we did. But I can still remember, I could name this girl's name, but I will not. But I still know exactly. We were basically, I don't know if anybody can still hear me, but all right. So I was really like, huh. But I still didn't put it all together. Um, but I remember being in school and this girl starts crying. And I wasn't by her. I just was like, I just remember all these girls were like huddled around her, and the teachers were like talking to each other. And I was young, still remember her. And all the boys were like, what the fuck is wrong with this bitch? And no one would tell us. I still to this day don't know what happened. But I have a suspicion that she got her first period. And I remember this would happen like occasionally, but then I got to a certain point in school where boys and girls were no longer together, and I had no idea. So I still don't know why this girl was just randomly crying. I really don't. This girl sucked her thumb up until she probably still sucking her thumb, but it's something she couldn't kick. This bitch had an oral fixation on like anything I'd ever seen in my life. Really, yeah. Probably gives amazing head. I'm just putting it out there, but um, never. I just I never knew why this girl was crying. I still don't. But I thought about it in the years since and thought that might be what had happened. But as the girl started to maybe start to menstruate, we were separated in different. Like I went to a different school where I was with boys, so it wasn't ever really clear to me what was going on. That's the story. No, no. So I did see a baby get changed, but that was like anything could. I mean, anything could have been happening. It could have grown. Who knows? I want to say this though on camera. I think it's. I think everybody tries their own poop at some point in life, except for this guy because my shit doesn't stink because I don't poop allegedly. But um, there's just something. I think everybody tries their own poop. Everybody tries their own pee as a little kid. They recognize that they don't like it. They touch it. And then they're like, okay, well, I guess we're not supposed to play with that shit. But if they didn't, we would be eating it to this day, or we would be. I just think everybody tries their own food. Really? You're in the bathroom alone? I think people do. At least as a little kid, like little kid, and then you realize this tastes like shit, literally, and then you're like, I'm not gonna do that anymore. Or try your own pee. I can remember I didn't really necessarily do that, but this one time my family was having a cookout, and I thought it would be really cool. I was talking to my cousin, and I'm like, I wonder if I spit in a glass, like, and filled it all the way up, and then drank it, what would happen? He's like, oh, you should try that. But anyway, so my other cousin, my older cousin, we ended up telling this person, and that person told my mom. My mom was like, you can't do that. Anyway, but people are curious as little kids. And I feel that somebody out there is going to be like, thank you for saying that you think everybody eats their own poop at some point and drinks their own pee, because I bet they do. I bet I bet that is something that happens everywhere in the world. Amazonian tribes are doing it. People who think they're living in the 25th century are doing that when they're little kids. The Chinese are doing it. Jews are doing it. Muslims are doing it. African tribal people. Everybody's trying it. Really? I bet. I've never been able to, like. I don't think there's a. I bet there's a scientific study somewhere about this, but I've never heard of it. But I bet everybody. There's a book. Everybody poops. We never had that book because we don't. But maybe everybody else does. Really? I whiz like a motherfucker though. Allegedly, I'm the whiz kid. All right. So back to our story. I still have this bitch. Sucks. Really? Yeah. It's the worst. All right. So you think everybody eats their own poop? At some point, I think everybody tries their own poop. And there's like something to that. Like, what if it tasted really good? What if you were missing out this whole time? And like, children may see dogs eat poop, and they might be like, oh, maybe, maybe this is like a normal thing. I mean, you have to understand how little kids are. This is very brave of me to talk about. Nobody talks about these things. Nobody. But I know that they're perfectly natural and perfectly human beliefs and experiences, and I feel like people appreciate this. Maybe not now, but 10,000 years in the future when nobody's pooping, like this guy. What is this bullshit? What do you mean you don't poop? I can tell you this: if you eat a pure protein diet, you don't poop. Really? I've I've gone at times in my life, years, perhaps my entire life, but you just don't poop. And I think people in the future will have protein diets and then they won't poop either. But I mean, I've talked to gastroenterologists about it at on Shabbat, like freakish conversations. They didn't know this was a thing, but I know it's a thing. Really? Yeah. Anyway, but for those people who do poop, I think they try it. There's also this thing of a child. It's called meconium, which it sounds like some kind of element, but it is a thick, sticky, tar-like black or dark green substance passed in the first 24 to 48 hours after birth. It is normal and composed of amniotic fluid, mucus, and cells ingested in the womb. Within a few days, it transitions to brown, green, or yellow. All right, she didn't even have that dog. I'm perfect. Who knows? Anyway, okay. All right. So I'll just get down to brass tacks, or maybe to what? Brass tacks, or tacos. Um. All right, so we're gonna try this. So my rabbit sends in front of Laura Liver, but she's not here, and um she's from New York, but she's from upstate. But she did have quite a East Coast accent. Not Brooklyn, not New Jersey, like upstate New York, but not too upstate. All right, yo, dog, I want you to explain the laws of NIDDAH with all the colors and when you can touch your husband and all of that. But I want you to make it like an episode of Coffee Talk from Saturday Night Live, and please put emphasis on the words so that it's easier to have a New York accent. And please, like, be very specific about the colors and stuff, and have it be so that it would be approved by the Coffee Talk people and any rabbi anywhere in the world. Here we go, folks. Right, Coffee Talk. Get a cup. Get a cup. So, all right. All right. So, all right, Coffee Talk. Get a cup. Sit down. I'm reclined, emotionally overwhelmed, and we're going to talk about Nina. Tastefully, philosophically, according to Jewish law, and in a way that would make any rabbi anywhere say, "No, that's fine." All right, you're going to be able to pull this off. We're going to try. Cue Barbara Streisand and Jihad hand motions. Linda Richmond voice. I don't know if I can do it. I can do. I can't really. So Nida, let's talk Nida. Not in a dirty way. I just don't have that. Not in a dirty way, God forbid, but in a holy, structured, very Jewish way. First of all, this is not about shame. This is not about women are icky. This is about time, bodily rhythm, and boundaries. Step one, the bleeding. When a married Jewish woman sees uterine blood, real blood, not from a cut, not from a hemorrhoid, oh, wait, not from brushing your teeth, but blood from the uterus. Boom! She becomes Nida. At that moment, no physical contact with husband, no hand holding, no passing objects hand to hand, no sitting on the same couch cushion if it's squishy, separate beds. Yes, even if you're tired. Judaism is very into self-control. That's not that's close. This is called harchakot, distancing rules. The colors, the callers. Very important. Pay attention. Now people mess this up, so let's be clear. Problematic colors show to a rabbi. Bright red, dark red, black, brown, deep maroon, anything that looks like wine, rust, or old blood. If it looks like blood that has feelings, call a rabbi. Generally not problematic, depends, but calmer. White, clear, yellow, beige, light tan, very faint pink, like a strawberry. Thought about blushing, like a strawberry thought about blushing in Flushing? No, anywhere. But here's the rule. When in doubt, you ask. This is literally a profession called a Yotzet Halakha, female halakhic advisor. Judaism said, let women ask women. Progressive, we love to see it. The waiting game. Once bleeding stops completely, not mostly stopped, not I think it's over, stopped, dead, gone. She does Hefsek Tahara, a clean internal check before sunset. If that's clean, we start counting. Then 7 clean days. 7 days. No blood, no stains, clean checks. 7. Like creation. Judaism loves a theme. The mikvah. Everybody calm. Everybody calm down. After sunset on the seventh clean day, she immerses in a mikvah. Natural water, rainwater, natural water, rainwater, spring, very spa, very ancient. This is not a bath. This is a transformation. And after that, tahara, ritually permitted. Touching, the big reveal. Before mikvah, no touching. After mikvah, all touching permitted. Hand holding, hugging, affection, marital intimacy within halakha. Judaism says absence makes the heart grow fonder. Very romantic for a religion that also regulates your kitchen sink. Final coffee talk thought. Nita is about discipline, about renewal, about desire that isn't constant, about making marriage feel new every month. And frankly, if if everyone had built boundaries like this, half of therapy wouldn't exist. Amber Clip, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Nita, oppressive or secretly the most emotionally intelligent system ever invented. Discuss. That's not exactly. Yo, dog. Talk about the different colors have names. Also, make it so that if someone were reading this, there would be emphasis with the words. Like coffee would not be Coffee, it would be Cawfee. Okay, coffee talk, round two. I hear you. You want the colors with names, and you want it written so a person reading it cannot avoid doing the whole Long Island, Brooklyn nasal situation. And it still has to be 100% halakhically safe and rabbi approved. We got this. Coffee talk. The colors of Nita. Put down your mug, open your eyes. This is important. Linda Richmond dialed through 11. So, Nita, everyone says, oh, it's blood. No, it's colors. Judaism does not do vague. We name things. Autumn, autumn, red, red. This is blood, blood, like fresh blood, period blood. Oh, that's definitely blood, blood. Problem, Nita, call it. If you see autumn, you don't you don't philosophize, you don't squint, you don't say maybe the lighting. You say autumn, we're done. Yayin, yayin, wine colored. This is the deep burgundy, maroon, old wine on tablecloth energy. It's not bright red, but it's got intent. Also problematic. Show a rabbi. Judaism says if it looks like wine, it might as well be blood. Very poetic, very strict. Shachor, shachum, black or brown. This is old blood vibes. Old. This is old blood vibes. Brown, rust, coffee ground looking. Not cute, not neutral. Blood that went to therapy and came back darker. Still count, still Nita. Barad, Barad, pink. Ah, now everyone gets nervous. Light pink, faint, like blood that thought about showing up and then changed its mind. This is context dependent, size dependent, fabric dependent. This is show the rabbi caller. Not panic, not ignore, just ask. Levon, Levon, white. White is clean, white is innocent, white did nothing wrong. If it's just white discharge, not blood, not Nita, Judaism does not punish mucus. We're not animals. Zahov, Zahov, yellow. Yellow is normal, common, boring, not blood. Unless it's mixed with red or brown. Then we side eye and call someone. Beige, tan. No fancy Hebrew, just vibes. This is the annoying one. Sometimes old discharge, sometimes leftover blood, sometimes nothing. This is why rabbis have job security. You don't decide, you ask. Fabric matters. Yes, it does. Listen carefully. A stain on white underwear taken very seriously. Colored underwear more lenient. Why? Because Holocaust says if you can't see it clearly, we don't invent problems. Judaism anti-anxiety since Sinai. Final coffee talk thought. Nita isn't did you bleed? It's what color, what size, what fabric, what time, what context. This is not vibe, this is law. And if you're even unsure, Judaism literally says ask, don't guess. I'm verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. Topic: why does Judaism trust women with this system more than any ancient culture ever, and still make everyone nervous about it? Discuss. Still not in. Yo, dog, you didn't talk at all about Bedikin cloths and Bedikin clothes. I want the nitty gritty, and also, you're not doing enough emphasis on the words for a Long Island, Brooklyn, New Jersey accent. I want that for all of the words where applicable. All right, now we're doing it. You want nitty gritty. You want badikas, cloths, Adam, mock, dakuk, and you want it written so if somebody reads it loud, they accidentally sound like they're at for great neck. Coffee talk, the clothes, the checks, the whole Megillah. This is 100% halakhic. A rabbi could print this and not lose their job. First of all, what is Badika? Badika, inspection, internal check. Judaism does not say, you're fine. Judaism says we check. A Badika is done using a cloth called an Eid. Eid means witness because the cloth is literally testifying. Very Jewish, very legal, very intense for laundry. The Eid, the Badika cloth. This is soft, white, clean, no patterns, no colors, no lint, no nonsense. Think hospital white, funeral serious. Why? Because we are judging colors, and patterns lie. Hefsek Tahara, Hefesek Tahara. This is the big one. This happens the day the bleeding stops, the day bleeding stops before sunset. The Badika says, we are officially done bleeding. You do one proper check with E. Results, if it comes out Levan, white, Mazel Tov, you start counting. If it comes out Adam, Chum, Shachor, Yayin, no, try again tomorrow. No arguing, no poetry, just law. Makta, Church, Makta, Church, ah, this is where people panic. Mach cloth. The chuck pressed held in. This is a second cloth gently placed internally for a short time before sunset. Purpose to prove nothing is coming back. If the mach the chuck comes out clean, we breathe. Stain, we cry quietly and wait another day. You don't have to. Not everyone does this today, but many do. Ask your rabbi. Judaism loves questions. The Sheva Nekiim. Sheva Nekiim. 7 clean days. Each day, two badikas. Morning before sunset. Using new Edim, not the same one. God is watching. Now, the clothes results. Pay attention. When you look at the Eid, you're asking, Adom, red, blood, game over. That day doesn't come. Yayin, yayin, wine colored. Deep red, maroon, burgundy. Looks like it came from a Seder spill. Suspicious, show a rabbi. Hum, shachor, shachor, brown, black. Old blood energy, rust vibes, coffee ground sadness. Counts as blood. Barad, pink, light pink, faint, barely there. This is call someone smart. Lavan, Lavan, white, clean, pure, innocent. The cloth did nothing wrong. The cloth did nothing wrong. Zahod, Zahod, yellow. Normal discharge, human body stuff. Judaism says relax. Fabric rule, very important. If the stain is on an Eid, taken very seriously. On white underwear, serious. On colored underwear, more lenient. Why? Because Halakha says we don't create problems where we can't see clearly. Judaism is anti-drama, shockingly. Final coffee talk moment. The system is precise, technical, detailed, and completely trusts women. No public inspection, no embarrassment. Just cloth, colors, time, amber clip. I need a bagel. Topic. Why does Judaism treat bodily reality like a legal document and somehow make it spiritual? Discuss. All right, is that what you wanted to do? I don't think. Well, actually, you did a great job. Okay, so you don't have to do that, write it like that anymore. Um, so there are these pills that a woman can take and basically limit her period to like once every 3 months. In that situation, wouldn't that mean that she doesn't have to go to the mikvah as often? All right, cool. We're back to regular still coffee energy, just less theater. Short answer, yes. Then the nuance. Yes, if a woman uses hormonal pills that make her period come once every 3 months, then yes, we should generally be going to the mikvah less often because mikvah follows bleeding, not the calendar. Now let's do it properly and rabbi approved. Now let's do this properly and rabbi approved. The core rule, very important. A woman goes to the mikvah only after she has had uterine bleeding that makes her nida. The bleeding completely stops. She does a hefsek tahara. She counts 7 clean days. No bleeding, no nida, no mikvah. Judaism does not say it's been a month, go dunk. Judaism says what actually happened in the body. So what about period suppression pills? These include extended cycle birth control, continuous oral contraceptives, certain hormonal IUD situations, medical regimens prescribed by a doctor. If the pills cause no bleeding at all for months or only spotting that is halakhically non-problematic, then she does not become nida and therefore no separation, no 7 clean days, no mikvah during that time. Yes, that's correct. But very Jewish, but spotting changes everything. Here's where it gets tricky. Hormonal methods often cause light spotting, breakthrough bleeding, brown or pink stains. Some of that does count as nida, some of it does not. Some of it depends on color, size, and where it was seen. So in real life, women on these pills often ask more shilos, halakhic questions, even though they go to the mikvah less often. Less dunking, more texting the rabbi pictures of stains. Craft respectful, anonymous, yes, that's a thing. Is this halakhically legit? Absolutely. Major poskim halakhic authorities have allowed this when appropriate, especially for medical reasons, hormonal regulation, severe pain, fertility planning, shalom bayit, marital harmony. Shalom Bayit, marital harmony, important. You do not start or adjust hormones for neither reasons alone without asking a rabbi who works with doctors. Judaism is very big on medicine first, halakha second, but coordinated. Sorry. One more subtle point, even with no period, a woman still has to be mindful of unexpected bleeding. If real bleeding starts, Nita rules kick in immediately. There is no automatic exemption forever. Halakha follows reality, not intentions. Bottom line, put this on a mug. Mikvah is tied to bleeding, fewer periods equals fewer Nita cycles. Hormonal suppression can be halakhically acceptable. Spotting creates complexity, not prohibition. Individual guidance is non-negotiable. If you want, we can go into. So I think that in the future, women will maybe just have 2 periods a year. If you want, I mean, you can do it any way you want. All right. Is that the end of your fucking story? Mind of rich man. Hmm. All right, so I gotta finish this fucking story. All right, so again, I'm wet behind the ears. I'm not around chicks. My mother's a fucking magician. I never see fucking ads or tampons. So I can tell you this: we had this thing where if we had people staying over for, let's say, a Friday night or something, uh, uh, there was like a basket that my mother would make up that had like toothbrush, toothpaste, or like maybe it was toothpaste and, or not toothpaste, not even a paste, toothwash and a fucking Shabbat toothbrush. Who knows what the fuck that was? It'd have like tissues, like Kleenex or whatever. It would have maybe like chapstick. Really, it wasn't just for Friday night. It was anytime we ever had anybody over. So maybe it would have like toothpaste, uh, toothbrush, floss. What else? Little shampoo. Well, no, there's shampoo in the shower, in the bathroom, or in the shop too. But maybe it had like the little shampoo and that you get at the fucking hotel. What else? Mouthwash. Um, just any kind of toiletry that you would ever need, and it had pads and um, tampons. And I never really questioned it. Um, and another thing, it's good to, if you're ever in a, let's just say you're playing house with a chick for whatever reason, because everybody watches this isn't going to just be like automatically like the most philosophic person in the world, but have I'll tell you what, I've introduced women to menstruation cups, and they're like, it's changed their fucking lives. Like I've given them to, I would have them, and I'd give them to girls. Really? Uh-huh. And they'd be like, it's changed my life. I'm like, I know. You just wash it out. So that's a big thing. Menstruation cups are huge. But back to menstruation cups. But pads and um, tampons. You ever use a tampon? Yeah, for fucking bloody noses, but that was way later in life. Really? Yeah. Why? I get really bad bloody noses. Alright, is that the end of your story? No. So here's the story. And then we're done. So I don't know exactly what age, but I boys and girls are totally separate. Like meaning, how separate were you? Um, you could go like like uh, you could go all day and not see a woman. Really? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Really? Yeah. I mean, as like separate as possible, and under the configurations. Again, not Yeshiva University, LA. boys and girls. Those are separate buildings. But even they have like women have male teachers sometimes, and men have female teachers. So it's not completely fake. But as much as it could be, and it was the most separate of like anywhere around. Like it's as separate as you could get. Really, yeah. Really, unless you're homeschooled, yeah. So I'm telling you, like we were just separate, and like even to the point like girls had their side of the school basically, and boys had our side, and there was like separation. There was a main stairwell. Now you gotta understand like this. How would I describe what was it like? It wasn't quite Dead Poet Society, but as close to Dead Poet Society as my family could find. It was like affordable Dead Poet Society, but still very expensive, without being a boarding school. So that Dead Poet Society was a boarding school. But it's what you would consider like a day school, um, similar to a day school. And we treated it like Dead Poet Society. Oh, Captain, my Captain, all that bullshit. And we became very close as boys, and we shit on each other all fucking day. We make fun of each other, but not to the point I feel that I mean, you could consider it bullying, but we were just not to the point. Like there was always a limit, and you gotta be honest with you. Like people, like how would the bullying? Like I was a huge New York Yankees fan. Why? Because and this is during the heyday of Seinfeld. And I had glasses and perhaps a little stocky. And wherever I fucking walked in that school with that jacket on, I'd hear, George! 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 Hear this all the fucking time. And I was fine with it. Because I know I look like George Costanza, but I'm repping this fucking Yankees coat not because George Costanza represented it, because Joe Torre represented it. And I'd be like, oh yeah, just wait till October. We're going to fucking beat the shit out of whatever shitty fucking team you like. Anyway, I hear George all the time, and it really never bothered me. Um, I'm sure bullying did get to some kids, but if that happened, I think that you would just tell one of the male, other teachers, and but it never got to that. At least we'd give people shit, and I remember seeing some kids cry, but they were just I hate to say it, they were taking shit, but we wouldn't shit on people for things that they what um, I mean, it's just part of growing up. I remember 2008 was the first time I ever heard about. Well, there were some like anti-fraternity things, like some loser douches, like made people drink too much water and they died. That kind of stuff wasn't cool, but like we just never heard about anti-bullying. You're just being a pussy if you fucking can't handle it. And but I think it made me strong, like really strong. And that's why I can put up with these fucking asshole anti-Semitic douches all fucking day and be like, get the fuck out of here. Next, next, next. I'm not sitting here like, oh, what am I gonna fucking do? All right, that shit bothers me. Um, Nebbishness, I can't stand nebbishness. And I'm not. I'm fucking confident, strong, hilarious, cool, and I feel like that's how I want. I mean, I know that's how I want Judaism to be in the future. Less nebbish, more cool. So, anyway, this doesn't have to do anything with the story, but I just want to like lay the foundation. So there's a main stairwell, and this main stairwell, you could get anybody in it. So it wasn't like the boys' stairwell, and it wasn't the girls' stairwell. Uh, it was like the central stairwell. So you could have parents coming through that stairwell. You could have a coach coming down that stairwell. You could have administrators coming down that stairwell, teachers coming down that stairwell, and especially if someone were going to the office or something, students coming down that stairwell. You know, as well, there was this part of the school, we didn't really have like a nurse. I remember when they checked for scoliosis, which I think I have. They just like kind of look. It's like some lady, like no doctor. This is the same lady who answered the phones, which nothing wrong with that. But like, give me somebody who like at least has like taken first aid or something. She's just like, yeah, you're good. And um, there's this part of the school that it's where all the yearbooks were actually. And so, but if you ever got sick, they would put you in this room. And I remember my parents were like, if you're sick, you tough it out. And we'll pick you up. And then if you're still sick at home, you know. But it was like, I didn't spend a lot of time in this room. And I always wondered, why is there a fucking bed in here? There are like multiple beds in here. It looked like a fucking MASH hospital, kind of. And it was just like no boys I ever saw go in this room unless they were really sick. Anyway, it was just like the boys knew we knew all the fucking ins and outs of this fucking school, but this area we never really. I remember we just never really went in there. So but there was this fucking main stairwell, and this school, I hate to say it, but it was just it was very expensive, but it was very poor. The kids there weren't poor generally, some, but it was a mix of really wealthy families, really poor families, and kind of just mixed together for a classical education, religious classical education. And I talked about the stairwell yet? You have to understand the details of this stairwell. This used to be a mansion, and then it was some other stuff. But like I remember, um, this was like a mansion. It had tunnels, like secret prohibition tunnels that I always wanted to go into. Tunnels have always fascinated me. There was like a pool that became storage. It was like a very wealthy person's mansion, and they were so wealthy that they built a mansion and then they never slept there. They would only throw parties there. So it was like a party mansion, and it wasn't Dead Poet Society. How do I describe it? It's as far east as Dead Poets, as far west as Dead Poet Society gets. Like generally, like that's more East Coast boarding schools. Uh, but this was definitely not a normal school. I have a friend of mine who would always say, every single kid I ever met from that school was like more unique than the next one. We were all very unique into different stuff. Fascinating people. And I remember there was like a ramp where they used to, I forget, it was like a delivery ramp. And we always thought, hey, this school could be like ADA compliant. And we had a teacher of ours who was also a lawyer. I was like, this thing's never going to be ADA compliant. The ramp was like super sloped. And you would have been like uh, Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump when he's like sliding down the stairs or whatever. It would have been like that. But we always thought, hey, maybe they put an elevator in this bitch, and like, never in a million years. This is like the least ADA compliant building, maybe in the United States. I mean, it was not ADA compliant, and because we didn't really have a really good handyman. We we knew him. He had a lot to do. He had to mow a big lawn and trash and all kinds of stuff. And I remember the school never really got cleaned, except we'd have something called open house where people from the community would come in and see. And what we would do, and this is a really good idea, Israel, one of the first things you all should do is you give the kids the last period of school to clean. And when you have, whatever, hundreds of kids cleaning up something, you just give them all a paper towel, Windex, or whatever. The place will be fucking spotless in like 20 minutes. Like when you have all these hands moving around, everything is super clean. Getting spit wads off the fucking ceiling, that's another story. But um, like walls are clean, everything gets really clean when you have hundreds of people cleaning simultaneously. It's really amazing. The place just like it's like ants, like just go, and you have hundreds of people fucking cleaning all at once. It's incredibly efficient, and we would do that like twice a year. But aside from that, and the stairwell would be clean. Now the stairs, let's talk about them. Well, the funny thing about this fucking school, like the boys' stairwell that we had, I remember we'd be like fucking going. Some people are going up this way, and you'd like slap a guy on the back of the head. Who the fuck was that? Like we were always fucking with each other, going into essentially shockers, like I remember. And we'd go and we'd read to healing, we'd read songs, fucking hate them. Anyway, after after prayer, or like right, we fucking we'd read songs and just be like, this is the form shit I've ever fucking read. Anyway, and then we get to Psalm 119 in stores. Anyway, so the stairs, well, the other stairs, and they were all like this. They had like, it's like, who fucking built this building? It was like a house. It was hilarious. If you ever saw a chip in the wall, it would be like 7 different colors, maybe 15 different colors, because the person who threw the party, let's say this was always his thing, you'd be like, what's your favorite color? And you'd be like, teal. And you'd be like, great. And then you'd go into your guest room and the whole room would be teal. He would repaint for any person. So there's this stuff called Fordite, which is like all this, the different layers of paint from a like a like a just when you have lots of paint that builds up, and it happens in like automotive spray booths and things. Um, it becomes like a gem, almost like a type of geology, but it's not. I mean, it's like synthetic. But the same thing with in the walls. You fucking like if you've ever seen a gobstopper, I don't know what it tastes like, but like if you cut it in half and you see it's got like a bunch of fucking layers, that's what the wall was. I remember looking at the chips in the corner of the fucking school, and like it was just like, and the school never got painted. I mean, I've seen it since then. It looks fun. It looks a lot better. But back then, I remember being like, this school is disgusting. And and then there was this bathroom. Oh, this bathroom. There are all the bathrooms. I can tell you all about it. No urinals in the whole fucking school. No urinals. Which is always fast. Really? No urinals? Yeah. But there were tons of sinks, which is not the same. There would be random ass sinks like in the fucking schoolroom. There were sinks everywhere, and there was like nothing on the wall except the fucking satellite view of Israel. That's like the only thing that was on the wall. Ask anybody, they'd be like, yeah, I mean that was basically it. We had like a map of the United States from the fucking Hoover administration, and in another room, and the fucking in this one room, a satellite map of Israel, which is all you fucking need. Anyway, and we did this thing when we were young. We put a timeline around the wall, and that helped me so much to this day. Like when I think of time, I think of time, like as a timeline. Anyway, did I talk about this fucking central staircase? So there's this staircase, and let me describe it. They were like white and teal checkerboard tiles. Why? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Who picked this? I have no idea. And you go up the stairs, and the stairs had never, you don't wax stairs generally, but like the floors had never been waxed. It was just fucking LVT, like linoleum, vinyl, tile, whatever. It's like, imagine like tile where there's no wax and it's just digging into the tile. And the people are just like, pretty soon we'll go through the floor. Who cares? Um, the and the teachers got paid nothing. They would get paid far less than a normal teacher. I don't know how this fucking school. It's just a really unique place. And the stairs, they had like these bars as you would go up the stairs, and sometimes like I don't know how one of the bars would just stick out, and it'd be this just like really fucking sharp like saber like that would just stick out, and you like some kid would just like go like this and like this and like this, break it off, and then hit another kid or jam it the other way, and some teacher would be walking by and trying to fix it. But there was just nobody who was going to fix anything, and I hate to say it, but like the it would have been a lot to keep up, but there was just no. I don't want to call it the custodian or the just but it was like he had enough to do with like getting all the trash out and stuff, and for hundreds of students, like it was just a lot. Anyway, I talked about the stairway. So that this weird checkerboard stairwell, and it was just you walk into the door. It's like this. I'll say like a poor man's Dead Poet Society. You walk in. It's like that School and Bully in the video game, but like not nearly that nice. And there's like a beautiful great lawn, beautiful everything from the outside. This looks like the fucking, but inside this building, it seemed some shit. And it would be like there'd be like a step and then another step, and like the teachers when they'd open the door, they'd have to like jank the door. It was just like there's no the handyman's like that does not exist here. And then you get in, and then you either go upstairs. It literally is this: step up, then another step, then you go upstairs or downstairs. There's no ramp. There's no handicap. I mean, that was the thing. If a kid got hurt, you were just on crutches, and you'd have to, um, you'd have to like climb the stairs. Like, I mean, I remember being on crutches there, and you just kind of hop from stair to stair, and it's dangerous, and it can get really slippery. I remember at another school, they did a like a refurbishment of it, and really made it nicer. And they put, I remember this was just such a big amount of money to me. It was like $100,000 elevator in it. And I remember my dad was like, "Why do you need an elevator?" nobody knew what else. And one of the heads of the school said, if your son gets hurt, and for any reason, God forbid, is in a wheelchair or something, you're going to want to sign this. And I shut my mouth. And I was like, oh, of course. But at the time, this was shortly after the Americans with Disabilities Act, which I think is one of the best things. And this is the thing, Israel, if you're hearing me, your shit is like my fucking school. It's all like, oh, it's just been like that for 2,000 years. Make a fucking ramp. I don't want to go there. Ramps should be everywhere. Even if you have stairs, there's a thing that you go like this, and you can go up. Ramps are really important, and elevators are really important, and escalators, and all kinds of shit. But also for stages, there's like a thing that you go and it lifts you up and puts you on the stage. Someone who is in a wheelchair should not feel as if they can't perform on any stage in Israel without a lift. Lifts are really important. Anyway, because I'm telling you, I went to places where this did not exist, and it was like if you got hurt enough, you weren't going to be able to go to this school. There's just no way. I mean, you would be able to go like 20 feet in a wheelchair, and then there'd be like fucking tons of stairs. It was like this school, I feel like, had so many stairs that it was like an MC Escher. Like, we had like a fucking picture of MC Escher. MC Escher? There was nothing in this fucking. Yeah, it looked like fucking this with like the stairs all over the place. And that picture was there, and I remember looking at it like, how the fuck is this? And then there's this other picture I remember of somebody like with a fucking globe or like a glass ball, and like seeing how that distorted things. Like there was nothing on the walls of this fucking school except like it was very plain. We had the fucking picture of Israel, and but not a whole lot. Maybe some art. And so you go into this fucking school because there's like a stair up, and then another stair, and then you're there, and it's super fucking slippery. Like that was another thing. It's just super fucking slippery. And then there's a checkerboard on the floor. I'm sure it's changed, but the stairs had like a metal ridge, and I know like I'm minutia. You got to know all about this fucking everything about it. And it's like, wait, what does this have to do with me? Calm down. We'll get there. There was this edge, and if you ever like slipped and your fucking shin hit that edge, it would just literally scrape all the skin off your fucking shin, and it would be like that for the rest of the fucking semester. You'd just be like, how? Really? Oh, it was. Yeah. And I'm telling you, this school had a lot of fucking stairs. This other thing I want to say is one time somebody took a quarter and put it. Everybody wanted quarters. That was a big thing. I've got to say, my mom made sure I had quarters for the like vending machine, so because we got popcorn. That was a big thing. Like we were popcorn was a big fucking thing. I remember um, kids would bond over popcorn. Why? Because it was some kids like the school didn't provide meals, and maybe their parents were like poor, or there weren't many single parent families. If there were, I could like name like out of hundreds of kids, maybe one or two, like now. Um, and they would like I remember the prices of the popcorn. It was 50 cents, and it was like a meal that you could have. And I did a lot of study hall, and so it was like a meal that you could have. And I know for like, and soda was 50 cents. For $1, you could get soda and popcorn and have like a snack after school. When other kids were with their stay-at-home moms or whatever, um, those of us who had working parents would have this ability to have something after school. And I had this tube, of quarters. And sometimes kids would maybe go in my backpack to get, but whatever. Um, and that was another thing. Everybody had lockers. Nobody ever locked them. Really? You were a loser douche if you locked your locker. And there's another thing if you get ginkgo, which is like when somebody throwing the throat all kinds of ginkgo. Oh, it smells so badly in your fucking locker. But we learned about ginkgo and how it's like a very old type of tree, just all kinds of shit. But that shit would be on everything. It'd be there for years. It'd be ginkgo everywhere. There's only one fucking ginkgo tree on the campus. We all knew where it was. We all knew how badly that shit smells. Anyway, what about this fucking stairwell? Anyway, so somebody took a fucking quarter and glued it down on the floor. And every fucking boy would just try to pick up this fucking quarter because if you had a quarter, that was like halfway to getting soda or something like that. And I was so cool. This isn't about the story, but I was so cool. Even when I was the youngest in the youngest grade, I could go up to the another thing that was super big was fucking foosball. I never, I never had like foosball, and I've never seen foosball was so big. And I did not like the way the proper rules of foosball are you can't spin the fucking things. But man, we go in there and fucking spin these things, and they had it was like this. It was like I don't know why, but there was like a big push to like have more shit, more um, recreational shit in the school. But once it broke, it was done. There was no fixing. We had when I first got there, ping pong tables, and the fucking ping pong paddles were just it would flop. It would like flap. It would be like nobody glued it, nobody cared. It was just like and you just fucking play ping pong and these fucking foosball and then the guy would break and then it'd be like and they just got rid of these fucking foosball tables. But we put so much fucking spin on that fucking foosball, like just spin it in and I remember we played older kids and like just all the younger boys would play the older boys and we played football and we would play all the younger kids versus all the older kids. And then as you got older, you know, like I remember I always, as one of the younger kids, wanted to just touch the ball. It was like we had a way to play football that you didn't have first downs. It was just you had to score in 4 downs, and you had to cross this huge amount of grass. And um, there were kids who played soccer, and that's cool, and that was fine. Sometimes we would do that. We had this thing called the World Cup, and we did that in the spring or in the fall, where every team was a different country. Every like group of kids was a different country. Literally, there was like a draft for all of the boys, and then we in the fall or in the spring we would do March Madness and just and then we had field day, which is the biggest fucking day. To it was just the biggest. It's just the best fucking day. It was just the best day. And the previous school we had Olympic Day, which was really big. I remember these days very well. Field day. Field day was like a reason why you went to the school because it was like you get to compete in all the different sports. Yeah. And so there'd be like seniors, juniors, sophomores, freshmen, 8th grade, 7th grade. So you get these little kids with seniors, and the seniors would have to like, look out for the younger kids. And we would, like some of the years when I first got there, we would walk to the local park, which is also like a zoo, and we would just see all the nice houses around that. And just we had people looking out for us. And then when I got older, the school had expanded to have this like athletic center, and that was like a big deal too. It was just an interesting school. We'll get to the fucking stairway. So, but there's this fucking soda machine, and I'd never seen. I'd seen soda machines that were like bottle soda machines from like cool like the 50s, Wasn't that old, but it wasn't one of the more modern ones that had like I don't know what they call it now, but like soda on the right side. It was like soda was like here, 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 and here. And there was this rumor around the school that sometimes this fucking soda machine would give out multiple sodas for the price of one. But it was just like a rumor, and like nobody had ever seen it. It was like how do people describe it? Like if you ever have seen The Office when Pam sees that fucking DVD that just hits the corner just perfectly, and then it really does, and she's like, "I told you," like it was like that, and just people doubted that two sodas could come out of this thing, and it was like this school didn't give a flying fuck. It had Coke next to Pepsi, next to Dr. Pepper, next to Mountain Dew. I think there was Crush and no diet. It was just what did it have? Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, nothing cherry, Mountain Dew, which was big. Um, and it would just be like whatever they put in there. And it was all to benefit the athletic teams. And um, which were always a joke. But then they got really good and things happened. Anyway, did I talk about this stairwell yet? Anyway, so like I was really fortunate, I really mean this, that I had quarters. Like may not have had a lot of money, but I was wealthy in quarters. And we had a slot machine and I could ask my mom to fill this thing with quarters, this like tube. It's like candy tubes and I put quarters and they just fit perfectly. And again, sometimes I go, this thing is fucking light. And I realized somebody went in my backpack or something during the recess or something like that. And I was like, whatever. There were no cameras. There were no cameras anywhere. Like maybe at nowhere. Maybe at a bank, but like nowhere. Everything was just on the honor system. And nobody locked their lockers. And I'll say this one story, this one kid. He had a real rough upbringing. And under general circumstances, wouldn't have been at the school. But he was at the school for a little bit, and he was one of the worst students in the school. And his mom, I think, was a single mom, and he had like an older brother, and the older brother got him, like, was able to somehow get like penthouses or something. And this kid doesn't bring in one penthouse. He fills his fucking backpack like this, full of penthouses. There are no school books in there. And he's like looking at his fucking, he's like, look at this, look at this. And it's like, what the fuck? It's just like Forrest Gump, where they're like looking at shitting. Um, anyway, is everything Forrest Gump crap? I'm not fucking Israeli Forrest Gump. I've said this before. It was like Jewish Forrest Gump. So I've said this to Brett. Really, yeah. I'm not really. So I remember this kid had this, and he went in his fucking locker, and it was just like some shit. It wasn't Playboy. It was fucking pretty intense, like hardcore. And that lasted one day. And somebody ratted on this kid, and we never saw him. As we got older, I we had these other lockers, and I was I allegedly made had pictures of. I remember when I was in a really young kid, or there, I was like in seventh grade, and I saw this one guy. I won't say his name, but he had a picture of like you weren't supposed to have. They never. It was like an unwritten rule. You shouldn't have pictures inside your locker, but nobody really fucked with you if you did. And he had a picture of Maya, the artist Maya. I always thought she looked so pretty, and I look at this bitch every fucking day, going up the stairs to the shop. And I know exactly whose locker it was. I can tell you his fucking name. I'm not going to. He's very. I always thought he was very cool, and I thought when I get older, I'm gonna be like him. And so when I got to be that age, I had pictures of the artists that I loved, and then as I got to be like a senior, I started hanging out with college girls, allegedly, and very innocent. Nothing. Truthfully, like very halakhic. Really, very halakhic. Allegedly, they're just telling a story. All this could be a book, but then not that long. And I get pictures of it, and I fucking put them up, and my friends get so jealous, I fucking get pissed off. And so this one day, I fucking put all this fucking packing tape of these fucking pictures, and I closed my locker, not realizing that the opening mechanism was like basically taped shut. And I go to open my locker, and I'm like, what the fuck? I already had opened my locker. Everybody's trying like sword in the stone this bitch. Nobody can get in this locker. And I was worried because I'm like, if I tell a teacher and they open my fucking locker and it's just girl, it's not gonna be a good look. So I think I just was like, oh shit, I guess I can't do my homework tonight or something. And I got the next day I brought in like a pair of pliers or something. I just fucking took the, the door handle off of this locker. Still nothing. Still could not get in. I fucking had to like crowbar it and get this fucking thing open, and like my locker was all bent up. And I was like, shit. Um, I finally was able to get into it. And I talked about this fucking stairwell yet. Oh, but back to the soda machines. So there's always this rumor that you can get two sodas, but like nobody, nobody had been able to do it. And I'm telling you, when we had the opportunity, any free moment that we had, we would fucking run to this fucking foosball table and fucking like wait our turn to play. And we'd have to play against older kids. And I still know who I played. I still can tell you who I thought were the two best kids. At least just they were like 2 years older than I was, or something like that. And who I remember how good they were. They could fucking like pass the ball between. I'm sitting here fucking spinning this motherfucking thing, and they're like, "That's not how you play." I'm like, "Fun, to see how fast the guy's going." Anyway, and they would go and get. Sometimes people would go and get soda, and I didn't really pay attention to this machine. I go and put my 50 cents in, get the soda, and the thing is, years later they got rid of this machine, and I'll say why. Did I tell you about that stairway? And we'll get there. And then they put in like a machine that just had bottles, and it was like, yeah, it just had bottles, and um, and they were more expensive. They were like $1.25. That was this was the good old days where it was just boom boom. So I talked about that stairwell yet? Anyway, so there's this giant fucking machine, and I mean I don't remember the exact moment, but I remember in study hall, which is big. I go in the study hall, and you could go to the bathroom, but you had to sign out and sign back in. And like you could not be once 3:30 hit, you had to be somewhere. You had to be in detention, which fortunately never really happened. Allegedly happened. Uh, you had to be or study hall. It was like you could not be roaming the school, absolutely, or you could be in the computer lab, but you had to sign out for that. And I would go to the computer lab because it was air conditioned and there weren't really too many teachers in them, and I would fucking fuck around with computers. Sometimes, but not often. Anyway, so this one day, let's just say I don't remember the exact date. I go and ask, can I go to the soda shop for some one study hall? I said, yeah. So I go downstairs and there I am. I grab my fucking 50 cents, put the 50 cents in. And I might not have been paying attention and then boom, to hit Dr. Pepper's Coke. Pepsi, and hit the, let's just say the Dr. Pepper and the Mountain Dew at the same time, and they didn't realize it. So boom, both come down. And I was like, what? I just got two sodas. Are you fucking serious? No fucking way. This is what everybody said in the rumor. How the fuck did I do that? And I was like, no way. So I maybe still had a quarter or something like that, too. And I go, let me try that again. And I hit the fucking thing and boom, one. What the fuck? I just had two, now I've got one, now I've got three sodas. So I put two in my pocket, just like go, maybe put it in my backpack or whatever, like in my locker or something. But I just thought to myself, how the fuck did I get two? This has always been a rumor. I go, you weren't allowed to talk in somewhere. You had to have like spaces in between. I feel like trying to tell me, I got two. Like, what? I got two. And the next day comes, I go there, put my 50 cents in, and I'm like, boom, hit the thing, after February, Coke or some shit, and one comes out. What the fuck happened? Like, why did two come out? And next day, same shit. I do this for like a week or two. Still only getting one, but I know that two is possible. Put 50 cents in, and think to myself, I got a Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew at one time. I wonder, and like, I'm not thinking of the mechanics of the machine. I think it's just like gifting me shit, like the giving tree or whatever. And I'm like, I wonder if I hit them at the same time, if it might open up like the mechanism for multiple things at once. Boom, two fucking come out. I'm like, no fucking way. That's what you have to do. You have to hit them at exactly the same time. And it can't be like boom, boom. No, then you're just getting one. It has to be boom, like exactly the same time. Um like whack-a-mole game or something. But like at the same time. And boom, two come down. So I go and I fucking start to figure this out. And I start telling my friends, hey, I got two sodas. They're like, no, you didn't. I'm like, yeah, I did. They're like, no, you didn't. I'm like, oh yeah? Next time we have study hall, which will be tomorrow, whatever. I will come back with two. I'll go in with 50 cents and I'll come back with two. They'll go for it. Two. I come back. They're like, how'd you do it? I'm like, fucking magic, man. They're like, nobody's been able to figure this out. How did you figure it out? I'm like, I figured it out. They're like, show it to us. All right. So then the next day comes around, and I see some of the older kids going in there to put in their fucking quarter and just Coke comes down. And come up to them and I say, hey, you want multiple sodas at once? They're like, that's only been a rumor. I'm like, I know. Watch this. Give me your 50 cents. And I tell them, like, uh, if I get two, can I have one? And they'd be like, yeah, go for it. Okay, cool. And if you have 50 cents more, I'll get you another two and you can give them to whoever you want. I was like, okay. Boom, in front of everybody. And there'd be like fucking people surrounding me. And two come down and like, no way, you fucking figured it out. There's this fucking mad rush to the fucking soda machine. Everybody trying to fucking get this thing down, and nobody could get the timing down just right. And it was like, wow. I was like, it was like Sword in the Stone. I was like fucking King Arthur. Like I finally fucking figured out this machine. And maybe like a week would go by or whatever, and some older kid would be like, "Hey, come here, can you help me like get one sword?" Boom. Now, isn't this theft? I didn't see it as that because the school was extremely expensive. I knew my parents were basically struggling to pay the fucking tuition, and um, I knew that they were overcharging for the soda in itself. It was like that's not how much soda costs. Why are you charging so much? But and it's kind of one of those things. If you're a really good customer, sometimes you get a little bit of a benefit here. Now, I considered it different. I knew other kids who got in trouble. One time they got into the concessions of that, and I never did that. I knew that was theft. But this was like a chance game, and if it's going to be a game, it's like if you're going to put a slot machine up there, and I can win the slot machine. Is that theft? Is that theft? I understand if I go into the bank or the casino vault or whatever and steal that. I get it. That's theft. But this is like at the time, really, yeah. It was like, look, if you're gonna have a shitty ass machine, and I learn how to get around it, and it's not like I'm stealing all the soda. It's just like I'm stealing a small amount. Is it even theft? That's the thing. Is it even theft? It does. It didn't say one can per 50 cents. No, it was just like boom, boom, boom. Did it even have a thing on it for 50 cents? Um, it didn't say one can per 50 cents. It might just say 50 cents. Take it much you fucking want. It didn't say it. It wasn't specific. And I remember, I became the man there. And there might have been some kids who could figure out this machine every once in a blue moon or something, but not as well as I could. Okay. To the point where like people would come up and ask me to do it. And I remember being like, wonder if I could get three of those. And I one day go, boom, boom, and I fucking take my whole arm and just boom, like all at once, and boom, three come down. No, I wonder if I could fucking get four. Boom, like hit a whole bunch, and maybe I wouldn't get four, maybe. But I remember these things would fucking come down. No fucking. So I got to the point where I remember the athletic director who fucking stopped this thing was around. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. It was like, hey, you want to put a fucking slot machine here and I win it? Is that my fault? That's kind of on you, dog. And he was there, and I just very innocently just go up, put my 50 cents in, and boom, two come down. And he's like, excuse me. And I'm like, yeah, what up, dog? And he's like, you just got two sodas. And I'm like, yeah, I did, because this machine sucks. And he's like, is that the moral thing to do? And I'm like, Dog, I don't fucking know morality. This is a fucking commercial exchange. It says 50 cents. It doesn't say one soda for 50 cents. It's like, I've never even seen this kind of machine before. I was really like thinking it was innocent. And it was so innocent that I did it right in front of him, thinking, like, this is fine. Like, boom. Really? Dog, have a machine from this fucking decade. It wasn't, this machine was from the 70s, and this was in the late 90s. So, I mean, and he's like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, once he said that, I don't think I did anything. Really? No. And I remember two of my friends got caught in the can. We were not supposed to get in the can. And they got into I don't know, the room to the candy was locked and they got into it somehow. and they got in trouble for that. And so it was like, okay, like hitting the fucking thing twice, and that was fine, and everybody was doing it. That was another thing too. Everybody was doing it. Everybody jumped off a bridge with you. How high is the bridge? What are the repercussions? If I jump off the bridge and it's like 3 feet off the ground, yeah, might be a fucking shortcut. Maybe there's no water. It's just 3 feet down. Whatever. There are bridges like that. And this situation was like, look, what are you gonna do? If you say to me that you're not allowed to get the soda, then and this fucking school is such a just a fucking place. Really, it was really unique. That's all I can really say. But there was this boys' bathroom. No urinals in this whole fucking school. I remember thinking like, there are no urinals in this fucking school. No urinals, but more sinks than you could fucking count. And this bathroom had like, I don't know, 100 boys who had to use it in the morning, and it was just fucking so much bo and farts. It was just bo and farts and just adolescent male testosterone. And there were this bathroom had 2 stalls and it had 2 sinks, and it was as big as big, like not even close to ADA. Nothing, nothing. You could not, if you were in a wheelchair, you could not turn in this fucking nothing. And it was never cleaned. It was just like you were on your own. Um, Fortunately, there's toilet paper, which I think they did a pretty good job with. But just, I'm a toilet paper expert, by the way. Yeah, but we won't go into that. And even though you don't shit, yeah, I'm still an expert. What do you want me to do about it? So, these 2 stalls, and it was just adolescent piss and perhaps calm and shit just everywhere. There were loogies on the fucking ceiling from the Reagan administration. I mean, it was just really dog. Some guy snot rocket and just boom on the fucking mirror. Be there for the rest of the fucking year until we all had to go around and clean the school. It was just some guy would go boom on the fucking ceiling. Just why? Because there wasn't a lot of respect for the building. Respect for the students, yeah, but for the building, we were all just. Can I tell you about this fucking stairwell? We'll get into it. So there are these stalls and the sinks, and I mean, I just remember having to go to the bathroom, and it's like, dude, there are like 6 people in line for this bathroom, and you can't even go in the fucking door. And I mean, like, just you open the door, and it'd be like kids getting to like when I saw how actual schools worked, I'd be like, you mean you could like come in here with a fucking wheelchair, or like you could go like this and not hit both ends of the wall? I mean, it was it was a house that was turned into a school. But this bathroom was the epicenter of bo, pooped, piss, cum, sweat, just everything. Anyway, did I tell you about this story? So what happened with the well, so I was kind of like the Fonz at this school that I could just go boom. Like the Fonz used to be able to go boom and hit a jukebox and it would just play. I would just be able to boom and the soda would just fucking rain down. Really? Yeah. And then the next year, they got a different soda machine that were bottles. And did they get another uh, concession machine or vending machine? I think they did. They got new everything, and all the prices went up. And I don't think I bought too much more. But back in the old days of this school, when everything was cheap, that's how I can remember. Kid would just be fucking like really frustrated with school and would just get a soda, take it, drink half of it, throw it across the fucking what do we call it, the locker room, and like hit the side of the fucking wall, and it maybe went in the trash can, maybe it didn't. There was no recycling at this school, none, no recycling. You had to be like, recycling's a thing, and they'd be like, huh? Really? There was no recycling. Everything went in the trash. Really? No recycling. And that was just how recycling wasn't a big thing yet. Anyway, there would be soda spray on the wall for the next 4 years until one kid during that cleanup time would go and clean that up. Um, there would be there was this one part of right by the bathrooms where you could put your legs up and like climb way high in the air and then like hold yourself up like this, and people would just walk underneath your legs like you'd be like 15, 20 feet in the air. There's always this thing people wanted to go in the like attic of the school, which had like a ladder system. Perhaps you can see my old chicken scratch up there somehow somewhere. Um, and then like teachers would walk below and they'd be like right below you, and you wouldn't, you'd have to be quiet. It's just a fuck up school. Anyway, did I talk about this thing? So boys and girls were separate for as much as it could be, which was unlike anywhere of a normal school that isn't like a religious school. But this is a religious school, so boys and girls were separate. And we didn't have a lot of interaction with really anyone except for like a kid's mom. Really, yeah, like one of maybe an administrator or something like the office lady or something like that. So, so we're about all about boys, and there were a few smells. The amount of bo after we would play football, I can remember the teachers, male teachers, come in like this, like you guys got to start wearing deodorant. It was just. I mean, we were wearing deodorant, but we were just sweaty, so sweaty, just wiping your head, and it's just dripping. And we would only get 20 minutes of play. Oh, I wanted to say this. So as a little kid, I remember my mom asking. So when before I went there, um, I asked my mom, "Do they have a football team?" And she said, "No, it's not that kind of school, but they do play football at recess, which is all I cared about." And the teachers play, which was totally unique. Still think it's very unique. And they would. We'd have all of the seventh graders, which is like 60 kids, something like that, 30 kids, 40 kids, a lot. And then as the grades got older, fewer and fewer kids. And then um, seventh and eighth graders would play each other with some teachers. And then junior and seniors would play sophomore and freshman. But usually once you got that older, they weren't playing too many sports. Anyway, but we'd have like these armies of kids that would just get seventh. The difference between a seventh grade boy and an eighth grade boy is big, and just getting trashed. And I remember always wanting the ball, and I might have only gotten my seventh grade year like a dozen. You just wouldn't get the ball thrown to you that much if you're a little kid. So I'd be a blocker, and then I'd rush people. And I remember fucking it was two hand tap, and I'd fucking sack guys, and they wouldn't know. It would just be like a barely a touch, and they'd be like, "Does that really count?" Yeah, it should. Anyway, but if a kid got a sack, he'd come in fucking top of the block kind of deal, especially if they were little. Yeah. Um, but as I got older, I always wanted to touch the ball, and it was like, remember the teacher would come out, we got the ball, and be like, "This is a big." And then, fortunately, my family got a ball, and I kept this ball. I still think it's probably had. It's one of the infusion ones that would blow itself up, and I took this fucking ball everywhere. That was the thing. I'll say this. I gotta end this fucking story. Did I tell you about the stairwell yet? Anyway, these kids, my uh, uh, friends of our family, my family never had any fucking balls, but this family had everything. This is how you need to be. You have a soccer ball in your car, a basketball in your car, a football in your car, like a baseball bat, a wiffle ball bat. They had all kinds of shit in their car, and whenever we went anywhere, we go to a park or whatever, they always had balls. They always had something. You want to be that family. Having a ball, you make your kid cool, and I really mean that. Like, and um, I had a ball. That's not why it was cool, but so we took this ball everywhere, and people would be like, "Where's the ball?" I'd be like, "Oh, you want to? Yeah, we need the ball. Come on, let's play." And we'd be throwing the ball around, whatever. And as I got older, then I became a quarterback for our recess team. Nothing major. Um, but then we played the little kids, and I was like I eventually became that position that I always wanted to be. The guy who got to touch the ball a lot and throw the ball a lot. And um, tell a quick story. And this is like a real, I don't know, it still affects me. Um, so we play against the younger kids. We usually play against the kids the year younger than we were. And that's how we got to know them and become friends with them. And there was there was like an open field, and then the end zone. You ask anybody who ever went to the school, they will tell you there was no like real back of the end zone. It was just like there were trees, and you kind of just you didn't want to go that far, but like the end zone was like basically the field went like this, and then once you got up the incline a little bit, that became the end zone. But the end zones were really big, and I had this friend of mine who was a different kind of kid, just kind of into some things that not all of us were into. And he was good at catching the ball though, and so he kind of became a guy who I had this chemistry with him, where he would go in the back of that end zone, and I could throw the ball to him, and he would catch it. And I remember he'd catch it like this. There were a couple kids, right? A couple kids would catch like this. You're supposed to catch it like this. Catch it like this. And this one time he ran across me, and I threw this ball, and as he ran across pattern, he slammed right into this fucking tree. And I don't mean face first, I mean head first. And I remember we all stood around him, and he was out cold. And, you're like, "Are you okay?" And he was like, his eyes opened, and we're like, "Okay, well, are you all right? Come on, get up, dude, let's play." And he wasn't getting up. And, like, "Come on, man, like, let's play, come on." And he was out for like 5 minutes, which is a long period of time to be out uh, under these circumstances. Because every moment of being able to play was so big. We'd fucking eat like this just to get outside. I remember I would just tell you, not even eat my lunch, just fucking. I throw my lunch in the trash. They're like, "Hey, why are you throwing that out?" And they fucking eat it. Like, it's time to play football. Anyway, this kid was out. We were all surrounded him, and like, "Hey, dude, are you okay?" He's just out. And he eventually got up and just kind of like walked into the school or whatever, but it wasn't bloody or anything. And the next day comes, and I remember he was like, "I've had a headache all day." And we're like, "Why do you have a headache, dude? Quit being a pussy." Like, we were just totally forgot about what happened. And the kids who hear me say, "So remember it," the kids who were there, and they'll be like, "That's right, he did say that." And this hitting the tree changed his personality forever. And he went into different things. He went from like he got really into like kind of like Nirvana and goth, but like pink, like very much into Hot Topic. He loved that shit, and he was never like this before. I threw this ball and he fucking hit his head, and we would, and like people would hear me say this, like that's right, he did hit his head, meaning he had this huge lump, like a huge lump on his head. He had thick hair, but underneath his hair, he had just a giant lump, and he would just kept complaining about having a headache for like a week. And I don't blame myself because this is anybody who knows this field that we play. There's just like one tree, and he just ran this crossing pattern, and he just fucking nailed this tree so hard. And I don't blame myself. I don't think it would be right to, but I think about it that this incident hurt, like changed this kid's personality completely. And he got into all kinds of different things. Like I've never known of a head injury, which is what he had. He had a, I imagine he had a pretty bad concussion, but back then nobody paid attention to concussions. CTE wasn't a thing. Ask anybody, it was just not a thing. That only became big like in the 20s. But this kid hit this fucking tree, and no protection, nothing. But it wasn't bloody, so we weren't like too concerned. Like, oh, walk it off, it'll be fine. But this changed his fucking personality forever. To the point where, like, last I heard about this kid, he would ride a bike to the Colorado Mountains, Colorado Rocky, or the Rocky Mountains, and all he would do, somehow he had a mason jar of LSD, and he would just trip for thousands of miles of bike ride, and he would just go back and forth. I mean, it's just like the most fucked up thing. And this kid, first, he was never like that before he hit his head on the street. It really changed the personality. Anyway, did I tell you about that fucking stairwell? All right, we'll get into it. So you were like the Fonz. I was like the Fonz. I could hit the fucking thing, and I always had the football. So it was like we didn't really have jobs. Really. I was never academically eligible to be the. We didn't have like even to play sports, but you could play at recess, and recess is the best. I fucking love recess so much. I still love recess. Really, it's the best. Anyway, so let's talk about this fucking stairs. Alright, so stairs, there's like a column. It's like one stair, like a plateau, and like you look in it, it's like a poor man's fucking baby cave, or like poor man's bedpost society. And there's another step. There are no fucking ramps. Well, there is a ramp, but it's like fucking, Lieutenant Dan in the fucking New York. Really, it's just okay. So there's a plateau, and then another ramp. Then there's like tracks, like these metal tracks. Once you get in there, the stairs get really slippery, and there's like this metal. I don't love the minutia of this fucking stuff. There's like this metal stair edge. And again, if you fucking step on it, you will just be like scalp. Really, like like flay. Really, yeah. And it's just and there's like stairs down and stairs up, and it's one day. You're with all the boys, and we'll take them central stairwell, or whatever. Not taking the boys stairwell. Certainly never taking the boys stairwell. Really, I remember there were parts of the school I did not. Um, perhaps I never was in. Really? Yeah. There were always parts of the school that we wanted to go in, but we weren't allowed to. It was really an interesting place. Even the faculty lounge, we always wondered what was on the side of the faculty lounge. We always figured it was like wanted signs or like fucking how to teach signs. We never knew. And then when we graduated, we poked our head in. It was just like a normal wall. We're always fascinated with areas we couldn't go. It's fucking simple stuff. And then like there's that fucking yearbook room, which with all the beds, and it's the triage unit. Never fucking put it in. I think the only time I ever went in there, I there was another house like on the grounds of the school that like complicated, but there's a house that the school purchased as I got older, and it was in the front yard of the school. We were playing football. Somebody threw me the ball, and I went to catch it, and the like lawn of the school just had a random fucking um, ditch thing, and I fucking turned my ankle in this thing, and I thought it broke my ankle. I did not, but it was a big deal. They had to call my mom, and they put me in the fucking triage room. I think that's the only time I've ever and my fucking ankle very small. My left ankle was not broken. It was very close to and one of the worst things about it, not even close to fucking awful stuff that did we talk about this fucking stereotype? So there's this fucking checkerboard tile that was like whatever, and there's fucking this edge. I'm kind of like, why are you telling us this? There's absolutely no reason. I want you to picture it. And so there's the stairs go down to go into like the lower level of the school, and then you go up, and then it's like the front office, and then there's another level, and that's like there's like a mezzanine floor, not the ground floor. It wasn't really the ground floor. It's like, there was a lower level. And then like a lower level. It was just fucked up. But it wasn't like a basement. It was like just like, I don't know how to describe it. So the front office, and then there's another level up, and then like a plateau, and another level up, and then that's you get to the. I think it's called the third floor. There's the first floor, second floor, and I think it's called the third floor. It technically was. Anyway, we, and as you would look out the windows of the school, there would be like areas of the building that you've never been in. Ask anybody who like wasn't really familiar. There'd be areas of the building that with which you weren't familiar, and you'd be like, "What the fuck's going on there?" And years would go by, and you would never ever get the chance to see what's in there. Though there was one time I won't go into now where we got to explore that part of the school, and it was super nice. We thought it was super nice. It was, but it was like a real mansion. Like, oh, this is fucking holy. Or when it was Dead Poet Society. Like this was really nice with like fucking crown molding and fucking wooden floors and like marble, and I was like, oh, this is the nice part. We never ever really got to. Anyway, chandeliers and shit. Um, and like as the school got bigger, different parts of the building would be open to us. It was very weird. But this main stairwell, this is the OG. So, yeah, so down, up, plateau, and then up. 3 floors. And kids, they say that the sense most typed in their mind is small. And I believe that. Sometimes I'll get a random smell and it'll take me back. Just for a moment, maybe fleeting, but it'll take me back. I'll smell something usually. And there was one day, kids, that it's like it was yesterday. It's like I had flashbacks of it. So we go from like the lower floor, ground floor, first floor. I'm with my friends, whatever. But I say friends, we went swimming. We're we're walking near this central stairwell, and some of the older kids were there, and we kind of like merged. As we're all going to the top stairs, to the top, we had to go to the floor. You ever seen a cartoon where they like tried to show what smell looks like, and they like have the smell like that goes through like this, and then up the fucking nose? That's like the best way I could like describe this. Can we talk about this for a while? So as we approach the stairwell, this like fucking smell goes like right up the fucking nose. And it was like and some of the older kids are like, what the fuck is that? And they're like, oh my god, oh my word, can you believe it? Can you believe it? They're like older. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And even some of the kids in my grade are like, can you believe that just happened? Can you believe that just happened? Now, I can tell you, I smell every fucking smell from this fucking school. Every kind of place. The loudest of places. Kids, I had this one fucking part one time, gorgeous. I'll even talk about it. That's how good it was. I don't know what it was. It was the absolute best part in history of arts. I can just say this. You ask anybody from my class, they will say, they'll remember where they were. They'll be like, oh, we have to sit down for this one. It's like one of those things, like a dateline at 60 minutes, we gotta sit down for this one. And they'll all tell you exactly. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. I had something, I don't know what it was, but to this day, I've never had a part like this before, or like a day where I had like this. It was like I had a boilermaker in my fucking stomach or some shit. Not the drink, just like literally a boiler. Like this school had no air conditioning. They had like individual air conditioning. It was everything. Everything. I just remember there were such bad smells. There was ginkgo, and there's BO and sweat, and sometimes like spoiled food, old milk, like all kinds of just things, and sometimes vomit. Kids, anyway. And I remember my one friend one time um, brought in a stink bomb and put it in the locker room, and it cleared out the locker room. And that was very pungent, like rotten eggs, like sulfur. And I remember the dean of boys comes in and he's looking around and trying to figure out who did it. I remember I remember watching this thing break. Like somebody kicked it into the fucking locker and it shattered and we all fucking ran. I remember that. It just stunk really, really bad. They had to open up all the fucking windows. I can remember teachers at school would smell so bad after we came in, after playing football, all sweaty. They would take the door and go like this and just try to wave out some of the fucking smell. It would, and when you're a young guy, like you're just fucking full of hormones and adrenaline and stuff. And like we'd smell farts, every kind of fart. Farts in the stairwell, farts in the hallway, farts in the school, farts in the room. Like I had this thing with the Doc Martens, I could go like this, and I'd make people think that I was farting. And became cool to be like a farter. Like, you're a good farter. Like, that would be a really good one. Anyway, why? Because it's just funny. Whenever anybody did anything, they have to go like this. Like, some kids couldn't take it. And there's one day I had the worst fucking day. Not because I had to fart so much, but the smell. It was like a sweet potency that has never been emulated in the history of humankind ever. since, nor have I had it previously. It was sweet punches. That's the best way I can describe it. So the first, and the other thing is, you never, or you did absolutely, like, do everything you could to not fart on the way to school. So you save it all up till you got to school, just because you didn't. You're like in a an enclosed place with people. Once you got to school, especially when you got in the locker room with all the boys, you just fucking let farts out, and then they fucking people. That's the thing. People would throw punches, but it wasn't like nobody was getting into it. People wrestled. People fucking punch in the arm until you were bruised on the arm or whatever. But nobody was doing anything to really hurt it. And um, this, so this one day, I was in sophomore high school. We had first class. We had like upstairs. I don't know what it was. I farted allegedly, and it was silent. And everyone who was within like a few meters of me, like they knew, and they were like, "Dude, what is that?" They like knew, like I was mad for that shit. But they're like, "Dude, that's like the worst fucking smell we've ever smelled." And I'm like, "I know." They're like, "No, you don't realize we've had fucking stink bombs go up. We're nearly like that." I mean, it was like making kids tear up, like. And then the fucking bell would ring, and then you're like, you're sitting there, and you're like sitting in this swamp gas. It was just, I was like, oh, this. So then the second class comes by, and I do. And the thing is, when somebody would let it rip, the fucking sometimes it'd be loud, like like the vibration of your ass cheeks on the fucking. I still remember that on the fucking desk, like on the seat of the desk or a chair or something. Like it was just like a boom, like a like a rhythmic instrument almost. Anyway, it was like the drum head, like anyway. I do this the second time. The kids are like, dude, that is the that is the absolute fucking worst smell we've ever smelled in our entire lives. Like that's worse than anything you've ever put out before. That's a new flavor. This motherfucker's changing flavors. And I mean it was tremendous. It was there were kids who were talking about it like it was knocking kids into new dimensions. And the teacher would come in and they'd like, oh, like opening up the fucking window. It's just, and I was like, this is amazing. This fucking formula that I go on. This is fucking pricey, yes. This shit is like Agent Orange. So, man, this is good shit. And these kids come up to me and they're like, if you fart again, like we understand normal farts, but that is not normal. They're like, you need to see a doctor. I'm like, what? I ain't going anywhere. They're like, if you fart again like that, we wouldn't want to do this, but we are going to gang up on you. Do whatever you want to do, but I do need it. They're like, no, seriously. Like, You did it before. You know that you can go to the bathroom. You decide to do it in the middle of the center of this small classroom so that we can't breathe. You know that there are no fans. There's no air conditioning. That's gonna help. There's no fucking Febreze, nothing like that. I don't even know Febreze. Nothing. There's you're gonna if I do this at fucking 9, 10 in the morning, you're gonna be smelling that shit until 9:59 until you get the fucking in the next class. Really? Yeah, that's how it works. Actually, usually though, it wouldn't be. You would stay in the same classroom and the teachers rotated, which is a better way to do it. Because having the home room or whatever, just have the teachers rotate. It's a better way to do it. Anyway, why move 30 fucking, I don't know, in my case it was like 13 boys, but why move 13 boys when you can just move one teacher? Anyway, one kid in the fucking corner just like rocking back and forth. It's like, you okay? Like, what is this? Remember I was talking about like when it was smell like wasps and things like, right? Fucking. Now this wasn't like the loudest part of the ride, allegedly, or the funny. It was the worst smell in the history of smells. I can still tell you to this day, I have smelled maybe thousands of different farts, perhaps of my own, but other people, everybody's farts. There's been nothing before like this, nor nothing after. It was truthfully the most unique concoction in the history of smells. It was sweet, yet powerful yet sweet. I don't know how to describe it. I tell you guys about the stairwell. Anyway, we'll get to it. So, um, it's like second period. Well, these guys said they're gonna gang beat me, and nobody wants that. And they were like, they wouldn't normally like gang up on me. I could hold my own, but like I understood. I'd be like, if the shoe was on the other foot, I would be like, you're a friend. We're gonna beat the living shit out of you. That's what I would say. So third period comes by, and I'm just sitting there smirking. And the kids are like, "Oh shit, he's gonna do it again," and they're like bracing themselves for this. Like the whole fucking 13 boys were just like, and the teacher's like, "What's going on?" And it's gonna gas us. Really? Yeah, gas is mad. Hey, you what? Was everything, baby. Fun. Anyway, they were like, "He's gonna gas us." Really? Like a fucking chamber. And I mean, this shit was like the Zyklon B of fudge. It was yeah. Third period was fun. But I knew I had to. Then lunch and recess. I think we got 30 minutes for lunch and recess. We'd spend 10 minutes at lunch and 20 minutes at recess, and then we had to be back in the school. And we had to be like in our seats in like 5 minutes or something. I'll never forget I was in physics class, which was 10th grade. And two, can you see? I'll fucking line this up for you. Alright, so imagine here. So there's two lines of tables and a board. If you ever were in trouble, the punishment, they wouldn't, you put a dot on the board, draw a circle around it, and then if you stare at the circle long enough, it would go away. It was a 15-minute, 30-minute, 45-minute increments. Worst punishment you get is a double 45 before you get suspension. Something like that. The two, there were two rows, and my seat was in the back row. And I remember and these kids, the teacher was like in the front left corner of the class, which is opposite of where I was. And then there was like this open area uh, to my right. So like, how would you describe? Can you do it like this? Okay. Imagine a line of people. Like, okay, how would you do it? Chalkboards up here. The door is like here. There's like two lines of desks here and they're here. They're just they're just tables with chairs. So the teacher is up by this the whiteboard talking with some other students over here. And I don't know if this is exactly when I did this, but the Heisenberg uncertainty principle has always been something like really interesting. And I didn't know that's what it was called, but I knew I needed an excuse to go talk to the teacher over here. And my seat was like over here in these two rows. And then over here, there's like all kinds of science equipment. And so I get up and I go to talk to the teacher and I go like stand up and go to talk to him. Like the class was going on, but like the teacher was kind of doing some like I remember the two kids he was talking to. And I go up to them and I say to him, is it possible to know the location and speed of a particle? Because if we do, wouldn't you be able to predict the future? He's like, no, you can only know one of them. You can't know both of them. And that to me was bothersome. And I understand, but I think there are ways around it. And I was really just bullshitting to give myself an opportunity to be at the very corner of this room. And that became the epicenter of the biggest bomb since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I walked from there through the double desk of chairs. I went around back. I did a figure eight. So like this. It's the opposite of what I'm doing here. So it's like, uh, so like, and um, I remember there weren't a lot of people where I was sitting because I had a friend of mine, my very good friend from all of school, who had just left the school going to another school because of sports. And I, so he was normally the one who would sit next to me. And I just remember this part of my life where it just felt alone. Not completely alone, but just like, I was still in shock that that happened. And perhaps was, but that didn't really affect this. I'm just saying that that's why there weren't any kids there, like right next to me. There was a kid, the next closest kid to me was like towards the center of the room. And I remember having done this figure eight, and I look at this kid, I'll never forget. And he was just, it was his side profile. And he was just staring dead forward. This kid would stare just dead forward into the fucking. I'm telling you, kids, if you've ever seen, what is it called? Back in World War One, it was called shell shock, and then it was called like post traumatic stress disorder. It's had different names, but it was like bunker trauma, whatever. It was like this kid had the thousand, I think it's 1,000 yard stare, but this kid had 1,000 mile stare. Normally, he'd be like, "Hey," he'd be like, he just was out of it, and you'd be like, "Dog, you've been staring at the fucking wall for 45 minutes. What is it?" And I had to stand next to this kid because he and I had similar names throughout like all our school. And this kid, I remember, I saw his side profile like this, and this caused him to turn his head. And it was like he was the first person to know. And the whole class was still doing their own thing. Kids are writing, other kids are asking the teacher. I just go up and ask, "Can you know where? Couldn't you predict the future if you knew where the location of a particle was and the speed?" And then I like didn't even care about the answer, and I just fucking do my little figure eight. And I go, so it'd be on this side. I go all the way to where all the science equipment is, to the very corner of the room, and I'm fucking like, I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. And I'll never forget the look on these kids' faces. They start, I don't know what the first word was, but it would be like, I just remember, let's get it. And there's a teacher there who was like at the fucking epicenter of this thing and didn't even know it. It's like, I think there's a thing like with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like where the actual bomb like hit, it was like there are still buildings in that area. It's like they were right at the fucking epicenter of this thing. And I fucking went, and I literally went as far from that. They were in the front left of the classroom, and I went all the way to the back right. And I just fucking sat there like, all right, you motherfuckers, I'm taking on the whole fucking class. And 13 boys got up and, in a unified sense, came running at me in the heat, the heat of this pungency, this sweet pungency was everywhere. And they knew, and I knew the rules. I knew they were like, we are going to gang fight you if you do this again. And I knew it. And I knew it. And I know it was like, dog, I know it. I guess that's what's going to happen. Let's roll. And there's this thing I always used to say. What would I say? It's like, um, you want a piece of me? I would always say, you want a piece of me? Really? Yeah. And they wanted a piece of me that day. And they fucking all got up and they fucking were coming at me with fucking fists. And I remember looking at the teacher, like, you're just gonna let 13 people fucking attack me like a horde of Mongols? And he absolutely was going to. This motherfucker has a doctorate. He could have lost his position, but nobody's gonna take it from this smell. He would have just been able to be like, dog, I'm gonna fucking test this fucking smell. It was so. I remember he was just in shock. He was like, "What is that?" And I remember just being like, it was like it was like napalm. It was like Zyklon B. It was like Agent Orange combined. If you could combine that and put it up my asshole, that's what it was like. It was like the most pungent fart in the history of farts. And I've told this story a few times on the street over the last 4 years or so. And every time I tell it, I maintain the accuracy of how bad this motherfucking thing smells. It was. Have you ever seen Jupiter with like back in my day it had like a great red spot and it's like a bunch of fucking gases that are just kind of like going around each other, or like Saturn with that fucking hexagon at the top, but it's like gases that are just like going like this. That's what I imagine my stomach looked like. And that great red spot was like my asshole. It wasn't, but it just that's what I imagined. It was like, you know what chicken paprikash looks like? It's just like kind of looks like Jupiter, kind of like a mishmash of shit. Anyway, I remember just blocking these blows. They never got in my wouldn't punch in the face, but I just blocked them. And then I remember thinking to myself, dude, the teacher isn't like stopping. He's literally letting a dozen plus people fuck me up. And but it was like I was able to like defend myself in front of all these dudes, and they all were like they came at me like this, so maybe they weren't as well ventilated as they could be. But I remember sitting there like standing there like there was like this thing we have with like a strobe light, and it was like a car, and it was supposed to be frictionless. That was there, and these fucking levels were there. I mean, I still remember it very well. Anyway, did I tell you about that stairwell? So that was the worst part in the history of. I remember the teacher was like, "Go to the bathroom." I was like, "But I don't have to go to the bathroom." Just really, yeah. And I was like, "Okay, cool. Just fucking walk around." Um, You ask any of these kids, ask all 13 of them, they will absolutely, every single one of them will remember exactly where they were. And they'll be like, yeah, I was there. And I still think about that being the worst part. The worst smell in the history of smells. I remember it was sweet pungence. That's all I can describe it as. It was, and I've never had anything like that ever since. And I don't know what it is. If you're like, oh, what was it? I'm very consistent, as you can see. I eat the same shit. I do the same things generally, and I was very consistent then, as best I could be. But I don't know what it was. But it was like that meconium. I don't know what that smells like, but it was like it was different than that. But you know how meconium is like a different kind of shit? It's like a baby's first poop. This was a different kind of fart, but it wasn't meconium. But it was sweet pungent. I don't know how to describe it. And that's the thing. If you ask them and they were really truthful, they would say it wasn't like eggs, it wasn't like sulfur, it wasn't like poop. There was a certain sugar to it, like a certain sweetness to it. Like but hot. They wouldn't be like it would be like if you took hot sauce and like cotton candy. It was like there was a certain sweetness to it that was just you know how like in the cartoons they have like the fucking smell that goes like into somebody's nose. That's what I did. And I got all these motherfuckers. I was so proud. I remember sitting there. That was the funny thing. I fucking do the figure eight and I go in the corner and they all fucking turn and they're like, no. That's what no. I remember that's what the word they said. No. Like, no. Let's get him. I mean, it was just like that. No. That's what it was. I think they just said, no. Like, no, you motherfucker. Oh, it's the worst. Okay. I mean, there's nothing more to it than that. Remember, I think they told me to go to the bathroom and I fucking. But I remember the teacher being like, that is such a bad fart. I'm going to let these fuckers wail on this kid for a little while. But I defended myself. I did not take any punches. Really? Yeah. Anyway, it's at the end of your story. No. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell? Alright, so checkers, tile that had no wax, so you're not supposed to wax tiles on stairs. But it's oh, LBT's luxury vinyl tile. All I know is that I think there's a certain like your standard tile size is like 16 or 12 inches, but if it's 9 inches, that is fucking excellent. All right, luxury vinyl plank. No, it's luxury vinyl tile, but no, I thought it was wooden. There's not linoleum. Anyway, actually, this was not LVP or LVT. This was linoleum. It had the fucking smooth surface. It did not have a dimpled surface. This was smooth. But anyway, so it was linoleum. Yeah. Anyway, it was checkered, and then there was this ridge that was metal, and get really, really slippery in this area. So remember I was talking about there were the stairs. You walk into the school, it's like step up, and then another step up, and then you go down. If you go down, the classroom where I ripped ass, and the epicenter was like right ahead. You can actually see it from the doorway. And then if you go up, that's how you go up. And then the main office. And then, so I got a taste of my, not my own medicine. So I remember, I want to say, something like that. And we're about to go up to Central Store. Did I tell you about the Central Store? So, where there were like some older kids who were going up first. We were kind of following them. And I hear from above these older kids. Did you ever see that Seinfeld where? Okay, so when these kids smelled my fart, it was like that Seinfeld where Frank serves the. He's got the Jewish. Matchmaking event. I'm sorry, these aren't supposed to be thrown. We covered Nita today. Nita, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. Which one is it? It's whatever you want it to be. Alright, so Frank Costanza when he's cooking in Korea. Jewish symbols. Alright, there you go. I have to talk over it though. Why? Because I don't want to get copyright strikes. He doesn't know anything about cooking. Korea. Grandpa was in Korea. Really? Yeah. Really? You met him. Really? Uh-huh. Something like that. When you ask these kids, this is the kind of response that they're gonna give you. Especially this one kid with the 1,000 stare. Really? Kid working for the government. It's a contractor somewhere. This smell, I bet it's still in the nasal catch. The minutia of my story, that's where I get you guys. Minutia. I'm Mr. Minutia. I'm Mr. Big. Sexiest motherfucker of all time. We won't go into that though. Why? I, this smell, it was so sweet. What the fuck happened here? What the fuck happened here? This, except it wasn't from eating, but it was. I just heard, the smell did this to people, kid. Really? I remember it like it was yesterday. That's the sound that they made when they smelled this. 16 of these motherfuckers came to fight me, and I took them all down. Really? I defended myself very well. It was wild shit. That's true. Absolutely. There you go. Is that the end of it? I love when he goes, "This sucks." I love how he says it. Well, it sucks. I love that. I'm back, baby. Who do these two people remind you of? Hi, parents. Really? Yeah. George! They remind you of your parents in some way. I have to talk, but I don't want to do this after this. No break. Phoenix, rising. Flashback. Flashbacks, kid. They'll remember. Ask any of them. I am sure of it. You're sure of it? Guaranteed. Guaranteed. They still remember them coming after you like a fucking wild, wild west gang with their fucking shirts over their fucking noses and everything. Yeah, yeah. You want to listen? I used to say that all the time. Really? Yeah, because I'm the sickest motherfucker on earth. Anyway, did I tell you kids about this fucking stairwell? So there's a, like, okay, there's like sidewalk, and then there's like a landing. It's like fucking bully or poor man's Mr. Allen's open or the poor man's Dead Foot Society. Double doors, then like a ledge, fucking door tracks, and then there's this fucking linoleum tile. Pretty sure it's linoleum, nothing luxury about this, and it's fucking. It was like it was like checkerboard, like white, like not even not was white, but now it's like super tan and fucking ugly too. Worst colors. Anyway, you go down the stairs. Right there is the epicenter of where I did my ass raping. Really? Wouldn't call it that. Ass raping is like where you fuck somebody's ass. Um, Nasal raping. That's not true. Whatever. Just we'll consider that to be. What do you call it? Point zero? No. Ground zero. That bitch was ground zero. Now you got the stairs that go up. There's the office, and then the stairs. There's a plateau. There's a fucking window or something that had like frosted glass. You couldn't even fucking tell. But there's some part of the school you've never been to. It's like a fucking maze. This school is like a fucking maze. And then the upstairs, and then okay, and kids, we were just, and other things, you'd have these fucking backpacks with so much fucking shit in them, and you'd have like all this fucking shit, flashcards, and fucking 15 different books. You're never gonna use them. In fact, one time, we all after school used to put our books down uh, when we were waiting to go home, and I had a book bag that had like a fucking rubber bottom with like a tire on the bottom, and I put this backpack on, and it was super super heavy. And I go home, and I don't fucking look at my schoolwork yet, and we get this call, and it's one of the teachers, and it turned out that I had taken their son's backpack, and they were like, oh, their backpack was really light, when I still thought it was fucking heavy as shit. And so my dad took me to go to this person's house so I could get the right backpack. But they were exactly the same kind of backpack. Anyway, and we got these fucking rucksacks and all these fucking books, and we're just fucking like turtles going up the stairs. But we didn't get to the stairs. Did I tell you about the central stairwell? Anyway, so we fucking walk in, and I see the kids who are older, the boys who are older than I am, and they go, and I just hear some of them just start saying, like, no fucking way. And I'm like, what is going on? And they start pulling this move, and I'm like, what is going on? And then the kids around me are like, what is that? And I'm like, what do you? And then I get it. And then I get it. And then I got it. I got it. And then I knew what they were talking about. Kids, have you ever smelled a fish hatchery? I mean, say, no, what are you talking about? Smelling a fish hatchery? We've never done something so much. I'd say, I know. Well, I have. And that is the closest thing that I can describe to the smell of my nose. And it remember like in the cartoons where the fucking smell goes and it goes like this? Well, I remember being like, what? What is that? It smells. And we started going up the stairs and it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It was like I was expecting to get to the top of the stairs and see somebody just filleting fucking salmon. Or like one of those fucking Japanese chefs with cutting into fucking tuna. Have you ever seen like when they get caviar? From sturgeons? You ever see when they get the caviar and they get like fucking they like massage it? I mean, I would have expected to see somebody massaging a sturgeon at the top of the fucking stairs. I was like, and as I got, I mean, I wasn't even at the fucking first plateau yet. We're at like the office like level, and I couldn't tell if it was worse there or if, as I got higher from an altitude standpoint, if it got, I couldn't tell. I could just tell. It's like you were at a crossroads, and both of them spelled like. And I've been my class is on the third floor, so I gotta go fucking dive back into this motherfucking thing. So as I go up the stairs, my feet are like touching that tile with that fucking metal ridge. I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck happened in this stairwell? And the guys are fucking laughing. And it's like the higher these people go in the stairwell, the the more that they're laughing. Get it? I get that the stairs to the last plateau before the top, and there's like a frosted glass and fucking dusty ass windowsill and this little like linoleum plateau, and fucking it was as strong there as it was near the office. And I thought, what is this? It's only the second class of the day. What the fuck? And as I got to the top of the stairs, I really expected a Japanese tuna chef setup or sturgeon having caviar removed or someone filleting salmon. There was nothing. It was like it was any other day on that stairwell, except for the smell. And I still don't know necessarily what happened. We were asking the older kids, what is that? And they were laughing. And some of the kids in our class, I think, were laughing. But we're still, to this day, I don't know who it was. I don't necessarily know exactly what happened, but I have no suspicion. Like, yeah, that's still somewhere here. Somehow. And a young woman. And use that stairwell. First period. During first period. It's like, go fuck yourself. No. What up, P-boy? How you living, pimp? All right. Did you create everything? Did you check your links? They all work? You have a Spotify? Get out of here. P-boy. P-boy. Wait, we talked about this. We talked about this. Wait, what did you say? You can only create a creator account? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. You don't have a what? All right. All right. All right. All right. Do you have a Mastodon account? Do you have a Truth Social account? Okay, what ones don't you have? What ones don't you have? Okay, I'm gonna look right now. That's okay. That's okay. All right, my friend. Right, right, right. It looks really good. Now, what I want you to do is change the out the it looks really good. So let me congratulate you on this. I want you to change the theme to be like the ones that I sent you so that they're vertical. So you don't have to know the name of the different um, platform to be able to click it. It's really good though. So basically, go to the one that I sent you. Do you see? Go to the message that I sent you, and I gave you an example. Okay, so do you see the example? It's called Honey Badger Hoba. Do you see the? Look, I'll send you the link. Okay, go to the link that I just sent you. Do you see that I sent you a link? Do you see the link, P-boy?
if I like your yoga mats where we planting 10 or 20 trees dedicated to yoga week. That's all I got. I hope everyone's having a good day. Do something kind for yourself and for someone that you care about. And let's grow some trees. Thank you. Let it grow like love, man. It will make you a lot of people happy. Alright? Let get it. You know, breathe, move, grow, and happen. And how you do it will happen when you so guys, thank you so much. This 2 days, in 3 days, I'm still going to go to it. I have not been, connecting to my community with you guys. I'm not connecting through my heart and by the way, well, I just was want to know when you guys were about the issue of this follow store. I'm a really good research. You can check my follow situation. You can see that it's been stable balance. People are not doing well. Guys, Rani has taught me how to do something for so many people. Anyways, thank you so much for having me. I'm very much happy to see how this community is doing well. They are growing so much. People are dying to see how they can, participate and give this combination a kind of, growth that has no limit. Guys, we are doing really well. We are confident 3 billion time to come. We're gonna make it happen. Thank you so much. Peace. Absolutely, absolutely. Bigger and bigger and massive. But you know what? This is not gonna be only a history, but it's gonna be a kind of a legendary, stuff that is gonna be left for our left grandfathers and so many things. And you know what? I'm so happy to see that I have the legacy I'm gonna leave to my kids and their own kids too. So you know what, Jimmy, you're so wonderful and I really appreciate knowing you because we are gonna make this combination massive. Thank you so much for having me. See you for your work, guys. Do well to let's connect. Over to you. Yeah, boy, definitely. Yo, buddy, look, man, it was like, hey, let's bring it over. Hey, I remember your incident cut out when we were like mid-interview for the announcement program, right? Yeah. Well, you told me why you want to be a part of it. I think you were then explaining how you were gonna do you want to pick up where you left off or how? Yeah, absolutely. I was trying to explain how things were, especially on part of like you said, deforestation so much just been the kind of thing that's people are, getting so much into this what they are wanting to, just use one nature as well, and it's kind of going out of hand. And I realized these are the kind of things we can improve on. So as a person that is within this community and having the kind of community here that is watching the community that has wonderful ideology, I need to tap in with my whatsoever I can because absolutely incredible. I do space hostings. I am also a person that actually enjoy each other, hip hop following each other, guys. Those who let's make this on the listeners, please do post in any of your media, hip hop following everyone you see on the timeline, like every post. Yeah, let's get used to each other. Thank you, everyone for every post on the timeline. Okay, I'm gonna rotate you guys to any questions you might want to get into. Definitely can. We just got some legends requesting it, and I gotta rotate through everybody, right? So as much request as I can get, check my phone. Here you go. Do I appreciate the growth? Oh my God, you know, I did the community, no. I said community. Thank you, Jimmy, for bringing me to the grow stage. I'm not gross down, but I'm grow happy to be here. But I don't really know how to grow host. So I need a quick grow lesson in the grow game and grow better. Yeah, I don't want to do this live and fumble the ball a lot of it like day to day. So those my hands today hurt supposedly. I'm just gonna chill, and if I need to do something, please tell me to do it. Alright, you're good, bro. Grow is basically unmuted anytime, and they're basically stabilizing the spaces. So, if my phone runs, which it tends to do, then you guys will just keep the space live until I get back in here. That's pretty fun having grow hosts. Without further ado, what is happening? Wait. Or grow industry, either or. Taking that opportunity.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, Tree Jen. If you all weren't aware, we are 116 days exactly on our way to June 5th, the big day when 1 billion trees will be planted. Get your countdowns ready. It's very exciting. Also, you should know that you should do exactly what Block Circle did, and that is follow every single person in this space and make sure that you are following everyone who is following you. I do the same thing in any space that I go to. You'll notice I'm following every single person in here. You should know, though, unfortunately, you can't follow over a certain amount. And if I get to that point where I max out, sometimes I have to unfollow people who aren't following me. So you want to make sure that you're following me so that you don't get unfollowed. That's very important. Nobody wants an unfollow, especially as important as someone who is working for world peace as much as I am. If you weren't aware, I have been 24/7 streaming an X space now for more than 350 straight days. And not just on audio, but also on video as well. So if you ever check in the Twitter space search and you type rabbi or shill or share or any of those keywords, you'll notice that I'm always live in there. And I've been doing that almost for an entire year. You don't know anyone else who 24/7 X spaces for an entire year, especially on video. It's a one of its kind of project. But that being said, is not the most unique thing about what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links that are available in my profile, additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently overachieved the amount of 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Clap, clap, soundboard, clap, clap. That's from Rabbi Rothschild in Las Vegas. Right, Randy? Jack's wonderful too. What's that? Alright, I see Rocco's hand is up. High five, no matter where it is. Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to the speaker co-host. Don't stop, my guy. I love you. Man, what's going on? Well, last month here, we did regular life. Then in March, I don't talk to you very often, especially because we're close. But now you see, I don't want to say yo. Like, I hope you're having an amazing day. Are you like a heavy fan of football? Are you gonna watch today?
No, no, I'm driving, doing the open. It's the last day of England over here, so I am dealing with all the craziness of people going to this crazy golf event out here, and it's 76 degrees. Sorry, guys, it's gonna be 83 here today, but yeah, I just came up here to say hello and show some support.
Well, that's really cool of you because right now where I am at, it is a lovely and balmy 14 degrees. It is 14 degrees outside. We're all dying slowly. And Danielle, I thought you and I were starting to become friends. I feel like you definitely came here to rub it in my face. Guys, make sure you are following Danielle. It's so good to have you here. We appreciate you stopping by. Big shout out to you. Thank you so much. Guys, while we're speaking, while we're hanging out, while we are vibing in here, make sure you are connecting with one another, dropping some follows, and engaging, fam. Jump on somebody's page, drop a kind word, some support, anything. We can actually lift each other up in these spaces. It is so very important that we're there for one another. Shout out to all of you in this space, guys. Let's keep cooking. I want to go to the very next speaker, which is going to be Crypto Keys, because he has just arrived. What is good, fam? How are you doing today?
Yo, what is up, fam? Great to see everybody. Peanut, I got a chance to meet you a few weeks ago. It's wonderful to be in the same space with you. I love your energy, and I'm really kind of sharing the same sentiment. I feel like, here these communities, like if you're in the right ones, they just swoop you up, and there's so much love and so much support. So just like Danielle, I'm just here, just showing support and just lending my good energy to everybody. Um, yeah, dude. I don't even feel like doing a super big show. Like, I really just wanted to be here and hang out with everybody. But I am a space host, so if you want to check out my profile and we're Campfire Chronicles every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, like I said, like I don't even really feel like chilling too much, but I love everybody, and it's good to see everybody here on Sunday. So shout out to you guys. And why is it so cold, bro? Like, do something about it, man.
Bro, I'm working on it as we speak. It's something, it's a topic of discussion within the Yucky Ducks community. They said they would trust me a lot more as a founder if I could make things a bit warmer. So that's what I gotta do. Everything's gonna get warmer. I'm gonna do this for my community. It simply must be done.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Bro, it's coming, fam. It is coming in Crypto Keys. While you're up here, bro, let's see that emoji game, fam. As we're still living on that high, bro. I wanna see what you got right now, and I wanna see those emojis.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, I can do it on command. I used to struggle. I feel like people know how to do it, but they don't really know how to do it. So if you want to like learn the alpha, you gotta hit me in the DM.
Bro, you just took me on an emotional roller coaster
having you, man. So you want to jump in and say something at any point, bro? Just let me know. It is a pleasure having you here. So grateful you decided to stop by. And bro, I hope you're having an amazing Sunday. I hope everybody in this room is having an amazing Sunday. Guys, we're going to be doing giveaways throughout this space for some of the people who are absolutely locked in. I'm about to post the very first giveaway, a kind of main one, in just a few minutes. I'm going to get that cooked up. While I do that, I'm going to toss the mic back to 32 Dream. She's going to pick something. Maybe the replies in the purple pill. Do some shout outs. Say a little something about herself. 32 Dream, what is good, man?
Alright. I could do some shout outs. Forget, I was just scrolling a second ago. Let me see. I got a tune in my throat. I hope I'm not getting sick. That would be awful. But anyway, we have Scorpio, Jasper, Shamir, Ninja, Moji, Shafiel, I believe that's how you say. Israel, Jason, Secret, Joe, Joel, Eagle Monkeys, David Stern, Jeremy, Dave, AJ, Sam, Itachi, Melanin Defy, Flashmo.tgm, Denali's NFTs, Dan FX, Gifted Hans, Coach, Crypto Keys, as well as Osriel, just got you the name, follow, and a little something about me, guys. I'm a content creator and artist, and I'm working on a project called The Squishies. For those that have not heard about The Squishies, I basically make art of people's noses and lips for those that don't themselves. Eventually, I'm going to launch some cartoons and then launch some of the NFTs. But currently, I'm just trying to build up my page, build up more people to, get on board with what I'm doing. And it's a little something about me. And I'm always space cadeting, meeting new friends, and just having a good time. And I also post some random comedy. So if you love laughing, just hit my page up and there you go.
Full of smiles. Guys, definitely check out her page. I love the artwork. I love the squishies. I love that 32 Dream is here with all of us. Shout out to you. Of course, give her a follow. Let's keep cooking. We have Joker back on the stage. Bro, we brought you up, and then you rugged back up here. All of us. The mic is yours, man.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dudes and dudes, it's that time of the day where the biggest headline of the energy, it's that time of the day where I say it's happy Sunday to Yoki Ducks, Peanut, Vibes, White, and it's really Mark Hardy, and I want to say here to everybody on the space, how you doing? How you doing? Hope you guys went to church today. Hope you actually pray to God that your coming week is gonna be fucking fruitful because it's that time of the day where I go crazy and say how you doing? Yo, Kenny, what's good, my brody?
Bro, everything is good. You are still riding on cloud nine. So good to hear your voice, man. Bro, every time I talk to you for the next like month, I'm gonna be telling you congratulations again on the graduation, bro. Major shit, man. So good to have you here today, man.
It's also awesome to be here. Just not a boy, okay? You guys that I know way on time. So guys, my name is Joker. I'm a community strategist. I'm a community builder, and also I'm also a marketer and influencer. See, I'm also a space host. I am the energy you need in your project, bro. I bring crazy ideas that I've worked on of projects. I bring meaning to your project. I bring value to your project. I bring the futureability you need to your project. And it's something to have someone that you can rely on the project as a dev. I'm that guy for you. And I really want to connect with a lot of new people in this space because, bro, the connection on this space right now is one of the best things I can say I've ever had. Just imagine me connecting with one of the biggest communities on X, the Yogi Ducks community, and they showed me the kind of love I have never felt in the space before. And it's just been amazing. Like, bro, like I don't know how to really comprehend this Silky. Like, she's just amazing. She's like my mom. She's like my mom on Jane. It's crazy. So, you guys follow me, follow back. Let's cook. Your invite page. I just DM me. I'll drop ideas for you. You want to work with me? Let's just do something, man. That time of the year we were going all in. Crypto is going wild, and let's go back together. So, Yoki Doki, I love you so much. Thank you for always being here. I'm always gonna be here to support you guys forever.
Bro, and we're gonna be here to support you right back. This space is all about the connections, all about the community. And when I say this space, I don't mean literally this space. I mean just crypto Twitter, Web3,
as a whole. I'm a firm believer of collaboration. You know, when you have like-minded projects that are community first, that have something to offer, it's so important for them to work together. It's so important for us to do it together. So shout out to you, Joker. Thank you so much for being here. Such a pleasure to hear your voice each and every time you're in this space. Guys, we have so many amazing speakers in this room right now, so many great projects, so many amazing listeners. Make sure you are tapping in and make sure you are requesting to speak, fam. I'm going to be doing shout outs throughout the space for some of you who are requesting to speak. You guys are locked in. I appreciate you guys. If you look up in the Jumbotron, and I'm a liar because I definitely did not put it in the Jumbotron yet at all, so I'm going to do that right now. And now it will be posted. There it is in the Jumbotron. You guys will see our weekly meme contest announcement. It is featuring Peanut. Yo, Peanut, when you have a second, bro, you should check out the image in the Discord. Well, you'll see it when people start posting about it. It's pretty funny, bro. I will take a look. Sorry, this on mute button sometimes. Navigating between tabs can be a lot. I'm going to go take a peek right now. Bro, it's all good. It's in the Yuck Off Alert channel. You'll see the actual image, and it's a ton of fun. And it's like, bro, it's one of those things that when my artist made the image, he sends me an email and he's like, yo, is he going to get mad about it? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't really talked to Peanut. I got to see. I think it's fine, but we got to find out. So, Peanut, will let me know how you feel about the image that we just made, bro. I've got to know. Guys, we are picking two winners for this meme contest. All you have to do is jump into the bottom Discord. That Discord link is right on my bio, guys. It's right on my page. You jump in there, you're gonna grab the real image. Take the real image, meme it, caption it, change it, do whatever you want. We're gonna be picking two winners. They're gonna get $50 in Ethereum each, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. Just make sure you post it up on X, tag me, tag Peanut, and just have a good time because that is exactly what these things are about. They're about having fun, man. They're about vibing with each other. So lock in and get that done, and we'll have an amazing day. Melon and DeFi, you are in the room. I'm gonna keep switching around the stage just a little bit because I gotta get more people up here. While I do that, Melon and DeFi, take the mic, fam. How are you doing today?
Hey, Yucky, that's really amazing. Thank you so much for having me every single time. It's always a pleasure to be here with you guys. Shout out to you, Peanuts. Shout out to you, guys. Shout out to you, Peanuts. And shout out to you, TJB, and every single amazing speaker here and every listener here. I'm a content creator. I'm a content creator as a KOL. And I would love to do a lot of what you're working with, which is speak and word. Last year we had the dance, which was and we actually graduated at the end of last year, December, which was actually a success. And currently, I do have another card, which you'll be able to access your data in real life. So currently, we do have like
was like, how about we roast some marshmallows, and then maybe we get a steak, and then maybe he's just listing all of these ridiculous things. I'm like, bro, just stick with the marshmallow. We'll just start there because your PFP is so fire, like literally and awesome, that it kind of gave him so much to work with. So every now and then I'll talk to him where he just truly gets excited about drawing a piece of art. So he really gets pumped up about it, and this was one of them. So I hope you enjoy it for sure. Guys, that meme contest is going on right now. Make sure you're doing your submissions. It is just about good times and having a lot of fun. Tag Nina, tag Yakina, get them up there. We're going to be reviewing them. And then we're going to absolutely cook. And bro, are you able to, like, so since I'm picking two winners, are you down to pick one of the winners in like a day or so? I normally announce it like tomorrow or the next day. Would you be down to pick kind of one of the winners? I can always message you a bunch of finalists, see what you think.
Yeah, yeah, definitely too. And I know, sometimes people may be worried about engagement or overall impressions and stuff. So, even from my end too, rather than just looking at, what certain people get in terms of exposure, I'd love just to pick one I think is the most creative too. So, I know some people may be a little bit worried, but you can maybe compile some, I'll look through some too, and we'll kind of narrow it down. And again, so it doesn't matter how many impressions, whatever the analytics, I don't care. If you got something creative, you put something funny out, like it makes me laugh, I really resonate with it. That will be my pick for the contest for the giveaway.
Bro, that's perfect. I'm on the same time. We don't look at the impressions. We don't look at the likes of the retweets. We're just looking at the fun, man. We're just looking at the fun. Shout out to you, Peter. Guys, make sure we're reaching out to everyone. Make sure we're connecting. Make sure we are vibing, guys. It is an amazing Sunday. So pumped up to be here. NFT Kid, my guy, I see you down in the audience. Big shout out to you, bro. Hope everything's going great, that you're feeling well. And, man, it's always good to see that PFP. You know you're welcome, my guy. Big shout out to you guys. Make sure you find him down there and show him some love. Big shout out to him. Guys, let's keep moving. So many people that have something to say, projects to shill, maybe they want to show themselves, or perhaps they just want to come up here and say hello. Whatever the reason you are in this space right now, all I can say is thank you. Thank you for spending a little bit of your day, a little bit of your time in here with each and every one of us. Let's move to the next speaker. Velvet, what is going on, bro? I just saw you in the Discord for vibing. So good to see you again, fam.
Good to see you. How's it going, Val? How's everybody down there? And you got down there, like on the Discord, I actually got you the lurker, so I guess I'm not a lurker anymore.
Yo, bro, you are locked in. No more lurking. You are actually here. We can see you, bro. So good to have you.
So good being here. I don't know if I want to chill today or if I just want to talk, but yeah, it's been a good show so far.
Bro, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. And yes, so it's not even like these spaces don't need to be a hardcore show. They can be whatever you want to come up here and say. If you want to say something about yourself, drop some support. You know what? I got a question for you. I'm just gonna drop your questions if you don't want to chill, and that's totally cool. Random. We had this discussion a while back, but I'm curious, bro. What does success look like to you?
What is success? That's a question right there. That's kind of like what is normal.
No, it's tough. I mean, it's a good one, but I feel like everyone has their own view, their own desires when they're looking at success. So for you, what is it? Is it a certain amount of monetary gain? Is it a situation where, you're just at peace in your life? What does success look like to you if you don't mind sharing?
I think the easiest way to say it would be family.
That's legitimate, bro. That's a really good. I mean, it all comes down to the family. No, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you sharing. Guys, make sure you're connecting with Velvet. Velvet, I appreciate you stopping by today. It's always great to see that BFP. It's always great to see you, to hear your voice, you showing up. And, man, my support you the same. So, guys, make sure you're giving him a follow. Make sure you're engaging. And make sure you're doing exactly what needs to be done. Eddie, what is good, bro? I know you're having a little bit of issues coming up and down. It's so good to see you, man. How are you doing today?
It's been amazing. Yeah, man, we can hear you perfectly right now. At least I can, bro. It's good to hear you. Does it sound any better now?
Well, it's often I can pick for you. So, yeah, so how's the Yogi dogs doing? And I've been occupied with spaces, obviously we've been having 24-hour spaces that ended last night. Yeah, it was a really, really long, it's been a really long 2 days, I would say, because it started on Friday and ended last night. So it's been, yeah, it's been a lot, and there's been fun so far. And you did want to some of the spaces to show your support, and just had to, show up for the Yoki Dog fam as well. And Peanut did come in for space, and just wanted to thank him for that as well. And the mint has been going slow, it's I'm happy with the way it's going. It's an expensive mint and it's on Solana, so it's taking its time, but we're getting there. And at the 1,000 NFT mint, once the 1,000 NFT is minted, it will be going to be built in the whitelist spots. So if you haven't gotten the source of the NFT, please do. Well, to get one, the whitelist fares is going at 0.65, the public is at 0.775, and this NFT does come with a utility in the sense that 18% of the new fund will be going into diversified trading and liquidity systems. So every quarter you'll be getting airdrops from profits trading on these funds. And if you do have any questions, you can check our website, supportnft.com. We do have the white paper there as well. You can go through that, and we do have the Discord link there as well. You can open a ticket, ask whatever questions you have concerning that, and yeah, just here to provide like a keynote.
Bro, Eddie, I appreciate you stopping by, man. Just showing that support. I'm super excited for the Soul City land. That's why I jumped over there. I minted several. I'll likely mint some more. You guys are cooking, bro. How long are you guys going to be doing the 24-hour spaces? Is it just through the weekend? Are you guys going to be done come Monday? Is this going to go on a little bit longer, man?
The 24-hour spaces for now, it's more regular spaces now, and for the 24-hour space that's been dated, it was rotated. Go hosted the first space on the Soulbox account, then to Rentic, and then to me and Rossi. So it was a really long run, and it was something we decided to try, and it was fun to work. And I don't know if we're going to be renewing that because a lot of people are sleep deprived at this point, and attention on these schemes. So yeah.
Bro, shout out to you. I know it's tough. So Peanut, and I guess everybody in this space. This is like around Christmas. This is around Christmas time, I think. I reached out to Vibes and I'm like, bro, you and I are gonna do a 24-hour space. I'm gonna be so locked in. It's gonna be absolutely amazing. We're gonna bring the heat the entire space. And Vibes is like, if you know Vibes, he's down for whatever. He's like, man, if you're sure, we're absolutely gonna do this. Let's go. Bro, I've been doing spaces a little bit longer. As Christmas came by, I hit him up. I'm like, you know what? Let's cut this down to about 12-hour spaces. We're gonna do a 12-hour space, and it's gonna cook. It is going to be amazing. Fast forward like 2 more days, bro. I swear to you, that space ended up only being 4 hours. 4 hours was pretty much my cap point. That's as long as I can go. Peanut, how long have you hosted a space for, man? Like you personally, like your longest space?
that's the biggest thing too. I know again with some of the longer spaces, it can be even a little bit more difficult to retain everything. So yeah, nothing crazy. 7 8 hours at most.
No, yeah, to me that's crazy. So right now, like my spaces that I run during the week, they hit a pretty solid 2 hours. It's pretty much where I'm at. The only time it runs longer is actually on Mondays, bro. We do a 2 hour space here, and then I jump over to Spaces Media LLC, and I do another like hour and a half. So it ends up being about what was that, 3.5 hours. I have to log in. Math is so hard for me. It's right about 3.5 hours. And that for me, it's pretty much like I'm done. That's usually my cap. I am a big fan of like the shorter spaces. But that's just that's just me. But I admire the guys who are just like high energy, going for like 6 7 8 hours, absolutely crushing it. Shout out to all of you guys that crush it in the spaces. We see you, and I see Lucky Wiz flashing those emojis. What is good, fam? How are you doing today? I appreciate all you guys. Make sure you're dropping your lines. Make sure you're retweeting the space calls. Make sure you're showing our special guest a little bit of love. So good to have you here, my guy. I'm going to be looking for the audience. I want to see people flashing their emojis. Yeah, bro. So when I jumped into your space at the 4 year, and this is actually what I guess last week at the 4 year anniversary, or maybe it was a couple days ago. I lose track of all space and time, bro. So I apologize. Your PFP at that point, it was a little bit different, right? I saw you had a bunch of. Did we have any of those numbers right now? Actually, you guys have been rocking a different PFP, right?
Yeah, so we were rocking the main long lost logo.
Okay.
Yeah, we Scott Sheridan, who's the CEO for One Loss, he had the idea to kind of switch it up. And funny enough, we had actually swapped his current PFP and then my PFP. We swapped last year for the 3 year anniversary mark, and there was kind of like a symbolic meaning to it as well. And so we did that last year, and so this year we came up with the idea of everyone basically swapping their PFPs to the Team Unlost logo, and I'm not gonna lie, Chris, I was like, I wasn't sure if I was doing it. But then sure enough, like a bunch of us had swapped over on Tuesday going into Wednesday. We have our community space on Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. The dungeon, underworld space. Anyone's welcome. Not just the long lost space, but people in the long lost community host it. And so we swapped it over then, and a bunch of us carried it over into Thursday, and then even a little bit of Friday as well. And so it was really cool to see, a bunch of us switch it over again, just in unison of obviously Keith, like you were saying, Kira, Darius as well, good person here in the space, Sersky, trying to get out west, brother West, good friend of mine too, Kane, see down there, Chucks, Tone, Dead Duck Collective down there, BK Born, a lot of good friends of mine that I've been able to connect with over the years here too. And I always saw some other lost dudes that have been hanging out as well. So, yeah, shout out to everyone that has made it up here on stage and those that are listening down there engaging and putting on all the likes and reposts and comments. It really does mean a lot. So, yeah, just wanted to share my appreciation for you guys hosting this and letting me come up and share. And those that are here supporting on stage, listening in, and all the engagement. It's really been great to see.
Bro, it's been amazing. It's been an amazing space, an amazing day. But I'm pretty easy to please, bro. If I'm in a room with everyone, all of you guys, and we're just vibing, and we're just hanging out, and I'm having a great time every time. Thank you so much, Mina. Big shout out to you. Guys, we're going to do a very quick reset of the room. We're going to do a very quick emoji dance contest. I want to see you guys moving those emojis because I just got a message from 32 Street. She has looked down through the audience and she has spotted somebody that is not following Pina. She is absolutely shocked. She is horrified. She doesn't know what to do, so she sent me a message. She said, we have got to get on it right away. She said, Pina is such a nice guy. He and I called him out. That is why, and all of us, we have got your back, Pina. We're going to get this done. Everybody make sure they give my guy a follow. You guys have about 30 seconds. I want to see who is moving those emojis in an absolute ungodly fashion. I have got to see you working. I'm talking about working like TJs, working like crypto keys. May have fell asleep eating a chicken sandwich. Bro, are you active crypto keys? I have got to know. Let's use those emojis. 30 seconds start just about right now, guys. Let's go.
Young ducks in the bag like quick. Peter step up, put a joke on the track. She's in the bag, got him circling fast. You ain't top follow, that phone finna pass.
Please roll it back. Finger in the air, let me take it real fast. Stop doing what you looking at. Time lemon tasty, algorithm fitted. They'll die permanent. Look at it. Love won't be coming to your flat. Peter in your pantry dancing on your bread. I see your wife, I live in your head. That's a red flag, pretty. We appear in your shower like soap. You red. You might say, man, yo, boy, yo.
If you guys were moving those emojis right there, yo, Pina, did you see anything that blew your mind, man?
Yeah, I was gonna say real quick too. I didn't see too many. I know that there are a lot of emojis going up. I wasn't paying too much attention to all the emojis. I was really just I like to listen to the lyrics and immerse myself into the music. Might have gotten a little lost in the tunes, which I'm appreciative of the effort and the intentionality that went into that. I just had a quick little side word here too before we continue on. I did send a couple of potential songs that could be played maybe in the space even. Those are in our catalog for the one catalog. There's 60 songs in there. And I think those would be nothing but great if you could play more more than two. One I would love, absolutely love to hear what the person have at the end of the day. What she's definitely expected to be more harmonious. Definitely, yeah, I can get my speaker hooked up to my other device and
Whatever you want to do, whatever that song is. I don't want to do it on my side because anytime I do it, it comes choppy and messed up. I don't want to do it. I use like a mixer that's connected to my computer and then I can so that it comes through. So I don't have to download it and have it. But yeah, bro, you can definitely play that. Sorry, I didn't see that message, man. If you guys did not get the message, Peanut is not a snack. He is. But what the fuck? I don't even know what that song was about, but it made me laugh so much. Bro, Trey Jen great addition. I just added that literally like 2 days ago, bro. So we're super pumped about that. And we're pumped about working with you, man. While you're still up here, because I know you have so much to do, so many things you're cooking. Bro, can you let everyone know just about the day that is coming very soon? We're gonna be getting 1 million trees
AFC South. It's because Florida is South. That's why. Which means Tampa Bay would also be AFC South. No. They would be in the NFC South. It's because they're not in the AFC, they're in the NFC. That's why. Which means if you placed a bet on Bovada for Miami to win their division, that division would be NFC South. No. AFC South. No. The Miami Dolphins are going to be in the AFC East. It's because the AFC South is going to have other teams that are farther north, like the Tennessee Titans, the Indianapolis Colts. Also, you should never bet on Miami winning the
I think it's a very minimum. I think this field is actually brilliant. We've got 12 countries. So I went to conference and I got 11 different countries. It's mostly for Islam environments. I rolled up with a press badge and I was telling them about what happened in Ethiopia. They're meeting all the time. Now that's the impact you want to make in this role. And then like suggested, let's do this in your country. And they talked to them to do that and shake their hand. And a lot of them put one up. They put one up. Just be like a flag or something thing. I signed up 11 and we got the 12th country recently. And now they're going to further her. She did the longest tree hunt, which is 72 straight hours. She did that in Kenya. Because of that, is now in charge of the Kenya has, and she has directed the president of the government. And now we have Kenya here. So we're going to keep growing this movement and we're going to make history. It's not just about getting tree planted, it's about what happens after that. Because right now, we tell people, hey, million trees in a day, they think it's absolutely crazy. Because it's never been done. But once we accomplish it, it's just like moving a mile, but how good is possible to run a mile in 3 minutes? The same year that someone did it much faster back in 1950. Just the brother did it, right? And the same thing is going to happen. Sorry about the background noise. It's a bit of a loud talk right now. Same thing's going to happen with the tree day, right? We're able to see what is possible. It's going to keep happening. And so that is why we're doing this. And I'm super grateful for everyone's support. It's helping make it happen. It's making a real difference. And thank you so much for all the hard work for your support this region. And if you get those young boys on the Discord, bro, 100 trees, that's no small thing. We're doing big growth trees. It's a really, really impactful customized person. They get too much of that type of environment. Like 100 trees is a big deal. Because you know, you're a boy, like, let's grow. Like, that's amazing.
Bro, shout out to you. So glad you're here. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm pumped up about these million trees. I'm pumped up about working with you. And again, bro, I'm so grateful for all the things that you're doing. Guys, make sure you are following Tree Gems. Make sure that you are locked in with what they're doing. This tree planting, everybody can do it. On this day, everybody can get involved. Everybody can plant some trees. Everybody can do just a little bit good. So big shout out to you. Thank you again so much. Guys, I forgot. I got so wrapped up in the conversation with Peanut that I totally forgot to announce the giveaway of this winner for the emoji. That is Mr. Comfy, Jimmy Hartley at Mr. Comfy. Shout out to you. You are the winner of this emoji dance contest. Bro, shoot me a DM on X with your ERC. That is your Ethereum blockchain address. I'll get that out to you. Big shout out to you. Thank you for playing. And guys, we're gonna keep having fun. We're gonna keep hearing all of you. So keep vibing, keep doing what needs to be done. Rio, my guy, you have been incredibly Leo, I apologize. I made a fool of myself, but I have got to say hello to Smoke. I have got to say hello to Ubo. What is good, my guys? Both of you at the same time. Now, Smoke, you first. What's up, bro? How are you doing?
That sticks with the person and helps to provide some rehabilitation and guidance as they come home.
without comparing conditions, even if thinking about some type of statistic, you always see all of your businesses are actually independent enterprises. Looking at things which are within their appropriate, what's within appropriate quantity, what's within quantity, cash flow analysis, goal future. Now again, we're actually getting to almost like literally like a reptile dysfunction. Just kind of people to find their choice. That's one of the key things that I want to say is that the thing about awareness, the thing about being aware is that it's both. Like when a person has a lot, when a person decides to awareness, you can take this over the individual and literally it can set a person's ability to experience. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. Let's say Scott, right? You only go so long without sleep. Right? You feel that this hour in the morning, right? I can only play as much as I want to sleep, but eventually it's limited, which is true. Like my clock still is like a certain point in time, but there's no more exact means of having to come to our own routine. But what needs to be your energy fill? Because there are certain things that are ultimately feeding the wellness energy. Because awareness, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your bowl, right? It will empty the throat. It'll cause you to saturate all your vitality, and there's like not only am I feeling more, but at the end of the day, it's living less. Because this is what this is because of bounty life. But you know, having high level kindness, look at those who are absolutely there, having unreceptive, be humble and be obedient. Humility is the key to longevity. That's it. Okay, Mas agora, enquanto se relacionou, as duas ligas para mim. This is the focus of piggyback is the whole that around. But interestingly enough, the
Yo,
only
shout
thing
out to
that
you.
around
Thank you so
get
much
back
for
to like
joining us, bro. I love the
hopefully
collaborate. I love to speak to
who
people. I
knows?
love to hear your
Those
voice. So
type of
glad
things,
you're here.
Andrew,
You're
Lorenzo,
having an amazing Sunday.
whether
I
or
have a
not it
quick
is
announcement that I
allowed.
need to make. This announcement
The
is for
idea is the
Bagel.
moment that
Bagel
window
is
opens
an
there's
easy boy,
stability.
my guy.
The
If you
moment that
see me
window opens, there's
flashing
getting
my
cut off.
emojis, if you see me
And what
going
we'll do is
crazy, I want you to know that I
think
am
yourself
battling you
in a line
right
of
now, bro.
rights.
It is a
The
direct
other thing
emoji
is see the
battle
change.
at all times. If you
I'm
see
going
this
to
shit
stop
go
you.
off,
I'm going
bro,
to your right
I
to
am
sit.
coming for you directly. So for
That's
the
the
rest
meaning
of
of the
you,
Hanukkah
fam, I
said,
know you got a lot of
Sha'ol,
spaces, I know you have a lot of
Ba'oserat
things going
el-Eretz
on. If you
Ba'oserat.
randomly
So the
see me
Pima
in a space,
means
I might be
Sha'ol
listening,
is around.
bro. I might be a
Sha'ol
speaker.
is
It
around.
doesn't matter. If you
Refer
see me
is
flash
mean.
the emoji,
What the
know
baby
that
is
it is battle and cancer.
we're going to call
All
feedback
the
is
time,
kind of
right
that
now,
extra
coming
push.
for you.
Like
Bagel, it
that
simply
just
must
like
be done. I
you,
didn't expect you to
like me,
advance the way that you did. And
and
bro, I
ultimately
gotta
again
level
it
up.
takes me
Bagel, what
the
is good,
baby.
bro?
That's the
Yo,
whole
that's the best
message of
introduction
it.
I've ever
It's
gotten in this
great.
space of
It's
all
great.
time.
It's in
That's
Gary
real, bro.
Fred,
And yo,
the
dude,
book.
I
Yes,
don't
I'm
know
going to
who
say.
you think you're
But I
gonna
don't
be
try to
when
talk
it
about
comes
that.
to these
What about
spams
that? That's
because,
actually so much
bro,
of
like I'm a
Gary.
gamer.
But you
I am a
but you
gamer
know
with
what?
ADHD.
What it means
All I do is
is
all I know how to do is spam
get
buttons in life, bro.
ultimately
Yeah.
big
When
size.
I
So
hear
today,
about forbidden tech that
Sha'ol
requires,
is on the
I guess,
board
maybe like
in
kind of
addition
like
to
gaming
a few other
mechanics.
component codes.
Yeah, bro, count me in. I'm gonna outpace you on that. So you got your competition ahead of you, my man. That's
Have fun, really cool. Like this flight. Ultimately, if you get this height, you get to this, it's going to be even greater prize of joy. You can't show it over the you get to this and ultimately every one of those things is a tremendous seafood. But just to get to this, also again you see experience, even emotional experience. So as I see this guy, I'm very young. فديكي مش هقدر أتوقع لحظة بس إذا كنت يحصل وزن استعجل كلامه. فديكي الواحد مش probably just go ahead and do that kind of definition. So you know, so she has to see Aaron will not die. Exactly, right? You always have to come up. Those are the feelings. We need to get to this transaction of the growth. It's going to be incredible. Incredible. So people dying in that word, you know, sin, that's the thing. Lord, you said that I resurrect you. You're going to be alive. اشتباه معيار الشعب السيون العلوي الشرعي هذا شو شو مرة ولا خاصة بحاجة الشرعي ما في ولا شيء ولا شيء حتى ولا شيء خاصة cares I think it was two other shepherds part of this so I think that those souls eternal souls will be come back to life will be eligible to be in the aspect of the thing in Roma أوصل شر الشهر فالشهر الصهر الشعب أوصل شر الشهر أوكي بحاول الشهر زمان اجتماع بالنسبة عشان بعده لا يوضعه okay so this is the thing about so we're going to talk about this idea of creative plasma the conversation's been going great. Actually, me and Mason started working with the same Dutch Bros. Right? That's really good. Dutch Bros. Yeah, I got him a job at the Dutch Bros. So yeah, me and him been making copies. It's been great. I've been just crushing chocolate milk. Like, oh wow, get out. Yeah, dude.
Tell us more about that chocolate.
Yeah, so I tracked it. I started doing math because you get as many drinks as you want when you work at Dutch Bros. You can just drink as much as you want. They don't stop. I'm drinking as much chocolate as I want, man. It's the largest 5-year-old I've ever heard. Yeah, so I love that. So you can drink as much chocolate milk as you want. And I tracked it. So apparently I've been drinking about 32 ounces of chocolate milk a day. Like, that's a big gold cup full, no ice. That's what I'm crushing every day.
Why are your lips milk?
Dude, I got some big area all the time. I can breastfeed you like that.
Again, you're the one I'm afraid of. Okay, now so much fun.
Dude, count the noise, count the noise.
I'll do the cow noise when you pull out those fat tits. I'm not gonna do it now. You have a force field around those tits.
Let's see your fucking tits right now.
I
want to see some big milky nipple titties right now, okay? Let's do it, Junior Andy Reid. Pull out your fucking tits. Thank God you put the AR-15 down and did some stand-up. Now pull out a titty. He's had a lot of peanut butter. He's a little thirsty puppy. Look at me. He's a thirsty puppy.
Can we at least see your belly button? We'll settle for a belly button. I'm proud of his belly button, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is.
Also, to fill time in Sioux Falls, I drew a face on my belly and I started making it talk to kill time.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, I did like a coffee. Yeah, I'm working a coffee shop. Yeah, that's my chocolate milk. I did something sort of odd. So yeah, I did. I was doing impressions with the belly button. Yeah, like I did. I was like, I can feel Bill Cosby impression. I was like, no, yeah, like okay, so that's what I did. I was like, okay, everybody, let's get ready. I got guys like impressions. Okay, make sure I say like impressions. Okay, here it is.
She could have just done it, but okay. I didn't need to do that. I gotta see this hour and a half. Killing time with JJ Alexander. JJ, fun times. Congratulations. You did it. 30 is another night there. Absolutely. All right, there he goes. To the bucket we go now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the heartbeat of the show. Lovely Heidi and Valerie, ladies and gentlemen. Catch their podcasts at HeidiRegina.com. So fun. All right, our first bucket bowl tonight. We're gonna meet them all together. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for it. Yee, everybody. Here comes the yee. Here we go. One more time, make some noise for yee.
Thank you, Austin. Most women get preyed on, P-R-E-Y. I get preyed on, P-R-A-Y. I'm blessed, you know? A lot of people mostly military men. And I think about them as civilian men, not military. They would tell me about how strong I am, like just all day. But for military guys, a lot of his friends' legs have blown off, and I got one behind them saying, "Hey, I'm a peg problem." Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the show. Oh, look who's back. Man, we were really struggling without you.
Why am I on these stairs?
Here he is, alright. Why are there so many stairs? I mean, I feel like you say that all the time.
Houston comedy scene is as much worse everywhere worse. So
You're in Houston, that's where you live?
yeah, I'm a north chill. And it's I'm like a Kool-Aid man, but a wall, but like oriental wall.
Okay. Hell yeah, it reminds me of a wall you.
That's not very Korean. I hear a lot of text for that, so.
I'm sorry.
Why?
I'm Korean.
I know, but why are you saying thank you to me right now?
Because it's over.
Oh, you said I'm cute? Someone said I'm cute.
Korean and I need some time.
It's
Alright, sorry. Yay, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
7 months, May.
I love it. What made you want to get started?
My life's a joke, but like in a very disabled way.
So it's been
Recently I got an award for being the most resilient. Isn't that incredible?
That's amazing. Where'd you get this award from?
Off the balloon, I got on a dating show just to be funny. I knew it was gonna be like a real life Tinder situation where they see the crushes and they're like, nah, she can't bang. So, and then they all popped on me. Like, it's exactly what I thought would happen. And then they gave me the most resilient award for that.
Let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
I'm an online math teacher.
Online math teacher?
I know, they're on music. It's incredible.
Those crunches must be so difficult.
I used to be in a wheelchair, so thank you. I'm not great.
Now look at you with the world's largest chopsticks.
Listen,
What exactly is the condition that you have?
your favorite or Rundance favorite? Yes.
Cerebral palsy?
Yes. Finally, right? Thanks, Doctor, by the way.
What?
Oh, never mind. You accused him of having cerebral palsy.
Where?
Waiting.
Where?
We all have wristbands. What do you think we were at?
In the bar?
Yes.
Sit back there like he's back there.
Okay, come on. Okay, alright. You're fair.
So, you used to be in a wheelchair. How did you do physical therapy your way up like this?
I'm just Mulan.
You're what?
I'm Mulan, the movie. So, you know what? You ruined this go. Yeah, physical therapy.
Okay, very good. Way to go. Wait, what exactly what do you do for fun? When you're not online math teaching and doing stand-up, what else is there about you?
I like to go to the gym.
You're funny. You really are funny. What else, though? Tell us more.
I like journaling and little stickers, like really, like cutesy little stuff. I don't know. I know. That's my girl.
100%. Both parents are super Korean. What do they think about you doing comedy?
My mom thinks I like the gym.
And your dad thinks you're online.
What?
Okay. Your mom thinks you're at the gym, but
He hates being perceived, and I'm being the most perceived right now.
okay.
Yeah.
Tell us more about your life. Are you really out there on dating sites? What are you doing? What's the last date you went on?
I'm actually with a military guy.
You really are.
Yeah.
He's fully functional.
Yeah. He's got like a bunch of ribbons and everything. It's phenomenal. And like he operates the tank. It's literally the opposite of what I am.
He's right, dude. Yeah. And he's throwing a fucking army, bro. Lots of fake prisons on fucking Amazon. He's not going to go around, so she walks straight.
I would have walked straight already.
Hey, where'd you meet this guy at?
Tinder, Obama.
Hey, how long have you been with him?
We've been on and off for like a while, for like 6 years. Very on and off, but you know.
That's great.
Yeah, and
Is he here tonight?
he's in Georgia. Yes.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, he works at a whole he's in the military.
Yeah, no.
He lives a block away.
Yeah, totally.
I love a milk shack.
He's like in a monastery in China or something. He's done that actually in China.
Monastery in China, is that what he calls your pussy? Let me ask you this. So you live in Houston. How often do you drive down here to sign up for Kill Tony?
Like time. First time was my birthday, and I actually was so excited. I got 2 balloons. One that says happy birthday, and the other one said death row soup. And I thought it was really low death row.
That's how it works. Sometimes
So you never know.
I had to feel sad taking those balloons back in the car and stacking them up and driving back to Houston after that.
It's actually the first time today. Today is the first time I drove here alone, and I should say that in public. Wow. But what are the odds? An Asian woman driving on the streets of Austin.
There he is.
The season of all time. Oh my god, don't say that out loud.
What kind of car do you drive? You have found that Asians are extremely loyal to Asian car brands.
Close your ears. Nissan Altima.
There it is. Nissan. You ain't Japanese, bitch. You
I know. My mom says that too. I know. She wants to
Korean, bad Korean. Korean be fighting each other yet again. North versus South over here.
You're giving me the ball right now, dude. I had to bring my dad to know, so please, that'd be nice to me.
Hey, how old are you? Red man, you want to invite her to the secret chef? Lord knows you do. She did do very, she was very funny. Going to the secret show for a couple weeks. In a couple weeks, yes. I'd love to have you on the secret show. There you go. Trust me. But I'm gonna land it. No, I'm not. Look at me. You're fucking weird. Easily stand up straight, put your arm near your chest, leaning up straight, as best as you can. Get your hand on the fucking microphone, put it close to your chest. Look right there. Don't move it. Don't panic. Don't move. Don't you fucking move. If you move, you're gonna ruin it for both of us.
once you keep your existing phone number, wow, your entire team can handle calls and texts from one shared number. No more missed messages or disconnected conversations. Everyone sees the full thread, making replies faster and customers feel genuinely cared for. It's easy. With full context at your fingertips, the team communicates faster, stays aligned, and delivers a more customer experience. Make this year where no opportunity and no customer slips away. Try Quote for free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to quote.com/GilTony. That's QUO.com/GilTony. Quote. No missed calls, no missed customers. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. 2026 is the year you launch your business. One powerful move puts the future firmly in your hands. Starting a business with Shopify. Maybe you've got an idea you can't shake, or after everyone tells you to sell, a story you've already designed in your head. With Shopify 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap from intelligent shark to first-time business owners just getting started.
Talking about Shopify, obviously, it's the best business tool out there. Shopify gives you all the tools to easily build your dream store. Plus, setup is as fast as crazy possible with Shopify's built-in AI tools. They write product descriptions and headlines and help you edit product files.
Marketing is built into create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expanded in markets, you grow from the same dashboard in 2026. Stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/GilTony. Go to shopify.com/GilTony. That's shopify.com/GilTony. Hear your first this year with Shopify by your side. Are we having fun here tonight, huh? Your second fucking pull of the night is Blake Apatow, everybody. Here we go.
How's it going, folks? Good to see ya. I went to the strip club with my dad. Not that fun. Getting hard with your dad. Sucks. Yeah, I don't really want to get hard with any of my relatives, except my cousin. I feel like if you don't want to date your cousin, you just don't have a cousin hot enough. My cousin is gorgeous. She looks like Italian Pocahontas. I would pay money to see my cousin. I try every Thanksgiving. Try again. I'm pretty sexually adventurous, folks. I've got like 300 Asian massages with happy endings. I call them Jackie Chan's. Big fan of Jackie Chan. These massages are so good. They're too good. Because now I can't come without Asian woman sound effects. Women are like, there you go, Blake Apatow. Welcome, Blake. How are you? Doing fantastic. How are you doing stand-up? 5 years. Awesome. We're at Colorado, Hawaii, and then here. Okay. Live in Austin now? Okay. And what do you do for work? How do you make money? I'm a bartender, just a couple bucks. Nice. Here, I'm 36. Yeah. See a lot of crazy shit. Yeah, definitely. Give us an example of the nuttiest thing you've seen on these wild streets of Austin, Texas. Yeah. So I will say, immigration. People are talking a lot about immigration. Everyone's fucking pissed about immigration. I'm saying this Brazilian woman next door, the coffee shop next door. And we got into it one night. She was in a fake marriage to a gay American citizen, which is just, kind of something fascinating. At some level, I respect. I feel like if you can convince an American to marry you, you deserve it. I feel we'd also stop it. I don't know, just like the fake marriages. It's just interesting to me. I was like, we could test for that. There's an immigration interview, a man and a woman. I feel like we could have like unless we need the wife's pussy or some sort of test to see if it's a real couple. Because a gay guy could never eat a woman's pussy. If a gay guy touches a pussy, he turns to stone. You know that. and I haven't seen those deleted in a year. We wish you were handicapped and Chinese. Yeah. Ironically, yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, bro, you came in the restaurant with Yoshi. Yeah, I can just see you. Absolutely, 100%. I remember specifically, bro, you wanted double dressing. I only came out with one. I'm sorry about that, bro. It's okay. Well, I really appreciate your rant. I like a bit about fucking your lesson. Because believe it or not, I was attracted to a cousin of mine, and I hate to say this, actually had sex with her so hard, she can't walk anymore. She can catch a jump. Clay, what's your dating life like? You seem like a real womanizer. You have that voluminous hair that you pretend like you're not strategically taking care of. But blatantly you're obsessed with it. I can just picture you in the mirror fluffing it up. I know 1,000 guys like you try to run off of hair confidence. Go ahead, tell us about it. Okay, so I know dating's pretty fun. I'm like, I'm really in love with the divine feminine right now. I went on 3 dates in one day. What does that mean, the divine feminine? Well, I fucking hate women. I'm sorry you threw on these sides. I love you guys. Can I tell you, if I had your hair, I'd throw it on, I'd travel different horsemen. It's astounding. I like that. Naked horseman. When you say 3 dates the other day, what do you mean? So I went on a 4 p.m. coffee date with a 51-year-old. Somebody's mom wants her back in my heart. Back in my heart. How did that go? Why'd you do that? Well, that's the thing is, she has these beautiful dark curls, and sometimes I get bored. I know just scrolling, and I go like, usually whatever, like 20 to 30 is the age range. Sometimes I just blow it out, 1880 plus. You know, being your grandma. But yeah, and then did you do anything with that lady? We made out that day. Hung out 2 nights ago, though. You ever gotten a 30-minute hot oil massage? Half a century. Wow. That's unbelievable. I mean, you hung out with her yesterday. You made out with her yesterday. Yeah, well, she was sick. It was a whole thing. I went home for a week, and I wanted to be nice. Julio. We watched the documentary, and it was like talking about like "Just Don't Die" by Brian Johnson. Really means that. When he was talking about like how what happened to 70 years old, like how all the serious like health markers and shit that drop off, and it was pretty funny. I was looking at him like, it was pretty fucking yeah, she jacked me off like 30 minutes. It was amazing. I feel like almost 30 minutes I'm spending on your. But yeah, that's the thing is, I felt like young people like kind of chaotic and you want to fuck quick. And like I kept like she kept it slow, easy, and then it was experiences. Yeah, stretching it out. It was like telling me the pacing is alright. That's like so annoying. It's just get back to me. Right. There's a medium chef. There he goes. Wake up and now. Right. Good job, Blake. Good enough. Long drawn out stories, though. Jesus. Keep it moving here. Oh, we know this guy is so wild, Texan. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Tommy Pickles, everybody. Here's Tommy Pickles. Live in the flesh. The return of Tommy I hate audience participation exercises. Who's with me? I'm getting older. I'm going to ball spot. If my granny would have said, if you don't stop doing that, you're going to go bald. Well, then she would have been right. I know I'm getting older. I'm getting older. I'm going to massage parlors just to get a massage. My skin's starting to wrinkle. I'm talking, when black people talk to me, I've noticed they subconsciously lick their lips, and I think it's because I'm starting to look like fried chicken. unbelievable coming off of the last guy. I gotta tell you, it's just good to have a real human up here, not a fucking sociopath serial killer pretending to mix in patchy pants. So it's like been going Tommy Tickles. I've been going good right now. The baby season out on the farm and ranch. What does that mean? Explain to the people who don't have ranches what a baby is. We go crazy. We have a bunch of sheep and goats, and we're having a bunch of sheep having babies right now. So it's all hands on deck. 3 times a day, so feeding baby sheep. Hi. And how many applicants visit the farm? Thank you, Tom. So the sheep are bagging, or they're just having babies? Are they done bagging? How does it go? And you see them have sex. Oh yeah. And it takes about 5 months. Hey, all right, you fucking cunt. Oh yeah, jerking off in the corner. Yeah, I need to watch some a lot. Sorry. Oh yeah. Y'all don't know this, but Red Man came out to the ranch. Now I've got 2 sheep and a goat. They'll never be the same. Red Man's jokes are bad. Tommy, you ever seen what does it explain to other people because we don't know? Explain Tommy, what's going on over there? That side combo? Can you describe to the audience what the sheep's pussy looks like exactly? The world wants to know. What brand of peanut butter do you use? We had a hermaphrodite. She was a little girl, and cutest little thing, one of the first ones we had. Her name was Johnson. And about like 6 months later, her balls are out. So she's out there chasing female sheep like a male and getting them all riled up. So I looked into it. You could have Yankee sheep. Yeah, no, it's right in around here. From a performer that was on earlier, guys. I don't know if you're paying attention, but Yankee sheep. That's comedy. Have you noticed that the other sheep don't really take a liking to the trans sheep? Yeah, nobody likes it. Right, nobody likes it. Did she dye her sheep hair purple or anything? Did she make copies for the other sheep really well? She make a whole latte. She was one of our favorites, so she had a lot of attention from us. I bet. That's why they call you Tommy Tickles. People going in VR 15 by chance. You look like every best serial killer ever. The old school. That's how they used to look like now. They look like it's trans sheep. That's what they look like now. And ornament in there just. I don't own an AR-15, but I went to see a sniper in the Marine Corps. I have a 308 winches. So, hey, goddamn right. You were great tonight. So much. Thank you very much. How can we follow you online? Have you been going up a lot? Because that was way better than your last. Yeah. I did about 100 open mics. Trying to go down to San Antonio. I had a couple of spots down there. I didn't know it, a year ago, but this is a passion. This is, you get into it, you get a couple of laughs, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is great. You're adorable, Tom. Yeah. You're adorable. You should tell everybody you have 2 passions, comedy and sheep. No, I don't even like sheep. Why don't you like the sheep? Why you don't like the sheep? Explain to us. We don't know ranch. Oh, they're great. Well, when they're babies, they'll live in 3 months. They're cute. They're like 200 pounds. And I had them knock me about 10 feet sideways. Or they come up from behind you and they think they're still your friend. And that's what they do to their friend. They come up and pull you. And then all of a sudden, you're not built for that. At 600 pounds, it's a nice person. You and the life. I live on a farm and ranch, and it's a fucking question. What question? In the fucking Tommy Tickles. He really throws off the set with his name, but do you fucking kill sheep muggers? No. You kill them. How do they die? All right. we try to give them. We do have, you're screaming right now that you murder sheep from no. Okay, God, you're really driving sheep like this. Really making a point. He's a ranch hand. Hey, ranch hand is also a red band has okay, Tommy's alright. Tommy just disengaged from the show right now. I love it. We're gonna keep moving along. Tommy tickles right stuff. Tommy ranch hand is also what red band has on Friday nights when he gets his pizza in ranch strips. Ranch hand and a blue cheese hand. Look at him. He's a big boy. Hello, my dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry is covered by most insurers, and most insured members pay a copay of $0. Find a licensed provider that's right fit for your needs. We all know therapy can be costly, but part of the mission of Talkspace is to provide quality care that is accessible and affordable, whether or not you are insured. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable, even if you have a massive overeating problem. Right, man. What? Tony, I love Talkspace. I think they're providing the best mental health treatment out there. I personally think therapy is as amazing as food and can help with moments of real transformation. And there's a lot of transforming happening behind the scenes. Always. I'm Tony, and as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, one of the good friends of the show, one of the top young rising comedians in the world, has a brand new special on YouTube, and he's here just to do a minute for us, just to swing by, make some noise for the great Hassan Ahmad, ladies and gentlemen. Here he
I think the darkest thing going on with Kanye West is his diamond encrusted swastika chain. That's dark. If you know anything about the diamond business in this country, you know the person who made that chain is Jewish. So there's a guy out there that knows exactly how much his soul is worth. Oy vey, what do you want me to make? It's got a Holocaust here. That is a rough joke to do with Yeezys. That is. These shoes are comfortable as fuck. I don't care. That's all I care about. You can say the worst things in the world about Muslim people. If you made the most comfortable shoes, I'd wear that shit. With pride, too. You'd be like one of those. You'd be like, oh, these? Oh, these? You'd be the new Chinese Muslim concentration camp 7? Some of the shit. Please, the bigger Force One, son. I got the man. Please, that's what I got. That's what it's all about. Thank you very much. Come on. Special suit is out now. This comes on the 19th, right? I think, yeah. So my special mine's on the 20th. Okay. Jeez. Wow. Little time jumper there. We're getting that guy back. Brown to the future. Yes, okay. That doesn't really matter. They would have watched it anyway, but the way to be strategically correct, mathematically right, like a true Indian. Unbelievable. One of the hardest working guys I know. He's working fucking 24/7/11. Absolutely incredible. As always, it's not. Doing comedy full time and running a daycare in Minnesota at the same time. It's been rough. Millionaire. Son, how's life been going? Good. Yeah, things go pretty good. Yeah, I'm excited to have the new special out. My first one is, yeah, after that. Yeah,
Yeah. Really fun to make like the view.
You gotta try some stuff. Okay. No, okay. Not there yet.
Also, to my panel of junkies tonight, I had to read the fucking blow. She started drinking. I love it. Hassan, how are your parents? You have adorable, tiny little Indian parents that we all love.
Yes, they are very adorable.
Hassan is like the Shaquille O'Neal of his family, by the way. Towering over them at 5'6".
Yeah, I am double the size of both of them. Really, it's kind of crazy. I might be the tallest Bengali person in my whole family.
Love it. Now, what are Bengalis known for exactly?
Our hairlines.
Wow.
Our hairlines.
Exquisite beach. Yeah. Are you a good speller?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Give me a word. I got champagne. CHAMPAGNE.
Let's find a black person's name. Is there a black person in here? Yeah, there is. Her name is Champagne. Right over there. Champagne Jenkins is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Apostrophe.
There we go. Sorry, I know.
Like a PTSD flashback.
Flash black. Okay. Hassan, so much fun. Your new special Too Soon is out. Go watch it. There you go. Where do they find it? It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Look up Too Soon. It's on our Solid Show podcast channel. Check it out.
There you go. So
I remember the first time I caught my parents fucking. My mom had to sit me down and give me the talk. She said, son, when a man and a woman love each other very much, by a ball gag. And I said, Mom, put a shirt on. And while my mom went to put a shirt on, my dad came to give me the same talk. He said, Sean, I'm autistic. And I found out the other day that I look autistic because I was in the Olive Garden and the waitress handed me crayons and paper. And I was trying to explain that to her that that's dehumanizing. Dehumanizing is really hard to pronounce. Chewing on a fistful of crayons. And have a ball gag in your mouth.
ladies and gentlemen, amazing. Welcome to the show, Tony. How long have you been doing stand-up?
9 months.
9 months. You're fantastic. Where'd you start at? Here in Austin?
I started in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Okay, that's where you live?
Yeah, that is not where I live. I moved out here about 4 months ago. And I don't do stand-up comedy. I do musical comedy.
Really?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that? You have a guitar or something?
I do. I have a guitar. I try to do it better than it's ever been done.
Amazing, really? Well, you must be fucking. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for the 9 months since I started as well.
You started doing musical comedy, and you just have funnier bits than most stand-ups that don't do that.
Yes, sir.
So your real specialty is with a guitar.
Yes, sir.
Do we have an extra guitar? We do? Is that thing new? It is? Wow, great. Amazing. Look at this. I'm going to hand for the lovely Heidi, everybody. I mean, really. She even knows where to put the plug and everything. I know she looks like she's not that smart, but she's absolutely brilliant, everybody. There you go. You brought a guitar pick. Amazing. Perfect. Do your fucking thing.
We hold the guitar to the
real fast. Do me a favor, turn that KT logo that's underneath the mic just mega perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not a control freak at all. Alright, here we go, baby. Tony's car. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got it. Oh, shit. Okay. Double check it. Okay. Here we go. Wow. That is a crazy train. One more time for Tony's car, ladies and gentlemen.
I saw the most beautiful thing today. I saw a homeless man play guitar to a homeless woman. It was homeless love, or as we call it in Austin, love. And I imagine what that homeless love song would sound like, and I think that folks, it would sound a little something like this. Girl, you have the 3 prettiest teeth this world has ever seen. You make me want to face use needle right to the wedding ring. And I like other girls, cause other girls would never try to street fight a pigeon. Rummage through the trash by chewing through the bag. She's a little bit different. She said her name was. Is it French? Cause I'm. She's the only woman I have ever met whose love language is masturbating and pop. They say cute shit in that song, they spell it out, you know what I mean? Like, and now love is for heroin. The old love is for heroin. The Vietnam is for violence. And they don't know the difference. Say cute shit like, for our anniversary, aren't you allowed that old record? That you can bang on if it gets too quiet and the voices come back. I love that every inch of your skin's a different color. And I love how every one of your best swords feels like rubber. And you have the prettiest, laziest eyes. And when you defecate, pick it up just to throw another guy. The world is ours. I know that it is. We can write our initials on the sidewalk with this. Or maybe we can start a family and give birth to a miscarriage.
Standing ovation.
Thank you very much, folks. I love you all.
Amazing. I gotta tell you, for 9 months, my mind is completely blown. I think you have an unbelievable gift. How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
21 years old. Amazing.
And this show means a whole
all that to me. I love that. I gotta tell you, go fuck yourself, you asshole. Go fuck yourself. 9 months, 21 years old. That's like literally, if I was screwed, just unbelievable. That's one of the best sets I've seen from a young comic in a long time.
That's how it started before.
Thank you very much, champion. I appreciate it. Can you catch? I can. Yes, you sure? Yes, sir.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
Great. Here you go. It's a golden ticket.
Live in the flesh, 21. Anytime you have another song that you want to come play on the show, you just let us know. You're going to get to do it in front of millions of people anytime you want. Thank you. I'll be in the next secret show. Congratulations. Welcome to the family. Tony Star has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. The American dream here on the Tony.
There he goes.
Tony Star. How fun is that? I'm not lying on that. That's literally hands down. Oh, yeah. You've got it. Shit, you've got it. Oh, dear God, thank you.
That could end up being like the greatest musical comedian of all time one day. Only 9 months in, has us all laughing.
Great jokes in there.
Great jokes.
Great incredible. Sorry.
Well, we have another golden ticket winner back there, ready to go. This was his spot on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the return of Colin Sledge, everybody. Here he is.
Okay, thank you. Once I was talking to a girl at a bar, and I thought it was going okay, but she threw a drink in my face. I was like, hey, watch it, there's $30 on roofies in there. So the problem with that joke is I don't know if that's the right amount of money to say. I'm afraid to look it up. I'm nice. I would never catcall a lady because that would give away my position. No, I would never stalk a woman either because I feel like it'd be boring after like an hour. You know, like, oh, she's going to the grocery store. Oh, she's going to yoga. Oh, she's going to the police station. Oh, she's come back out. She's playing Natalie. Okay, thank you.
Colin Sledge with pure Colin Sledge comedy. That's you.
Thank you.
You're that guy. Roofies, giving away your position with the cat calls. On brand. How's life been going, Colin?
It's been good. I had a thing that I was going to say, but I just want to shout out Yankee. She messaged me on Hinge like a year ago. It's completely cool. And she was just like, where can I get on stage in Houston? And I didn't see her for months. I just told her all my places. And then she just started showing up one day. And I never brought it up with her. No one in Houston knows, but they will now, I guess. So shout out to her.
Is there one thing? Yeah. After the last gentleman that crushed it, I see like you're obviously you're nervous. I can see
That's always.
but I gotta tell you, to come up after somebody crushes like that, that's the fucking worst feeling in the world as a comic. And I gotta tell you, your first joke out of the gates, you fucking killed me. It was fucking great. I swear to God, I mean that. It's not an easy thing to do when you did it. That's why the comic is a comic. Like, follow this asshole. So yeah, unbelievable work, honestly.
Colin is a great joke writer. Everything kind of is on theme with him. He's like a creepy guy that like lurks and like stares through like your blinds and stuff. He's like on the other side of the window or behind a tree peeking at you or something.
I met his girlfriend though. Very delightful. What a nice woman.
Yeah, she's fine. She signs up. You don't have to.
Really? She ever been pulled before?
Never been pulled before. She's been signing up
She did sign up.
What's her name?
Timely Rain.
What is it?
Timely Rain.
What is it?
That's her real name. It's
Enunciate, motherfucker.
Timely Rain.
Timely Rain?
It sounds like a Prince album.
Yeah. Why don't you go wrangle Timely Rain real quick? How long ago did you start stand-up? She's been signing up at
She's been signing up, I think, like 2 or 3 years. She used to take the bus from Houston to Austin and do stand-up and like crash at her friend. Because you know you fucked Yankee. We did not talk. See, I did not tell her that I was going to say that. Did you fuck Yankee? I did fuck Yankee, motherfucker. You was reading my eyes. I love you. It was a terrible conversation.
How long have you been with Timely Rain?
It was like 2 weeks after I got on this show, actually. We started
Yeah, when is it?
February. Remember, I had to come back for your show on Wednesday and his show on Thursday. And I didn't know anything about Austin, so she accompanied me for all of that. And we just started hanging out all the time. Very timely, yeah.
Wow. Random whores in the audience yelling stuff out. There's a lot of fans of the whores out there. Are we ready? Right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the Kill Tony debut. Now you sit on D-Madness's stool. He goes, pee. Come on, sit down, call him. Jesus fucking Christ, just sit down. There he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, makes voice for the Kill Tony debut. Years in the making of Timely Rain, everybody.
The first time me and my boyfriend ever slept together. When he got in bed, he accidentally like beat me right in the pussy. I was like, that's a weird way to check if I have a dick. My new boyfriend, he's really nice. He likes the Muppets. And he sings Wicked with me in the car. So my mom really likes him. But he's a little racist, so my dad likes him too. He does comedy as well. And he's been doing it for way less than I have. And he gets booked more than I do. Which means not only is he funnier than me, I mean, he sucks better dick than I do too. I love Austin, I really do, but man, half the men here look like they'll root for you. On the other half of them look like they're like, actually, it's not broken. Oh. Thank you, my name's Heather.
Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hell yeah. We just heard all about you. It's an anomaly how many times you signed up and not gotten it.
I've wanted this for so long.
Wow. Congratulations. You're in it.
Thank
So Timely, how long have you been doing stand-up exactly?
4 years.
4 years.
Like, actually, like this week is my 4-year anniversary.
Nice. And all of it in Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas.
How do you make money?
Stand-up comedy.
Oh, nice.
I produce shows, but I do a bunch of gig work. I work at the Renaissance Festival and I'm like a bartender at different theaters and stuff like that.
What do you do at the Renaissance Festival?
I do sometimes comedy, but mostly I just talk in a British accent and serve people alcohol.
Can you give us an example of what that sounds like?
Good day, my morning lady. What would you like to eat? I usually wear a little bit.
I've been waiting for years to play Renaissance music. Wow, he was on that. That is incredible. You and I have looked up forever.
Timely, that's fucking awesome. Come on, why don't you go start the car? Go start the car.
Hey, thank you.
Wow. Amazing Timely Rain.
Timely, what's the craziest thing about your life? You ever see anything traumatizing or been through anything wild?
What? No.
What do you let her decide what the fucking funniest option is right now, Colin?
I don't know. The most traumatic thing. My trans sister said she witnessed a stabbing.
Hold on. You can't speak through that. You have to say my trans sister. You can't say my trans sister.
My trans
My trans
sister.
sister. It's a 311 song, everybody. Oh, trans sister. The album 311 from the band 311. You know that song? Okay.
My trans sister told me that last night she witnessed a stabbing at a venue, and I told her she needs to stop hanging out with those kinds of people.
Yeah.
Those kinds of people kind of stab.
Was it a trans person stabbing another person? Yes. Yeah. Crazy. Almost seems like there's some type of correlation between mental illness and the trans community.
Both run in my family.
It almost seems like there's a slight thing going on where those are the people doing things like that.
My brother. My brother, he's not gay, but he does wear like crop tops, and he hasn't told us what that means yet.
What's your family?
My real name is actually Timely Rain.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's going on with your looking friend?
So your parents,
Your real name is Timely.
are they very strict, religious, or quite the
No,
opposite?
quite the opposite. My mom was a like raver in the 90s, and my dad was a straight edge punk, and they met while working in a record store together.
Hell yeah.
It all makes sense.
You know, yeah, I'm like, you know what that makes me?
Portland was born.
Well, Timely, congratulations. You got a big jump boat. Very fun stuff. Timely Rain and Colin Woods, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Fun. Hey. All right, back to the book we go. This is the perfect music for this name. Make the noise for B.D. O'Loughlin, everyone. B.D. O'Loughlin.
G'day. I'm from Australia. I'm trying to move here. Get away from gun violence. I'm a single mother. People say that's bad for kids. But I reckon abortion's still more damage. I've been going to the gym a bit recently for my mental health. I've already got a six-pack. I just want to stop wishing I was dead. Membership was cheap and the gym's on top of the top level. I don't do long at the gym. I go for like 20 minutes. Turns out pissing off fat chicks is a real mood booster. They're just jokes. I think fat lives matter. I've got a lot of sympathy for fat people because I was anorexic. I know exactly what it's like to feel obese.
B.D. O'Loughlin with a great set. You've been on this show before, Diddy.
I have.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Very, very fun stuff. Very fun stuff all the way around. Topical joke with the guns.
Yeah, I had that the day after I was signing up, and I was kind of glad I didn't get on because it might be a little too soon.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's when it's the most fun, I think. But I get in trouble all the time, so what do I know? I love it. Biddy, remind us, how long have you been on the stand-up?
I started 15 years ago, and I took a really long break. Like I did 9 years off, and then I started again in 2020, just before the pandemic. And then it's been on and off. Kind of got cancelled cancelled in Australia, like blacklisted for some jokes.
What jokes?
Trans jokes and then drinking with Aboriginal people jokes.
Please do that.
Yeah, I would love to hear.
Arnold.
What were the jokes exactly? Australia's a little sensitive.
Right? Arnold.
The trans jokes, I don't know. It was just a bar I used to get a gig every 3 months, and then one day I was just given a phone call saying you're never going to get this gig again. I was like, okay. And then I posted about it, and then I took it down, and then it got picked up by the newspaper. Probably just because my mom was a comedian, so they're like, famous comedian's daughter is a trans woman.
Did your mom get any backlash from having a trans?
She probably did in some request folder or something.
Yeah.
You know?
The Madness famous homophobe is here. He arrived for the anti-trans material. Even though that sweater does kind of look like the trans flag, I gotta warn you, the Madness, the colors on it, that's what it looks like. It's blue and pastel. Fun fact for you, I have it hanging over my bed, so I know. I love it. Betty, when did you have the kid? How old is this?
She's 4.5 years old.
Okay. Where's she at?
I've done 3 times. She's at a hotel, and I got a babysitter, and it was so perfect. Everything just worked out. I was able to sign up.
Amazing. Amazing. Anything weird going on with the 4.5-year-old? Normal kid?
She's very normal. She's quite funny. Very funny, I'd say. But
Something funny that the kid's done.
okay, well, recently I reverted to Catholicism a couple of years ago. I was raised Catholic, and now I'm back. And I've been teaching my daughter to do the sign of the cross when we go past a Catholic church, and we ride the bus everywhere. So one day I was telling her to do the sign of the cross. Then the other day, we went past her ballet school, and I said, "Oh, we're coming past your ballet school," and she said, "Do I have to spin?"
Get her on stage now. Get this bitch on stage. I want to see her diapers right now.
Kids are funny. I was FaceTiming with my buddy Nick on Christmas, and he goes, "Hey, this is my niece over here." Basically, they're around that age. And I go, "Hi, kid. I'm rich and famous." And she went afterwards to her mom and goes, "I met Nick's friend Richard, famous." You know how adorable that is? Kids say the darndest things. Biddy, where's the baby daddy at?
He is in my hometown of Alice Springs.
Yeah, but he's not in the kid's life.
He knows about her, and he would catch up with us if we went back there.
Right, there's just some band members that are fucking admit like to know if you're single. There's some.
That song's funnier in Renaissance Fair. I love it. What does the dad do for work?
We met at work, actually. We were working on a TV show. He was a camera assistant, and I was the director's assistant. And
I go for it.
but I'm celibate now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Is that by choice?
Next until I am married, which probably means I'll never get married.
Yeah, well, you have a single kid, so it's not easy out there.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, you killed the vibe of this room.
Minnie, you're fantastic. You are a true pro. Thank you so much. Fun stuff. You already have a big joke going great. Your last time on, perfect. She was video love one. On to the next one. You guys still having fun out there? Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. And this looks like a new name, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Make some noise for your next comedian. It's Jimmy Prescott, everybody. There he is. Jimmy Prescott.
I made a mistake. I shaved my beard after 2 years. I used to look like a man, a homeless man, but still a man. Now I look like I never got over Weezer. I look like the cook chair the hotel was created for me. Politically, I am a leftist, right-wing, liberal, far-right, left-right, woke racist. I'm only joking, guys. I am not woke. I don't like politics. But I do like starting political arguments on social media. I like it so much that if I had pronouns, they would be blocked or reported. She also mentioned that I am not racist because I have a friend who is black. Everyone knows if you have one or more black friends, you can't be racist. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't hung out with my black friend in a couple of years, but I still write to him in prison. Thank you.
Yeah, Jimmy, I like your style. You're great. How long have you been doing stand-up?
1 year.
1 year?
Yes.
Wow, all of it here in Austin.
Yep.
This is where you live?
I've lived here since 1996.
Wow, where were you at before that?
Houston.
Okay, and what made you pick Austin?
I got a job up here.
Okay, what do you do for work?
I worked at video game companies. I was working on Ultima Online. Red Band probably knows about it.
Very well, positive.
So I hung out with Richard Garriott, he was like my old boss. Yeah, and then I got into just normal tech stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I love it. Are you married? Kids? Anything?
I have a kid.
Okay. 4.5-year-old in Australia?
No. You said it.
Yeah. I have a kid. I love it. And so you're working in tech now?
Yeah.
Just some weird part.
Yeah, it's like I'm not supposed to talk about it.
I got it. What made you want to start stand-up a year ago?
I was like, just hanging around, and I've always kind of wanted to do it. And I was making short films and stuff a long time ago, so like comedy short films.
Yeah.
I made a short film called Love Wall Street. It's about a guy who finds comfort over a recent breakup in the arms of his favorite chair. Yeah. If you get to about I think it's 14 minutes, 30 seconds in, and you're watching it with no headphones, as if you were watching before. Yeah.
So it's called Love.
What's the time mark again?
No, what? It's called Love Wall Street.
Love Wall Street.
And that's on YouTube?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, great. What else, Jimmy? Tell us more about your life.
Let's see. My high school girlfriend went on to become Penthouse Pet of the Year in 2002.
Wow.
Should have started there. Megan Mason.
Yeah.
Megan Mason on your phone? What's that?
Can I see?
Oh, yeah, you can Google her. You can just Google her. You don't need my phone. Megan Mason. Penthouse Pet of the Year in 2002. I did 2020, so. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Megan Mason.
All right, you horny fucks. Jesus Christ. Let's stick with the interview here while you can fucking try to get a boner.
After stage name, talks about, I know her real name. He does too.
Jimmy, what else?
What color was on here?
What's a weird habit that you have that you do every day?
Shit. A weird habit. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Weird habit. I'm trying to think of something.
What's the first thing you do when you get out of bed? You get out of bed, do what?
I eat a Zin.
You eat it, then?
Yeah, I gotta wake up.
Oh, okay. I think you're supposed to just leave it in your mouth, but.
Oh, yeah. I put it in my I eat it. It's fine.
And then what, you have a cup of coffee? Does your kid live with you?
No.
Okay.
You're gonna love this. I didn't know he was my kid until he was 16.
Wow. Okay, so how did you find out?
So he did a 23andMe test. And people with my last name started popping up in the family tree. He asked his mom, and his mom was like, oh shit. So she messaged me. And I was like, hey, let's do a paternity test. 99.9999%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. So tell us about the 16-year-old.
Well, he's almost 18 now.
Right.
Yeah. So we're hanging out. We've been hanging out, paying child support. What was the time mark on that short film? Was it 14:30? Oh, 14:30. Yeah, about 14:30. I'm sorry, I just got that. About 14:30. Yeah. So, anyway, he's got a kitty cat. I'm paying him in father. He's on my insurance, paying child support.
You guys have anything in common? You guys, maybe this is
he's awesome.
quirky that you notice that you guys have in common?
Oh, we have the same pinky toe.
What's weird about your pinky toe?
They look exactly the same.
But hold on, time out. So you have a child. I told you you missed a lot. You can't just take a fist and jump in on the guy. Hold on. Let me just stick with this for a second.
Yeah.
You're saying that your pinky toe looks the same.
Exactly the same.
But what's odd, or
it's like tiny little twisted, very small nail. How the fuck do you know I'm your fat tits?
okay. Jesus Christ. On your fat tits. My God. You guys are out of control.
I'm
No, you don't have to do that.
No, he's doing it.
Okay, he's
You know,
doing
I
it.
like that up in the tower.
Seriously, that shit a random ass fucking.
He's got the Comcast.
Let me see. Lift it up over here. I can't do
He's
this.
got the Comcast.
Oh yeah, you're right. Dude, that thing is under his. It's under his range over.
Yeah, no, he keeps the college football. That fucking second rating that is, and look at this Comcast remote. Look at this. Right next to his big mouth. Look at the Comcast remote, dude. He goes, yeah, it's wild. Got to back out. All the buttons get the Netflix. You get the Netflix on this dude's left foot. Oh yeah, pig.
This episode brought to you by Street Tequila, everybody. Absolutely unfucking real. What's going on over here? Jimmy. No. Jimmy. Anything else crazy about your life we should know before getting you out of here?
Let's see. I got a pilot's license.
What do you do with it? You ever use it?
Not anymore. I did it for fun.
Yeah.
One day I woke up and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a fucking pilot's license.
Yeah,
I did. Awesome. I took a bunch of friends flying, and now I don't do it. Was it 9/10? You know, that's a good question. I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, so we had an event called 9/11 in this country.
Okay.
I was there. I saw it.
You were in New York?
I was there, but I was watching on TV. Yeah, we all did.
Yeah. All right.
I'm 48. You're kidding.
Jimmy, great stuff. Great set, especially for a year. Congratulations, Jimmy Prescott. How fun. This episode brought to you by Mezcal and Double Talk. Nothing better than YouTube. Just fucking wild animals up here. I'm like, this will be fun. I'll book two of my favorite drinking buddies at the same time. What could go wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking ball. One of this lady's gonna go fuck a sheep with her vest on. Look at this. Look at that thing. Look at that. Unbelievable. Alright, your next fucking boy. You guys still having fun out there, huh? Make some noise for your next one. It's Matt Reeves, everybody. Here we go. It's Matt Reeves. How you doing, everybody? I just got addicted to OnlyFans. Yeah, man, you guys realize OnlyFans is like the new form of scratch offs? Yeah, you'd be on the homepage, just blurry picture, $5. Well, I can afford that. I bought 10 of them one time like they're packing Pokemon cards. I started ripping them looking for a Charizard. Oh, just a bunch of EVs. I'm like, God damn it. Yeah, one time, dude, I bought a 10-pack worth of toes. $10. I'm like, bitch, this is $4 worth of toes max. Yeah, I looked at her like, I sent her like $1.99 just a message. I was like, hey, this is $4 worth of toes max. You paid his skin on that pinky toe. That's a dub. That's fucking crazy. OnlyFans is, I feel like OnlyFans is like the new form of fantasy football. Yeah, fantasy football. They get their friend groups together, start competing for the MVP. Yeah, the most valuable pussy in the street. I guess that's it. Matt Reeves. Matt, are you extremely tired right now? Yeah, I am. A little bit. Yeah. I'm a little Asian too. It doesn't count. Okay. Are you high too? No, just a little Asian, dude. I found out that 10 years ago. Yeah.
Wait, you found out you're Filipino?
Yeah. No, I found out I was a little Japanese. You're a little bit.
Well, every Japanese kid took you long to look into a mirror.
Shit, I thought I was Mexican until this time.
Just him in the lake going, oh shit. Japanese.
So exactly how did you don't have your dad in your life? No, I do have a father. Nice brown Mexican father. So your mom's a little bit Japanese? No, my dad is. He's a guy like 3 generations ago from the 1800s. He came over making fireworks and shit. Does your dad have those eyes?
Get your fucking crutches and come back and do this thing again. It makes sense because you just wow.
I know. Yeah, trust me, I know. 10% Hiroshima.
Yeah, you were 150% Chinese tonight, pal.
It was a prophecy that had happened with that. Matt Reeves, how long have you been on stand-up? 4 years. What do you do for work? I was roading for a singer.
this last few weeks, months, and shit like that.
You're a roadie. Or you like plug in microphones.
Plug in microphone, drive the tour bus, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. For anyone we would know?
He's a country singer out of Fort Worth, Louis the singer. Pretty cool guy. Yeah. Good match for Japanese. Yeah, dude.
Driving a tour bus. Nothing better than you people out there with a political weapon. So, what's your love life like?
Dude, it's horrible. I got rejected at HEB the other day, man. Fucking yeah.
They wouldn't let you buy groceries?
No. No, this nice lady rejected me, man.
What do you mean?
It's hard. Like it's hard to buy groceries and hit on women whenever you can only afford fucking Vienna sausages, you know? Yeah, I'm walking around with 5 flavors of spam. This girl got chia seeds and kale. Well, I can't afford that shit. Kale's like $10 a bushel nowadays, dude. It's fucking nuts. You know, and I don't like chia seeds, man. Yeah, I hate that shit. Feels like cum. I don't like it.
Your blind guitar player said, I wish I was deaf. Yeah. Amazing. It is incredible. All right, Matt. I'm going to keep it moving along. Here's a medium junk book for you. There he goes, Matt Reeves, everybody. Go take a nap, Matt. Go take a nap. You're exhausted right now. It's not more than just Asian there. All right. Your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Emmanuel Martinez. Everybody make some noise for Emmanuel. These people have been waiting all day for that. For the opportunity of a lifetime. Hello. I had jaw surgery growing up. It's a fun fact that I like to bring up on dates. I was on one date and this girl was like, oh my gosh, can we still kiss? I'm like, actually, I just prefer sex. She said, I prefer we just kiss. I was like, alright, well, I know you paid for dinner, but I prefer we kiss. She had a kid too, which was crazy. And, you know, we got along. Me and her kid got along. Until one night that kid called me dad. Yeah, dude, I'm with you. I left. I was only 18 at the time, alright? I was only 18. I can't be responsible for a 15-year-old. Like, I see him in school every day. We take the same classes. He helps me out homework every night. I'm like, dude, you should be my dad. I can't be a father figure to someone and then share the same bully. Imagine that. Okay, Emmanuel Martinez. All right. Hello. Have you been on the show before? First time, Tony. This is your first time. Okay, good. I'm good. How long have you been doing stand-up? I'm about to hit 2 years in March. Okay, 2 years in March. Where have you been doing it? North Carolina. North Carolina. That's where you live? Yes. I was born in Texas, but raised in North Carolina. Okay. What do you do for work? I'm a grad student. Of what? Physical therapy. Do you do that? I'm in school. You're still in school. How much longer do you have left? First year's about to be over. I got 2 more years. 2 more years. How old are you? 28. 28. What made you want to get into physical therapy now? I was a trainer for a very long time. I did nursing school, and I failed. I was like, all right, well, failed at what? Nursing school. Nursing school. How did you fail? Explain to us exactly what part you failed at. It's I failed at the community college. That's embarrassing. Yeah. I know. Keep going. I was doing you have 4 exams throughout the year. First one I did good. I got too cocky, and then I bombed like the 3rd exam, and then breaking down the exams. Why you're dumb? You gotta talk about that, dude. You gotta talk about that. Like, you're the worst doctor, a shitty nurse. Like, do that. Like, that's nursing at community college. That's pretty awful. Yeah. Were you studying? Were you trying? I was trying. Do you think that maybe? Do you think maybe like that might not be your thing? Have you ever thought about working in a factory or something, perhaps? Like maybe helping other humans help if you can't pass the stuff. Like, is it for you? I have a question. How long have you been in the country? How long have you been here? Look at me. Look at me in the eyes. How long have you been here? 28 years. What's your first name?
surgery over here.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna perform physical therapy on them. All right, yeah. Emmanuel, here's a little joke, but we're gonna keep it moving along.
Thank you. Good job, buddy.
There you go. A couple very sleepy Mexicans back to back here on Kiltony, really bringing the momentum to a screeching halt. Just exhausted Mexicans. Anybody notice that? Just, I don't know. We need another Crippled Asian to bring it back. Remember when they used to have the energy? They used to be ready to work. Hey, look at that. Yeah, they're exhausted. These people are exhausted Mexicans now.
I feel that absurdity. Naughty.
All right, your next bucketball goes by the name of Saul Wilson, everybody. Here we go. Saul Wilson.
How's it going? I overheard a lesbian talking to her friend about how she's going to spice up her relationship. She's like, yeah, we're getting a flashlight for her dildo. Third party. I was in traffic and I saw this lesbian again driving in the car, except she wasn't on the road. She was like on the sidewalk, and it wasn't a real car. It was like a much smaller car, like kind of odd looking. And on the back of her window, it said, "Toys are just like real boys." Anyways, I was kind of drunk the other night, and I thought I walked into a Whataburger, but it was D. Madness's house, and he was like, "What? A burger?" And let's say when I turned on the lights, he didn't have all the ingredients for a burger, so that's a good. Alright, thanks so much.
All right, Saul Wilson. What the fuck happened there? Hi, Saul. Welcome. This is your first time on the show.
Yes, thanks.
I would remember that fucking head. I always wonder what Tony Hawk would look like with full-blown leukemia. Amazing. Saul Wilson. Looks like you could use a little jaw surgery, huh? Alright, Saul. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Not too long, like 2 years, I think.
2 years. I love it. Where at?
Okay, this is frowned upon, but in my car.
Okay, tell us what you mean by that.
Doing ride shares, doing my bits to people.
Oh, really? You're one of those guys? Holy shit, has it ever backfired? Has anyone ever been like, yo, dude, please, can you just shut the fuck up? Because that's what they're thinking, so.
Yeah, this one time I guess there was like, 2 wives and maybe in Texas that's like, talk about the stuff, but I made like a big joke.
What was the joke?
I forget, but like I said, she said, I already said too much, anyways, but it was uncomfortable. They didn't have to know that.
Can I hear the joke? He doesn't remember it. So.
What is going on? It was like,
No jokes in your car?
yeah.
And 2 lesbians? How are you always around all these lesbians? Seems like everything you do, there's lesbians involved.
I was waiting for some, yeah.
Alright. You don't remember the joke? You sure?
Yeah, it was like in conversation, like just like that.
Chatting at the lesbos. Saul, so that's what you do for work? You drive?
Yeah.
Okay, what kind of car do you have?
Pre-owned or new? Can I get a drink?
Yeah, absolutely. So Saul, tell us something interesting about your life. How old are you?
I'm 36.
36. You got 36 years of experience to draw from. Give us a little fun fact about Saul Wilson that might surprise us.
I could be biased, I guess.
Oh! Okay. Nothing better than the whitest white guy ever beatboxing. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Saul Wilson.
I've never done it in front of people.
Okay.
You tell a big joke in front of lesbians, but you don't beatbox. What's the issue?
Pretend like you're in your car. Make yourself yourself at home.
I don't even know, like, I think they hold it a certain way.
Just try it. So I'll just
Right.
ask that. What do you mean, nay?
Um,
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the whitest white guy of all time, beatboxing live.
Hates blacks.
Here on
Beatbox.
oh, no, yeah, I've never done it.
You got this.
Well, it sounds so stupid. I'm so sorry.
No, I want you to keep. Hold on, guys. I want you to keep trying it until you get it. How do you do it in real life?
No, I'm
You
sorry.
literally can't beatbox at all.
Is it dry? My mouth is dry.
Have a sip of water. We're gonna do this until you fucking beatbox. I will keep us here all night. Alright, what else should I do it? Wow.
It sounds so stupid.
Wow, that's incredible. You have the rhythm of Yehi's crutches. Incredible. Unbelievable. This is no timing whatsoever. Just sounds like Yehi coming up the stairs. Why so many tails? There's so many tails. You sound like Yehi falling down the stairs. Okay.
It's a Jew sneezing into the mic.
Awkward.
Allergy. Allergies.
As a Jew opening the bill at a restaurant.
Yankee is actually a Michael Jackson impersonator too. She's
You're out of control. Wow. Saul, is there anything you can do?
I could kind of do the late SNL guy's voice.
Okay, let's hear that. You don't have to say I've never done it before. Like, we know. Just do it.
Live from Austin, it's School Zoe.
You can't do that either. What else do you think you can do? This is absolutely incredible. You might be the most untalented man in the history of the show. You should give me a gold bar for being there. You are the opposite of a talented human. You owe me a gold. Okay, what else do you think you can do? This is entertaining. Come on, give us something else.
Show me your fat tits.
Can you do an impression of something? Is there something else?
Show your fat tits.
It's gonna be you, Tommy. It's simply gonna be you. You're 10 mezcals in. It's gonna be your fat tits on the show tonight. How many do you want to see Tommy's tits? Oh, damn.
No, now you're having fun, huh? Fucking pervert.
We want to see those pepperoni pizzas, dude.
Normal fucking tits.
I don't think anybody believes it. Wow, there's the lovely Heidi. Here they come. Here they come. He's gonna open up that Shawshank Redemption fucking polo shirt he's got.
Fucking hot shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
Boys. Boys. I don't want any.
Let's see. Oh my god, look how hairy those are. Oh my god. Literally. He's got the chest of the mighty Chewbacca, ladies and gentlemen. Guy knows how to co-pilot the Millennium Falcon. Wow.
I just saw 50 Shades of Grey.
Saul Wilson, you had some time to think over there. Is there anything else you're good at?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I thought he was.
No, I know.
That's crazy. You're still here, dude.
Saul,
I would fucking ran to the bend if I were you.
is there anything else you think you can do?
That's nuts. Nothing around.
I'm leaning on the comedy, I guess.
Like what?
I'm leaning on the comedy.
Okay. Alright, Saul. Well, fun times. You're leaving here with a little chest book. Congratulations. Sign up again. Give us another minute sometime. We'll see. In the
I saw a black guy driving a Waymo. He definitely stole that shit. There's no other way. I actually saw a black technician driving it. The joke wrote itself. But I asked my gay friend, what is it like to be gay? And he said it sucks cock. That's amazing. I found out bananas are technically berries. Did you guys know that? I was gay, you could bury them up your ass, but I never would have pegged them as berries. Y'all ever notice that trans women are always really cool dudes? They're great guys every time. I love trans women. I'm 1950s gay. That means I like black women. According to my grandpa, that's gay.
Okay, Daniel Shepard, ladies and gentlemen, here he is. Absolutely adorable.
Thank you.
Obviously, what ethnicity are you? French bulldog?
Oh,
Got an adorable round head, this boy. You just want to squeeze those cheeks.
I got called that thing. I got called that and a testicle today.
I bet. I can see
I'm happy about it.
I can see the resemblance.
So you gave my third French bulldog.
I love it. Daniel, how long have you been on stand-up?
I'm about to be going on 5 years.
Where at?
Here in Austin.
I love it. This is where you're born and raised.
Yes, sir.
What do you do for work?
I just got a job. I'm a stripper. I work at a wire factory. Just get a job stripping wires and fabricating cables and stuff.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very nice. What did you do before that?
I was into welding. I actually parked cars for a long time with the PMC company out here. I was a valet. Then they made me a bellhop, and the tips were really shitty, but I loved working there. I got free food, but the black guy got tipped a lot, and I got tipped nothing. We both did a great job, and he couldn't understand why I wanted to quit. And I like that guy. I don't know. Never mind.
What the hell?
I was jealous of my black coworker, but I don't hate blacks. I have a lot of black friends.
How many black friends do you think you have exactly, Daniel?
I have many black friends. I have a lot.
Can you name some of your black friends for me? What their names?
Mr. Mars Martian, and now I have my best friend Brennan from childhood. I have
You stay in touch with Brandon?
Brennan, yeah, from Ohio.
How often do you talk to him?
I touch base with him a few times a year. We met in middle school. He taught me how to be cool in middle school.
Okay. So do you more? You haven't seen him in a long time. Okay, what black friends, other than open mic comedians, what other black friends do you have? Name one that you see that you don't have to do work with.
Let's see here. Jamar,
Are you lying?
Jamar is a friend of a mutual friend of Brennan and I.
What's his name?
Yeah, I don't remember Jamar's last name.
How many Asian friends? How many Asian friends?
I have
You race it's
Koreans.
Okay, name the Korean. First name, last name.
My Korean friend just died.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Yeah, how did your Korean friend die?
On a motorcycle, he got hit.
Wow. Your black friend?
I don't know who did it.
Your Asian friend died on a motorcycle, and you're saying that he didn't cause the accident?
No, I don't think so. I think he got T-boned. I think, I don't know. North Austin, your other black friend, T-boned. I'm not making shit up. I'm trying to be honest.
T-Bone Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen, it is true. Wow. So your Korean friend died on a motorcycle.
Yeah, I've known him since I was 5.
Game over for him. R.I.P. You've known him since you were 5.
Yeah.
last night, babe. See you soon.
Like a tea.
I can do that because I'm a
Bye. See you. Bye, bitches. Love for you. Bye. I love you.
I love you in the Oscars. What? I did. I loved it on the Oscars.
What do you mean?
Didn't you host the Oscars? No, I'm Team Joe Boy. Fuck off. What is your name, sir? I love it. All right, Daniel.
You've been on this show before, right? So when'd you get that?
You got followed up with last time.
Well, you move it up to a slightly medium jump up.
There you go. Daniel Shepard. Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome, buddy. Put that mic stand back where you found it, Daniel, real quick. Daniel, there you go. Put the mic stand instead of networking with the comedians. Put it back where you found it. There you go, buddy. There goes Daniel Shepard, everybody. This guy's trying to shake hands. Hey, do you ever need an opener or something sometime? All right, ladies and gentlemen, our regulars are all out this week. Yeah, crazy. We do have one prolific golden ticket winner left to close tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the great Aaron Kyle, everybody. Here he is. America's Got Talent and Kill Tony fame. This is Aaron Kyle, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't have a single black friend. People assume I'm mentally retarded and they start playing charades with me. It happened 6 times at the airport on the way here. Like I ordered Starbucks and my order was ready and she starts doing this. By the 6th time, I just started doing it back to them. Hey Sharon, I'm going to kill your whole fucking family. You stupid piece of fucking shit. All that, and she says, oh no, I think he needs to use the potty. Tommy Pope, this sick fuck, is just sitting here thinking about smelling my retard foot.
Why would he? What's that?
She didn't hear about the flat install. Last one.
What'd you say?
I know you will.
Is this like a running joke or something? Why would he smell your retard food? I don't understand what's happening.
Tommy does.
What? Are you have a half-minute baked idea you want to say too?
I want to interrupt him, but Tommy does do that thing where he hugs you and like smells your hair and shit, like sniffles.
Great stuff, right there. All right, let's go back to that. Describe Tommy's hugs in the middle of the fucking show. Great stuff, right there. What do you got? Oh, Aaron's pissed. Look at him. He's furiously telling me, hey boy. Okay. Literally the one that brings you on the fucking show. I get nothing out of this, but yes, I'm not letting you fucking know. Jesus fucking Christ. You ever think being so ungrateful is like God to you?
He smells like slide my fingers.
What is happening right now?
Aaron, what's going on in life? Tell us about it. I want to let you cook. I want to give you an opportunity to really cook it up in here. A guy that can literally only cook things in a microwave, but yes, go ahead. I'm going to let you microwave something after everything. Lean cuisine over here. It's Swanson dinner over here. Go ahead. I have an air fryer. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Jesus fucking Christ. No, I don't. Aaron, what else is going on in life? Do you really cook? We got on cooking. You do have a built-in spatula. Something you said, let me cook. I'm curious. Something you specialize in. Me and Aaron are friends, by the way. He doesn't. Yeah, there you go. He likes to see when he has to type, he can't smile and type at the same time, so he gets serious. But when he looks at me, there he goes. I'm just on the road a lot. Going back on the road with Steve-O in the new year. Yes. Right. Absolutely. Aaron, you're fantastic. We love you. You're a golden ticket winner as always, and you did it yet again. How about a hand for Aaron Belial, ladies and gentlemen? Charlie Moran, the email is in. Bird is on Four. Go to punchup.live. Find us, Jordan. Tommy Pope has podcasts, Stuff Island, and Look at Dish, a cooking show, which is awesome. How about one more time for Aaron Belial, everybody? Sweet boy. He can get a little icy sometimes. He paid for Let Me Cook Gay Boy. Good ringer for that one. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. That's the great Ron White. Yeah. Fun times tonight, people. Make sure you go to Netflix. Watch Kill Tony Once Upon a Time in Texas. It's out now. Push it to the moon, Red Man.
Check out my new video on YouTube, Cat Red 7. It's called Cherry Repair. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. And we love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody. One more time for Steve Bird and Tommy Pope. Thank you. Good night,
Sunset Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Dad's show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstriptx.com for tickets.
Oh my God, we've done it again. You are here. How you guys feeling tonight? Still Tony, brought to you by Netflix, ladies and gentlemen. Where this upcoming Monday, January 12th, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, airs only streaming on Netflix. So we won't be on YouTube next week. We are only on Netflix. How cool is that, huh? One more time for the best damn band in the land. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Matt Mueling on guitar tonight, playing a Matt Mueling signature guitar from John Cage Guitars. That's John Dees on the keys. And believe it or not, that is the real D Madness live in the flesh. Kill Tony band single Pandemonium out now on Spotify and everywhere where music is played. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Greater Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every week. This is one of those episodes where truly two of my best friends in the world are on tonight's panel. Austin Zone, make some fucking noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis. Ladies and gentlemen. We are here at Shane Gillis. Financial Field, aka Eagles motherfucking football stadium, July 17th. And Joe Rogan of the JRE, the number one show around the world. These are the moments. Normally we get to hang out on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, some Thursdays, but tonight we are here on a fucking Monday, getting the week started right. How we feeling, gentlemen? Let's fucking go.
I feel excited. Legitimately very excited to be here.
You guys would share the best guests in the show's history, so you already know that this bucket is filled with over 250 or so of hopeful names. Sometimes it's a great upcoming comedian who we haven't discovered yet. Sometimes it's an insane person that just signed up this week. You never know what can happen. I'm gonna let this guy whose eyes are extremely close together, I'm gonna let you pick the first name tonight. You could wear a monocle. Look through both eyes through a monocle. It's unbelievable. If I select one of these people out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts their set. And then I conduct an interview. They get feedback from my dear friends here, and we have a hoop maybe the whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? We're gonna get it started tonight with a golden ticket winner while we go wrangle that innocent soul who's going to go up after him. This golden ticket winner is great at opening the show. Very neurotic, very, very wild boy. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted. A brand new set from Jack Shaw. Everybody, here we go.
Someone DM'd me and they said, fuck you, fuck the Jews, I don't support bombing hospitals. And I was like, no, that's not me. I'm not doing, I have no part in that. If I did have a drone, I'd bomb the homeless people. I mean, talk about
making unwanted settlements. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, didn't go great. All right, cool. I'm just a silly little guy, dude. That's just what I am. My girl told me that it gives her the ick that I pee sitting down. Then I got upset with her, okay? And I said, if you don't like me peeing sitting down, you should see me pooping standing up. Also didn't go as great as I thought it would, okay? Very cool, awesome. Okay, got one more. Awesome. Hey, you guys hear this app Rocket Money? Okay, I got this app, and if you don't know what it is, it's an app that tells you the subscriptions that you have. And, well, I got the app, and turns out I have 2 Rocket Money subscriptions. Jack Shaw. Really? Criticizing himself throughout his set. Not leaving much work for us to do. I don't know why you had to bring up the DM that I sent you. That was supposed to be between me and you. Jack, I mean, you know how that went. You thought it was going to go better. I really did. Yeah, I was really like, wow, this is going to go great. And then it wasn't. Why do you think it was? What do you think exactly happened here tonight? Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that maybe it was me. You are correct. That is the correct answer. How's life been going, Jack? It's been great. It's the last night of Hanukkah tonight, everybody. Wow, that's the way to get the Texas crowd on your side. I brought some presents for all you guys. That's kind of what I'm doing. I brought some presents. Wow. Hey, can you bring out my Hanukkah presents? Oh my goodness. Here we go. It's Hanukkah time with Jack Shaw. It's Hanukkah time and ladies first. So Tony, I actually got you something very special. I made you your very own Kill Tony yarmulke. Wow. Okay, great. There you go. This is where all your preparation for this weekend went into. I love it. Shut the fuck up. Tonight's episode is already brought to you by Netflix. I don't need to put it on. When the deal's up in 2 years, I might have to put this back on. For now, we good. All right, what else you got over there? I got something special for Red Man. I got you a lean cuisine because you're fat. There you go. Guys, this is going so much better than your set. It's incredible. Did you pass it down? What did I do, Judy? Actually, there's nothing in it fatty. If you tear it up properly, it actually turns into a lean cuisine yarmulke. Okay, what else, Jack? Good idea. I should talk to her more. Okay, and then for our favorite Latino members of the band, I got you citizenship for the United States of America. Wow. Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, and Michael Gonzalez, you are American. Absolutely incredible. How many gifts do you have left over there? Pretty much for everyone in the audience. Okay. And then John Keys, I got you something. I didn't really know what to get you, but Hans came and told me to get you a bike lock so you can practice stealing. Wow. That's for you. Okay. I'll take care of that later. What else you got there, Jack? Hey, Matt Muley, I heard that you're a big liberal. Schizophrenic. It's totally schizophrenic. What is going on? It's an inclusivity flag. There's so much happening in that flag. I don't know what the circle is. Did we get a wet stripe on there? It's new in or not is that didn't go how I expected it to. Have you ever thought about doing props? Yeah, right now. You should. I was talking to Carrot Top about this. This is kind of crazy. He's the only guy that does props now. Yeah. When I first started out, there was a lot of prop comps. It was a common thing. And Carrot Top got so big that the upcoming people thought they would be stealing if they started doing props. But I think it's a legitimate idea for you. This was like way funnier than the other stuff. Dude, you did like very clever. You're very clever. You didn't like the rocket funny joke. It was okay. I'm glad I have 2 rocket money subscriptions. That's good. Yeah, it's good. That's good. You didn't get anything for D-Madness? Yeah, that's the final gift of the night. D-Madness, I heard you lost your eyes in that tragic accident. So, Jesus Christ. No, I don't know what happened, but I got you some brand new eyes. Oh. They really broke. They already broke. Okay, I thought that was gonna go better too. Okay, so that was this kill Tony said. You did good, Jack. Thank you for all the gifts. Maybe I did look her googly eyes. You're wondering what's going on. Good. Keep that trans flag away from D-Madness or else it's gonna light on fire. It's homophobe. D-Madness. Okay. That's your first comedian of the night. But now we go to the bucket where, believe it or not, it's usually more insane. So we're gonna see what happens here. Your first bucket full tonight. Make some noise for Kojak, everybody. 16 seconds uninterrupted. Interview. Hey, people keep asking me why I did Jake Paul dirty in the 6th round. I was like, come on, bro. I'm not even British. I do like boxing, though. Rest in peace to George Foreman, boxing legend. Died a couple months ago. You gotta know George Foreman? Notably known for naming all his kids George Foreman, even the girls. But also the George Foreman grill. I'm sure you all had a George Foreman grill, right? I just moved to a new apartment. I got a George Foreman grill, but I'm a little cheap, so I got a knockoff version. I got the George Foreman grill. It's sort of like the George Foreman grill, but you gotta press down extra hard to get the grill marks. I mean, Coach, I can't really get off this bitch. I invented the grill marks to say BLT, but it ended up saying BLM. And that's what I get. I used a counterfeit 20 to pay for it, so I chose this one. Alright, thank you. That's my time. Thank you. Coach, ladies and gentlemen. George Foreman grill. Look at that. Welcome, Coach. How long have you been doing stand-up? 4 years. Once we open, as soon as you open this. About 3 years. As soon as the mothership opened, I started. Nice. What made you want to start that? I've been watching Kill Tony since 2015. I saw you at... How old are you? You look like you could be 20 or 65. I'm 46. Really? Wow. Look at that. Yeah, I believe it. You're doing good. How do you stay so young? I stay in the gym. I stay in the sauna. Are you there? Yeah. 24-hour fitness. Yeah, I'm fit, man. I do some things I love. You just looked at Joe Rogan and said, I love. I was uncomfortable. I like weights. Okay, Shane. All right. What do you do for a living? I am the #1 waiter in Austin, Texas, at a fine dining establishment. Okay. I took care of Shane. Like, what? Yeah, last year I was with Ian McCann and Sam Taylor. Yeah. Right after you. How was I? I don't care about it. What's the name of the restaurant? You want to say? I don't fucking remember. I was going to tell you. You were great. You're so fucking racist. That was crazy, dude. That probably was. You got it like that. We got to be careful out there, man. I'm on the don't want to say the restaurant. Do you think you'll get in trouble for George Floyd?
Yeah, definitely. Black people don't go to my restaurant.
Wow.
Don't lay it down.
For those of you maybe not watching and just listening to the podcast, Kojak is black, everybody. I know he's extremely racist towards black, but I promise you he is black. This is incredible.
I just have a problem with George Floyd.
What's your problem?
They said he was my hero. George Floyd and fucking Pete Diddy to look up to as hero. That's bullshit. I think all the educated blacks would agree. Oh shit.
Again, he's black.
Where's Candace Owens when you need her?
Wow. Kojak, when you say you're the number one waiter in all of us, what do you mean by that?
That means I was rated number one in all of Austin by anyone that comes in, I take care of them.
Okay. All right. What do you
Steak, you like steak?
Yeah.
You like bone and filet?
Yeah. I like bone in my butt.
Yeah, so that's 6 hot dogs. We got a nice petite fillet for you.
Oh my god. Kojak, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or waiting tables?
I do a lot of cooking at home. I have I'm more than HEB shopping, so I have my boyfriend is Puerto Rican, so we make a lot of Puerto
You have that on your bingo card. Again, if you were on Prize Picks, and you bet only $2, and the first bucket pool would be a gay, black, racist against black comedian. With only a $2 bet, you just won $3.5 billion. This is why you need to go to Prize Picks, use the promo code Tony, and place your bet. A $2 bet would have gotten you $3.5 billion. Gay, black, racist against blacks. Do you want to be my new best friend? Okay. Do you like hot dogs? Put those on your George Foreman grill. We'll have a hell of a night. Tell us about this Puerto Rican boyfriend. What does he do for work?
He works at HEB.
Wow.
I get that discount.
Oh my god. What's he working the meat?
He's in the meat aisle.
What part of HEB does he work at?
He's a bagger.
Ooh, a bagger. Look at that.
That's the only time he bags, right? Raw dog. I'm 20 years a senior, so I bagged him.
Wow. HEB. How long you been with this bag boy?
5.5 years. Wow. His in-laws are, my in-laws are moving here. He's got his mom and his grandma to come move.
Oh my goodness.
And it's a little bit of an age gap. I mean, the mom are the same age, so that was a hell to get over.
With the young, you're even with the young, how old are you?
But you're 47. He's 46. That's even worse.
Is he 50 years old? Like, why is he a bagger? There you go.
Hey, shut up.
How old is he, Kojak?
Look at me. He just turned 25.
Wow. Look at you.
Oh, y'all care about gay shit now. Get the fuck out of here. Like, y'all don't care about gay shit all the time. Fuck out of here.
love it. HEV now, HIV later. Oh, how exciting. Fucking go. Well, Kojak, fun times. You know, I like the George Floydman show. Getting a big joke, but buddy, there you go. Moving along.
I'll serve you in my restaurant.
I don't know what fucking, you didn't want to say the name of the restaurant.
I'll tell you. The lowercase grill.
Lowercase grill.
Hey, that's good, dude. I don't know what you guys do. He knows.
Oh, you guys are great. There he goes. All right. Kojak, everybody. There he goes. Right out the back door, just like he likes it. Oh, there's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Look at her. She's going to be working hard tonight on these fun lights. Live in the flesh. HeidiRegina.com. She's got a podcast, a bunch of shit going on. Hey, what's up, everybody? This episode is brought to you by Restream. Whether you're starting a new routine or making clear things for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on PrizePicks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and PrizePicks lets you take control.
You know me, I love PrizePicks. It was so simple to get started on the app. I even won my first pick. It really makes my sports watching experience with my friends even better.
That is incredible, Red Man. The app has a new feature too. PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So get in on the action. PrizePicks is now available in all 50 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Plus, PrizePicks puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and secure. PrizePicks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits into your account quick and easy this fall season. So download the PrizePicks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Wow, the news! This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. 2026 is the year you launch your business. One powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands. Starting a business with Shopify. Maybe you've got an idea you can't shake or grab. Everyone tells you to sell a store you've already designed in your head. With Shopify, 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap, from Mattel to Gymshark to first-time business owners just getting started.
I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify gives you all the tools to easily build your dream store. Plus, some of it's fast with Shopify's built-in AI tools that write product descriptions and headlines and help you edit product photo.
Marketing is built into. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expand in new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/GoTony. Go to shopify.com/GoTony. That's shopify.com/GoTony. Hear your first this new year with Shopify by your side. On Back to the Bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for a name. It's for me, everybody. Here we go.
So a little bit about me. I'm not really great at rock things, but I dropped out of community college twice. I tried hanging myself while up in the choking fetish. I wrote room for the sound, but I shot a few more right back up there. You never know when you're gonna find a new hobby. Like, you think anyone ever found out they're good at parkour by attempting suicide? They jumped from the building and both right back and took it home. As a French guy show up, he starts playing. I think it's much more likely someone's attempting parkour and found out they're good at suicide. Salt Lake.
Okay, that's where you live still?
No, I moved down here in August.
Okay. How do you like Austin?
I love it. It's awesome. I like that there's no winter. Big fan of that.
Winter.
Yeah, I'm from upstate New York, and I lived on top of a mountain in Utah in a van for 4 years. So I
Fucking drive down.
took me 4 years to realize that shit. I'm a smart man.
What do you do for work?
I did work at the ski resort for a while. I'm working for Amazon right now. I'm working for the devil. It's pretty fun.
So you're driving?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that like? Tell us. Yeah, tell us. What do you get about it?
They have you on a camera at all times. It's like an AI camera that's tracking you the whole time. And I also threw out my bag yesterday, so I'll walk around like Quasimodo for most of my deliveries.
Wow, the last comic book about this matter too. Yeah. So Nick, tell us more. What are you into, buddy? You have any special skills or talents that might surprise us? You seem like you have a little something up your sleeve.
I'm engaged with my fiance, collect taxidermy.
Oh wow. Where'd you meet this bad boy at?
I met her at open mic.
Oh nice. She does comedy too? Wow. Interesting. Did she sign up tonight?
Yeah.
She's at the bar next door?
Yeah, she is.
Cool. Do you know what it is?
Holly.
What is it? Holly what? Holly Jensen. Go grab Holly Jensen. Let's see. Always fun here. How did you get into taxidermy?
I got her a taxidermy frog. It's like a cane toad, like the invasive species in Australia. It's like a purse. She has it with her. So crazy, my wife would stab me. She loves it. Then we got some bats. We got some mice in a teacup.
What's she doing? Did you live with you or did you meet her here?
She lived in the van for a year with me.
Did you ever get close to the old
I do like national parks.
like a fight in the van with the sun?
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, it's not much room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw a documentary on Netflix about this one.
That's my joke, you dumbass.
So you did. Oh,
That's it.
I love it. You got that. You got rats. What else?
We got a taxidermy fox. We got a praying mantis, and she found a big dragonfly in the woods that we're killing for right now. They see there's someone for everyone.
So you guys have a place. It's here in Austin. What is she doing for work?
Nothing right now. Wow. Or something.
Okay.
Yeah. You can like use taxidermy, like people that have died and have like sold it, like sort of like creepier. She would probably love that for sure. But no, we went to a store. They had human skulls too. It was weird. Spines.
Well, I guess they just sent her out. Okay, that's one way to do it. What are you? Yeah. Wow.
He's got a little butthole.
Is that real? It looks fake.
100% real.
How do you know it's real, Joe?
He's an invasive species in Australia. He's a cane toad. His name's Winston. He's our son.
That's incredible. I think it's I don't see a dick on it. I don't know if it might be a daughter. What do you want to do? The set that you were planning on doing here? That's how I would have done it. Instead of just sending her out randomly, I would have brought her up. Ladies and gentlemen, doing 60 seconds, sending her up. That makes her
Holly Jensen, everybody.
So I'm actually from Salt Lake City, Utah. I just moved here, and the first thing everybody always asks is if I'm Mormon. I'm not. I'm Jewish. But I did have a lot of Mormon boyfriends growing up. The cool thing about Mormon boyfriends is that it's really weird rules. Like, they won't drink coffee, but they won't finger a Jew. I've been having a hard time getting a job out here in Austin. When I was in Salt Lake, I was a stripper. Thank you. So much more supportive than my parents. They hated the stuff that I would do at work. Like, I loved showing up with googly eyes and pasties. Turns out men don't like it when the tits stare back at them. Shit kept going wrong at the strip club. Like, one day our DJ didn't show up, so we had to dance to Pandora Radio with the commercials on. So I was just twerking on some old dude, like, do you struggle with osteoporosis? Thank you, that's my kind of
One of the rare comedy couples where the woman is funnier than the man. Again, if you missed this on Pride 6, you just won $750,000.
He's taking her straight to a state park. You have to kill her now. You have to kill her.
Yeah, she's about to be
Here, bro.
she's about to be in the freezer next to the dragon quad. Holly, you're hilarious. How long have you been on stand-up?
8 years.
Awesome. And that was all in upstate New York or Salt Lake City?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
And that's where you're from?
Yeah.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Why don't you work?
Oh, I mean, I've been trying. I've been applying to jobs.
What are you good at? What do you want to do?
I'm good at stripping. I love doing stuff.
Really?
I love doing both of those things. So yeah, a job in either of those things would be great.
You've stripped before? Amazing. Heidi, what do you think? Can you get her a job? You just got a job at the Yellow Rose. Congratulations. It's an audition. This poor guy is going to be all tomorrow night at 2:30 a.m. heading a fucking dead bat. Holy shit. Well, you guys fucking just did something real special. You're very entertaining. We got a small one for Nick. You guys want to get a big one? Alright, you guys are both getting big ones. There you go. There goes Nick Courtney and Holly Jensen, everybody.
Holly, next year I'd love to have you on the secret show, all right?
Next year? Next Thursday's Christmas, the week after January. I'd say the next secret show. Man, I'm gonna have you next decade. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. Well, it's been a hell of an episode so far. Your next bucket hole goes by the name of Floyd Jones, everybody. Here we go.
Are we just gonna act like Kanye wasn't a Nazi? That's just how we're okay. Perfect. I don't know if you guys heard he actually changed his name. He's Kanye Outwest. Kanye, which is crazy. Like, he said he was done making music, done making controversial statements. He's actually gonna open a chain of all natural grocery stores. He's gonna name it Trader Joe's. I think it's problematic to say the least. But I like the thought of restaurants just fucking up. Like, I think it'd be cool if Olive Garden gave abortions. You know? Because their tagline could be, when you're here, you are almost family. was Puerto Rican. I'm black. I promise. I've got the paperwork. I'll get 23 and me right now, even though that just sounds like a cool movie about Michael Jordan. So, but white people just need to know. They're like, I just want to make sure. Like, God. And so, I like to go to sushi restaurants because the waitress is never black. And when she comes over, I go, hi, can I get some salmon niggery? And she's like, you mean niggery? Wow. That's
A lot of oohs and ahs during that set. Wait, chill, wow. Welcome, Floyd. Is this your first time on the show? Yeah, talk at the grab that microphone, buddy.
I don't know how that happened.
Okay, welcome. How long have you been doing comedy?
Since like 2021 through January 6th, right? Yeah, she knows, oh my gosh, you're Rogan. Dude, hell yeah. Dude, hey man, without you, man.
These are your heroes. Check them out.
Honestly, it's like Pokemon. It's like you started Tony, you get the shade of Charizard himself, dude. Dude, I wasn't ready for it. I'm sorry.
Having better interviews than sets tonight. Floyd, tell us about you. What do you not do for a living?
Just here, I guess here. No, I play music, man.
You're a professional musician?
Yeah, a metal band.
Really, you're a drummer? Well, I mean, it's been a long time since we've done this. For those of you that are fans of the show, you might know that if anybody that does comedy on the show drums, we have a little thing where they get a drum solo, and our house drummer gets a drum solo, and if the guest drummer is able to beat our drummer in a drum off, they become the full-time drummer of the show. So, like Highlanders, a drum off here, and if you beat Michael Gonzalez in the drum solo off, you become the full-time drummer on the show. And Michael has to dress like a 5-year-old and play in a metal band. This is a Mexican drum off band. I must warn you, Floyd Jones, Michael Gonzalez all-time is undefeated here on his home turf. But I'm guessing that Floyd, since he does this for a living, might have a little something. Well, we know he doesn't have anything up his sleeve because he's wearing a basketball jersey. But I'm guessing he is very talented. Let's see what happens here. It's Kill Tony, brought to you by Netflix. January 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, it's not up to us. It is up to the live audience here. Do we have a decibel meter? I can't remember. We have it going? All right, so here we go. Hold on the camera on the decibel meter. How many of you have Lloyd Jones winning this Mexican drum off make some noise? How many of you have Michael Gonzalez winning? God, I may have affected this election. Wouldn't be the first time. Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was very good. Good interview, good set. I guess you get to keep those drumsticks. There's a big joke book. There you go, Floyd Jones, ladies and gentlemen. There's Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he's saying. There's another Bud Light brought to you by Bud Light. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have a brand new regular who has absolutely taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking noise for Kendrick Flynn. Oh my God. What you know about being the only black dude at a country music festival in Kennesaw, Georgia called Jackie Food Festival? Yeah, no, I only found that out because when I walked into the venue, a dude ran up to me out of breath and he was like, "Hey, my nigga, you know you got a uniform, right?" And I was like, "No, I'm here for the festival. I love Blake Shelton. I love Kenny Chesney." And he was like, "Nigga, stop lying. I got an extra vest in my car." And I was like, "No, I'm here for the festival." And I showed him my ID and I showed him my badge. And he looked at my ID and he looked at my badge. And he looked at me and he looked at my Tasha! You gonna want to hear this. So Tasha came over. I met Tasha. She did the same thing. Jamal! I met everybody one by one. I met all 37 black people like I'm a black Noah's Ark. They kept calling me the day walker. They said I was Blade. It was a great country music festival, man, because all the black people that was running the event could give me free drinks, but they also had re-entry. They stopped doing it. They had re-entry into the festival, so we just go to the car and like parking lot them drink beers. And the reason why we knew it was time to go drink beers is because my best friend Jessie, who's a redneck Filipino but raised black, and she was my best friend. Her older sister Jackie had just had a kid, and she would look us in the face and she would be like, "I need to get out of here. My kid's about to pop. I gotta go pump." So we would go back to the car, and she's chugging beers. We're all drinking beers, and she's pumping, but she pumped more than like a regular, like a white woman could never pump as much milk as it takes to make a redneck Filipino that's raised black. Like my nephew Maxwell today, he's 10 years old. He's taller than me. She's pumping a lot, and I'm looking at her titty milk, and I wanted to taste some, but I didn't know how to ask. And then God got my back so much, he confused my friend Derek. My friend Derek saw me looking at the breast milk, and he was like, "Yo, I bet you $100 you gonna drink Jackie's breast milk." Nigga, I was already thinking about it. She got a husband. I don't know if you had somebody like a young couple. How do you get if you got breast milk? I got to be like, "Hey, excuse me, brother." You ain't bring to your kids that got alcohol in it. Can I see some before we put it on the ground? But for $100, I can leave about one t-shirt while I'm inside the goddamn place. So I was like, hell yeah, let's run it. And so they brought the funnel out because it was too much titty milk to just sit. It was too much to sit. We got to bring the funnel out. It was like 2 gallons of titty milk she was pumping. And I sick and sweat. I was doing a great job. Also, I don't know if y'all love titties as much as I do, but I research them. Breast milk tastes like whatever the mom is eating and drinking. So her titty milk is tasting like Tecate and tequila. It tastes like a redneck Filipino horchata. You know what I'm saying? It tastes like a little redneck Filipino horchata. But also, if y'all study titties as much as I do, you would know that a titty milk has all the vitamins. I haven't had a hangover in 12 years, nigga.
Dedrick, it is so fun to watch you perform. 2 weeks ago, you had regular teeth. You're getting better with the grill, but there is a slight speech impediment still there. One of my favorite parts of the set is when you said, "I wanted to taste them, but I didn't know how to ask." The grill is affecting those S's. It is. It is.
I'm not used to money, Tony.
It's amazing that you're willing to make the sacrifice. Out with the S's, in with the gold teeth, still making it work. Allow me. I love it. Camoed up tonight. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I got that shit on, Tony. That's it, right? That shit on.
Hell yeah.
You got that shit on. You know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. You still disguising that forehead. That shit is big as hell. Yeah, that shit swooped over, but it's still like a plasma screen.
Don't let anyone talk to you.
Take your hat off, Jay.
Fuck you, dude.
My pocket's fat enough for not me. You know what I mean? David Lucas.
David Lucas is also wearing a grill right now. It's a great day. Okay. All right, great egg.
It wasn't the reference that threw it off.
My delivery is a little bit floppy tonight.
I'll take them out.
No, it's
I won't. I'm good to see y'all.
Okay, yeah. I'll get you more teeth if you kill David Lucas. What do you guys think of the suits?
Dedrick, how's life been going?
Man, I'm doing good. I'm goddamn touring like a motherfucker. We just left Lincoln, California together.
Yeah, I took Dedrick on our first road gig together.
Yeah, that was fun as a motherfucker. I ain't never been on a private jet, nigga. I was so used to getting pat down. They just walked out and was like, would you like a coffee? And I was like, am I in an interrogation? I'm ready to snitch on you. I don't know what you did.
It was a fun trip. Especially the ride back in.
Yeah, that was so
Damn it. Yeah, it was a blast. It was actually yes, we banged. Right, man. Just my leg. Yeah, of course you did.
Did lose.
That's where this new list eventually comes from. All right.
Sorry.
Dedrick. You guys have seen Dedrick, the Dark Storm of Atlanta. What are our thoughts, Joe Rogan, other than his jacket and his hat? What do you like about him?
He's got a completely new style. It's like your own thing. It's great. I love it. I didn't get it for much time. You know,
my teeth the whole time I've been talking. But sometimes they don't understand me on the internet, so I can talk how I want to. I agree. Freedom of speech. District, you've done it again. We love you. Freaking me. I've been playing that. It's great stuff with this president. On and on we go. Back to the bucket. This person has to follow Dedrick, makes a noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for what appears to be a new name. Tyler Cole, everybody. Here comes Tyler Cole.
Do y'all think Indians do that head bob thing when they're sucking dick? Oh my god, this is so big. Did y'all hear Joe Biden woke up today? Yeah, so 6 more weeks of recession, that's what that means. So I went on a first date the other day and told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform sometime. And I said, well, we should probably have sex first, so you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear. Do we have any fans of Jersey Shore in here? Yeah, someone told me the other day it looked like a cast member on the upcoming spin-off Gaza Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour. This bedroom was promised to me. Someone also told me I look like the situation in the Middle East. And then they said it looks like my forehead could bench press 225 pounds. That was really rude. I've been Tyler Cole. Thank you guys.
Tyler Cole. Making fun of himself around. Unstuff. Tyler, welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
It is.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
4 months now.
That chain's kind of tight, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you a pit bull? What is what's happening over there? Is that the size that you want it to be?
I got the size wrong. Yeah, what would you want?
Did you just wrap Dedrick's grill around your neck?
Like an autoerotic fixation thing, you know?
Something.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, you're trying to look cool, right? You got me. Once you put it on, were you like, no? I spent $50.
How much did you spend on that?
$50. He was right.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen. Gene Gillen. Where'd you get it? Like Hot Topic or something? What is it?
I didn't need to get into Hot Topic.
Did you really?
No, I forget. I don't know.
You forget where you got the chain that squeezes your neck all day?
It's so tight. I forgot to get it.
What part of New Jersey are you from exactly, Tyler?
I'm from Austin, Tony.
Born and raised in Austin.
Born and raised.
Wow, with a pinky ring and a choker.
Yeah. Leading into it.
Amazing. What ethnicity are you?
White.
Just regular white. Not Italian.
Just a buttered noodle. Not Italian. No, not at all.
You're not Italian. Pinky ring and a necklace. Comical shirt. How does this happen? Explain to us how this happened. What exactly, how did you end up trying to be Italian?
It's the chain. People on the chain that took it over.
He's a Wago. He's a Wago. It's the Bodego. He's a Wago.
You're a way.
He's a Wago. He's a Wago.
Just a big Sopranos fan.
So am I. You don't see me not getting blood to my brain because of it. Tyler, what do you do for work?
I sell houses.
Do you really?
Yeah, really.
Timeshares?
No, houses.
Regular houses?
Regular
Are you good at it?
Pretty good, yeah. Yeah, you see the fucking dirt. just a 2,000 square foot house in South Austin.
Okay. When you sell it for how much?
380,000.
Wow.
Love it.
Hell yeah, dude. Might be able to add a few links to that Netflix.
Oh, that's good.
I love it. Okay. What do you do? How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 months.
4 months. What made you want to start 4 months ago?
Kill Tony.
How old are you?
31.
31. You've just been watching the show and you're like, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just hitting up mics and getting booked by local promoters.
Taking it seriously, and you seem to be doing good. What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up and selling houses and pretending to be Italian?
I like to shoot plays, and when it's warm out, wakeboarding, paddleboarding.
Yeah. When you shoot plays, do you get the gun out of the bathroom first? Godfather reference. I love it. You shoot plays. What else did you say?
Lake sports,
Lake sports. Like what? What exactly?
wakeboarding, wake surfing.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing, Tyler. What's your love life like? You have a chicken parmesan at home?
Single currently.
Single. When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
A few years ago.
Okay. So, hey, take it easy. Oh my God.
It's a crazy race to appropriate.
What the fuck are you
I started acting like Polish. I like being Polish.
Who compares the Italians to the
See through the wire, now I'm a Polak. You're not Polish? No. I do look pretty fucking Polish, man. Pretty glaringly Irish. But whatever. You don't see me wearing shirts without it.
So this relationship that ended a few years ago, how did it end?
Found out she was married.
Wow. Okay. I love this. My God, am I good at these little interviews? How did you find out? Exactly how did you find out that she was married? How long were you looking up with her? What's the ballpark here?
It was like 9 months in that she told me she
9 months in, and she just told you.
Yeah, when we first started dating, she said that
You weren't dating. You were fucking and hanging out sometimes. She was married. Go ahead.
when we first started fucking, she said she was divorced. And then 9 months later, she was like, "Oops, actually, I'm not divorced."
Okay, where were you exactly when she told you this? Were you at a Best Buy or a house?
No, we were bartending together at a club on 6th Street, and she told me while I was at work.
Wow. And that was that. She must have been fun. Can you give us an example of the favorite
Crazy bitch doesn't tell you she's married for the guy. Working alongside you, fucking let's go to dinner. Fucking maniac. I bet she was so much fun.
Can you give us an example of a fun sexual experience that you had with her? You guys ever bang at the bar or in the car outside?
We did in fact bang at the bar, yeah.
You banged at the bar?
Yeah.
The bar, diggy, 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 sit the boogie, sit the chuck, the boogie. You banged at the bar to bang. Take us through this. How do you bang at the bar?
Just various locations, you know.
Yeah, closing?
Yeah, we already closed like an hour ago.
Yeah. And she grabbed you by your chain and said, "Come over here." That's what it sounded like. It sounded. That's Tom Segura after breaking his arm.
were separated, so they didn't live together. They weren't providing.
How the fuck do you know?
I went to her house a few times.
Did they have kids?
No kids.
No kids. When they got back together, she told you, and you haven't met since.
They did not get back together.
They didn't get back together. She was still married. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a whole different thing. So then why would you? I don't really get it. She tells you that
She's fun, Tony. Just let a girl have fun. Stop out all the crazy people in this world to make everything fucking boring.
no, I just don't
Let
understand.
her fuck the guy at work. I don't see yell to you to come
I
inside.
have no more questions. You're on.
Did you yell? Tell us. Tell me, I need to hear shit like this. Come on, Python. Call you Walter, nickname for you. There was no nickname. Yeah, there was. Come on. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, this guy.
What was the name of the bar that you guys were at?
Don't do it. Don't ruin everyone's life. Yeah, I'd rather know.
Tyler, it was for 4 months, pretty good. The interview, unfucking believable. Here's the big joke, but there you go, my friend. Tyler Cole, hell of a catch, hell of an interview, very honest. You future kill Tony fucking Holes. We love an honest interview. I love people get scared. All right, this looks like a new name. This looks like a fun name. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Diamond Debbie, everybody. Here comes Diamond Debbie. Oh my God. Let's fucking go. Guys, you got any better than that? Make some noise for Diamond
Over there, ladies, we know things. On this age, I don't know when I had too much to drink like you, youngins. Diapers leak, y'all. I was a single mom with an only child. I probably don't recommend that to any youngins either. If only I'd had a litter, surely one would have failed in life and wanted to stay home and take care of me. Hey, what's all this about the T-word? We had that T-word back in the 60s, y'all. Tomboy. Most of us cried. Can y'all gym teachers? Well, I was looking for love in all the wrong places during the pandemic. I mean, the nursing homes. But, the competition's pretty stiff there. Women outlive men, and there's a lot of Debbies in there, I'm telling you. But by now, even the guys with dementia, after 4 or 5 times, they got it figured out. I'm not Debbie with the pop out thing. Nah, I mean, they can see me coming. They just call me a blue chew. Well, that's different. When life beats you up and you got to start over, I go, oh, what's happening to you? I just say, Jesus, take my joystick, I'm coming home. Thank you.
Wow. Welcome. Oh my goodness. This is your first time on the show. I would remember you.
Well, you walked by me a few times in my chair, but, I'm, garage level.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get overlooked a lot. This is my 111th sign up.
No fucking way.
I have been first in line at least 90% of this time. And Tony, you've got to do some exercise. Your wrist never goes to the bottom of the bucket.
You'd be surprised. Diamond Debbie, how many centuries have you been doing stand-up comedy?
How come you didn't let Jack on that fucking door? That's it.
She's either the girl from Titanic or the rock that she threw in the bottom of the ocean. I can't tell exactly.
And the heavyweight.
Okay, Madness is making his move right now.
Me and I had an agreement. Because I grew up playing bass guitar, but I didn't have one at home to practice on. So he plays by ear, and I'm a side read, so it wasn't fair.
Fuck yeah, Diamond Debbie. But seriously, how long have you been on stand-up? 111
11 signups, but
Okay, I started it 7 years ago, and right the same month that I started it, I got run over. My wheelchair is crash test approved by the DOT at Tesla and me. It was going 45 miles an hour. If Elon Musk had been driving, I'd be okay, but the dentist was driving. I've never heard of a Tesla in a trash can.
hold on a second. You were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla.
Going 45 miles an hour across the street in my neighborhood. And that Tesla got messed up like my chair was laying on the ground and I was standing up.
What are we doing on the road?
That's a lot to talk about, yeah. You know, it's odd that we do have the right to go outside.
Wow. Diamond Debbie. This is incredible.
It's only 25 years old. That's why she looks like that. Yeah.
No, honey, I got cycle in you.
Damn right. Red Man's like 55, so that's crazy. How old are you, Diamond Debbie?
I'm 67 years old, and on 111, and this is my 111 sign up, I'll be 68.
Wow. Look at that. 111. You're 68. 112. The new Netflix special from Tony. Once Upon a Time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix. Give something to do the day after your birthday. How exciting is that? If you make it there.
Well, I think my daughter's phone number is in your phone. So. She hasn't talked to me in 9 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Can we get a phone unlocker? Very exciting, Diamond Debbie.
You couldn't even hear that Tesla coming up. That must have just came out of fucking nowhere. Where did you see it? You're like, oh.
She's a burlesque performer, and she's very, very famous.
Your daughter is a famous one.
Oh, let it go. Yeah, there it is.
Really trying to hook me up with her daughter.
No.
Cubic zirconium Debbie.
No.
Okay, Debbie, let's talk about it. What the fuck have you been doing the last 67 years?
Well, my favorite thing is, I grew up in a day when women couldn't get car loans to buy houses, so I wasn't allowed to take auto mechanics or shop. So my favorite hobby right now is taking in the quantum wheelchair that I have and fixing them up and giving them to people and helping them learn how to drive and go outside because, we've been locked up too long in the pandemic and without home health care, you go get your own groceries. It's fun.
Wow. Okay.
Wait,
I get around. I got 6.5 miles an hour in the e-bike.
you're gonna hit on the road where you fucking flying?
Yeah.
Like going somewhere? Where you like fucking moving?
You don't cross the street slowly, also.
Oh, you were crossing the street. I'm sorry, I thought the way you were talking, you were like going like the grocery store. Just fucking flying.
No.
I'm sorry, I thought you were juicing those things up.
No, they do fly. That's why you cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, you guys don't like it.
Diamond Debbie, what made you want to start stand-up comedy?
Well, it's funny. I was doing Toastmasters, and I like to do hour-long speeches. And the guy that
What's Toastmasters?
It's an organization that helps you learn how to give speeches professionally, right? And so I signed up with them because it was online. And the friend told me that he could talk for an hour, and all anybody remembers is a couple of jokes. So I'm like, why don't I tell jokes instead? So that's what I did.
Wow, look at you. You're such a little charming lady. Where are you from?
Oh, well, my home is my home.
Okay.
I grew up in Oklahoma, yeah.
All right. Drove your wheelchair all the way here.
Yeah.
Bro, you're going to hell.
Actually,
You think, if I go into the gate and they're just like, do you remember this one? Fucking Diamond Debbie, I'm going to be pissed. All the shit on the straw. Where'd you get your name, Diamond Debbie?
Call Debbie to talk to my wheelchair.
When's the Tesla chapter?
Triple X chapter. Well, I'm waiting for a happy ending. I haven't had a date. I haven't had a date since I had my last pelvic floor.
Hold on. Time out again. You haven't had a date since when?
I had my pelvic floor ball.
Pelvic floor vault. What does that mean?
Bladder comes out next to my
Don't laugh like that, Diamond. If you look at me and laugh like that, it makes me laugh. I can't have my interview with you laughing like that. You're the cutest gremlin I've ever seen in my life. So,
So I haven't had a date. I haven't had a date since I moved to Austin 11 years ago. I tried to date this one guy, but he thought he was above me because he's in a rollator.
Is it a what?
A rollator, that's a walker with wheels on it.
Oh, okay. Have you kissed a boy since moving to Austin?
No.
Well. You know what that means, everybody. We have another thing on the ticker of the show. Is there a guy out there that wants to be a legend and give Diamond Debbie your first kiss? Come on, look at this fucking dude. Watch out for the camera right next to you. No, sit back down, you creep. No, he's coming right here. Look at this fucking guy. She's pissed. Oh, his girlfriend is not happy about this. Oh, which makes it all that much better. Diamond Debbie is about to get her first Austin kiss. Here you go, Diamond Debbie. It's a miracle. Oh my God. It was. Diamond Debbie, how do you feel after your first Austin kiss?
I'm breathless.
I love it. And that was before the kiss. That's incredible.
Well, you know what's funny?
From emphysema.
There's no guys my age waiting this late at night, you know, with the big heart.
Well, you might be surprised. Where's Joe White? Is Joe White out there?
She's 3 years younger than Broadway.
I know what he's taking, he told me. And you know what? I make brownies, heavy brownies, and they're Cam Patterson special. But I take them up to every white guy, and not one of them will take candy from a stranger.
When you say the brownies are the Cam Patterson special, what exactly do you mean by that?
They're peanut butter, dark chocolate fudge, mint, with walnuts.
Wow. Damn.
They're at my medical prescription.
Oh my God.
When I started doing comedy on Monday nights, I came down here 2 years ago. It's the same night as my food pantry, and I got down to 80 pounds.
Wow.
And they thought I had an eating disorder, but you know, it's just kept talking.
Diamond Debbie. I'm getting word that there's another boy that wants to kiss you. You want to kiss another boy, Debbie? All right, let's send out another one. I'm getting word that there's one. There's one more. Oh my God. You say brownie 3 times.
Not my first kid.
No, she was with George Washington Carver. She was a marathon runner before her first
I didn't know when I started, but it took so long to get up here. I learned to walk again. There's videos of me jogging now.
I love it. I'm getting word Dedrick just caught polio, everybody. Diamond Debbie, you are an instant legend. I have somehow have run out of big joke books. We have more in the back. Great. They're gonna hand you one in the back, and Diamond Debbie, let's just have you sign up again sometime. But why don't we just like time it out so that you don't have to wait out there with all these fucking.
The worst part of this late in the elevator got so cold a couple weeks ago.
Oh my god.
Nobody can hear me trying to get it.
So considering these people, they really want to be a part of the show, and you find them like garbage. Get some farmers out there or something. Some kind of emo guy.
I love it. Well, there's one with the Virgin Mary on it. You probably went to high school with her, so I'll give you that one. Make some goddamn noise. How about in this place? All the sign-ups here tonight, and I fucking love it. 111 sign-ups, and she finally got on tonight. That's absolutely insane. Defies the odds of the bucket. But it goes to show the bucket's real, or else I would have pulled Diamond Debbie out. You can use the recipe in there, too. You can, right? Right. You guys still having fun out there? Oh my god, she forgot her cane, everybody.
Kids number 3 coming up. Shane Young plays the German. Let's go.
Alright, this next bucket pull is from the inside, everybody. Make some noise for Kelly Quinn. Where the hell's Kelly Quinn at? Oh, they got her already, right?
I lost my job. My husband suggested volunteering, but I feel like I've given enough back to society. I married a redhead. I used to be a radio DJ, and not to brag, but I got loads of handwritten fan mail, all from jail. Prisoners must not have access to high quality paper. The pages were always stuck together. I'm passionate fans. There's one inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me. My husband asked me why I was saving all his letters. Evidence. My husband's retired Air Force. The hardest job I ever had was being a military spouse. Just all day, every day, hanging out your partner's PTSD. And does the military recognize us? No! And how could we after being that long and that hard? I'm Kelly Quinn reminding you to be a patriot and service those who service our country.
Wow, Kelly Quinn. The more serious sense of the night. Kelly. Welcome to the show, Kelly. This is your first time on, correct?
I was on about a year and a half ago.
Oh, okay. I don't remember you with the new hat. I didn't know they made hats in uncircumcised penis.
I've been married 27 years. I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis. So if this is what it is, it's pretty hot.
It is literally, it's been voted, I'm getting word. It is the worst hat of all time. That's what the world is saying right now.
It's a bomb.
That is the bear. Kelly, you were on a year and a half ago. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. All of it here in Austin?
I live in DFW.
DFW. Hell yeah. Okay. What do you do for work?
So I own a small business. So when I lost my job in radio, I just switched full throttle to that.
And so the question remains, what do you do for work?
I have a website called ChristmasCockpit.com. I run it off of Shopify.
We love Shopify. We absolutely love Shopify. In fact, you can go to Shopify and start your own business. Not a lot of people know this, but Mattel and Gymshark and a lot of other companies all started with Shopify, ladies and gentlemen. And on Shopify, you can perhaps hire a
Men's March. Remember the pussy house? Women's March? You were at the Men's March. Hey, women, people, goddamn, dude, this stuff's been our gold.
It is incredible. You did it, and anyone can do it. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. Shopify grows with you.
I love Shopify.
That's right. Shopify.com/Keltoni. That's Shopify.com/Keltoni. Shopify.com/Keltoni. It's here. Shopify will be by your side. Okay. Kelly Quinn, tell us the craziest thing about your life.
I've lived in 4 countries.
What were the 4 countries?
Japan, America, England, and Italy.
Okay. Which one do you like the most?
America.
Very good. That is the correct answer. How long were you in Italy for?
3 years.
3 years. And yet you don't have a pinky ring, a necklace, or a gabagool t-shirt. Absolutely incredible. Where in Italy did you live?
Emilia Romagna and Ferrara.
Oh, okay. Si, senorita. Very good. Kelly, you really have a redheaded husband?
No.
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I believed I could pray it away, and I did.
Just forget
What happened?
No, his hair just got dark. He just turned into a brunette.
What does he do for work?
He's a pilot.
Okay. All right. What exactly is ChristmasCockpit.com?
Family stockings, like out of Crown Royal bag.
Okay. So they're purple stockings.
Some of them are. I did make special Kiltony versions that I brought for you and Red Band. That was like a month ago. Apparently, they didn't make it.
Oh, we do have those. Yeah, no, we have
You guys got them?
hanging by the chimney with the hair.
You guys got them, bud. You got them?
Yeah, totally.
Crazy they just threw those out. Those nice gifts you gave them.
No, we have them. We really do.
We do. We took photos the other day and shared them with our families.
Yes, absolutely. They are hung by the chimney with care that hopes that St. Nicholas will soon be there. Kelly, have you ever thought about making yourself a better hat?
My husband picked this out for me.
Okay. I can tell. He definitely doesn't want you banging another dude. So I'm very excited. That hat is an instant boner killer. Now on, if I'm ever going to finish with a girl too fast, I'm going to picture that hat. Just be like, oh, it'll last forever. That hat makes me want to not come. Alright, didn't get the laugh I thought it would. That was funny.
It was funny.
Let's just picture a hat. Some people picture the grandma, I will picture that hat. Kelly Quinn, you gave us a little stocking. You're leaving here with a little joke book. Congratulations. Merry Christmas.
Like to not do it again.
Wow. How dare you hit a fucking Lord Charizard like that? Alright, back to the bucket we go. You guys still having fun out there?
Goddamn motherfucking right. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi?
This looks like an interesting name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Tadpole Triplet.
Everybody.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Make some noise for Tadpole Triplet, everybody. Here we go. The clock has begun.
Did you ever walk into a room and not be the craziest motherfucker in there? What the fuck is that? I appreciate y'all giving me a little time out of your day. They don't let me out much. I need this shit. I've been in a really, really dark place. I'm about to maybe electric bill. That's on the future is bright. But what jokes up here? No, I am not taking this future. Y'all are insensitive. Ladies, slide in with the air.
Apple, why don't you share it?
Let me
so handsome, why don't you shave? Because, y'all, if I shave, I look like a major league lacrosse and fraternities. Right? I'm already me. We don't want that. So instead, this is what y'all get. Look like a homeless MMA fighter. Fucking Conor McGregor.
Tadpole Triplet has arrived. Welcome to the show, Tadpole.
Who the fuck is this guy?
No tagging the Conor McGregor joke, I see. Set has ended. Welcome, Tadpole Triplet. Is that your first time on the show?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long you been doing stand-up?
39 years.
Really?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing on stage for 39 years.
Yes.
How old are you?
49. 49.
You started stand-up comedy when you were 10 years old.
I did my first type 5 in the second grade gala show.
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
But you were 10 in second grade.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Wow. Tadpole Triplet. Staring at Joe Rogan like he is the Liver King's angry son. I see a resemblance. One could say he's the Liver Prince, if you will. So, Tadpole, let's talk about it. You've been doing stand-up comedy for 39 years. What else have you been doing? You look like perhaps some time in Vietnam or something.
I spent 20 years in Hollywood.
Okay. How did you? What were you doing in Hollywood?
What's the writer?
Okay. Did you write anything that we might recognize? Perhaps some graffiti on a wall or something?
The I-5 underpass.
Okay. Well, what else? Anything creative?
My biggest success was the Tonight Show.
You were on it? You were explain to us. You were a staff writer on the Tonight Show.
I was staff, and I wrote for the Tonight Show. I was assistant segment producer, but the guy I worked for had a lung transplant. I spent 6 months just in the writer's room trying to learn how to write a joke.
You were in the studio in Burbank, California. Wow. How long ago was that?
Boulevard was 25 years ago. Bill Clinton was the president.
Wow. Hold on. This is incredible.
74.
Now, Tadpole, you came up with a stool. Explain to us why you have a stool.
I got hit by a drunk driver and broke my neck, and this is physical.
We gotta stop this motherfucker.
Oh my God, you have an actual neck brace. You took off the neck brace to perform. You have an actual broken neck.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm going to try and tough it out and not put it on. I'll play with scissors.
How about? Don't put that thing on before you die.
Also, for real, neck brace is the funniest thing in the world.
I worked about 50% of the time that I was doing the thing that I wanted to get to learn.
I swear to God, neck brace is literally the funniest.
Before my minute to say hi, world.
No, don't set that fucking thing on, man. I swear.
How many of you women would put on a neck brace? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bill Tony. It's the first time we've ever seen a man put on a neck brace with a broken neck after performing. Wow. This is incredible. So, Tadpole, tell us, how did life change? You gotta get the beard out of there. Tadpole, explain to us what it's like having a broken neck.
You curl up in a ball like a grind. You be fast today, and then you decide if you want to be a tough guy and do a little bit of something.
Right. And that was that day or every day?
Pretty much every day for the last 12, 14, second grade, or whatever.
You got hit by a Tesla 12 years ago?
No, that's all his idea. I got hit by a
Yeah, that's right, or shit. You know, that's famous.
Shane said I got hit by a Tesla. He's doing a joke.
Yeah. No, why you got hit fucking with what?
I got hit by a drunk Russian diplomat's daughter. Bill Clinton, Russian diplomat's daughter.
Okay, hold on. When was this?
96.
96. Did you get money from this?
I had to sue my grandfather's insurance to pay for my surgeries. sit on a stool when I try to do stand-up.
What is the injury?
I'm fused front and back to 3 for 6
All the way down.
That was just titanium. Oh, wow.
Ew, that's
I gotta go up and down, but I don't want to because it's around my brainstem. And I got a little bit of smart sleep, and I don't want to be strangled out by titanium.
I will say that you have the coolest fucking necklace I've ever seen.
Thank you.
But from Sun, that one's actually like a,
Yeah, you think that?
I don't know, like a stormtrooper vest.
Like,
Fucking cool.
this is my dumb contest moment. Hold on. Let me get it.
What's that do?
Like traction. It looks like a traction machine. But I can't talk with it because it locks my jaw. So I need to hold on. Your story is absolutely incredible. Do you ever sit on a park bench and talk about how life's like a box of chocolates?
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. It's something that I've never done before with anybody in the history of the show. But I'm going to pick up the tab on this. I want to see if the great people over at Ways to Well can possibly zip something into you that might be able to help you or give you some type of relief. We are friends with the great people of Ways to Well. They provide unbelievable miracle-like healthcare to people. And we're going to see what happens. Probably not much, since your neck's been broken as fuck for like 30 years. But
They said I'd never walk. Now you sprint and jump for like 90 seconds.
Don't do that.
yeah.
Stop doing that right now.
I listened to them and I sat in a bed for a decade. Now I get up every day, yes.
Don't freaking get one.
I'm fucking. I'd be in a cage right now if I wanted that. I could get a little taste of that again, but I'm not that retarded. Just because my brother drove the short bus.
Hold on a second. What do you want to be withhold from saying? Let's give you credit for a really.
I'll never do such a thing.
Alright, you want money. You got some merch in.
I got some merch money.
I see a temple on your fucking shirt.
This is my breast cancer charity. Habitat for Humanity.
You have a
Habitat for Humanity.
Different human titty.
Yeah, well,
tadpole. You're a wild boy, tadpole. You live here in Austin now?
no, I'm about 300 miles away.
Okay. Where are you?
I'm near the Oklahoma border. The Gator area. On the way to Wichita Falls. I'm not really there, but I'm
Okay.
I was in LA for 20 years. The whole world shut down. Everyone got reread. And I was like, my brother's got a house. I can live in the basement.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the basement's nice.
You have a girlfriend or wife?
No, they won't touch me.
You're not interested in the ladies?
Where's my mouth? Habitat for Humanity, bro. I'm trying to save all the kitties. What are we doing? We're chopping them off and stuff. Get the fuck out of here. No more. You guys know you guys. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
You ever been in the military?
No, my whole family.
Oh, okay.
I threw jumps and dribbled basketball for my life. I was pretty privileged.
You're great at basketball? I can't understand what you're saying. Tadpole Triplet, we are going to get your contact information. We're going to try to see what Ways to Well can possibly maybe do for you. They play a lot of miracles, but nothing's guaranteed. Here's the big joke book. You got that? You want me to get it in the hoodie? Got it. Shane Gillett, One P, brought to you by Bud Light. There's the lovely Heidi. And we're going to get another bucket full on here. 16 seconds, uninterrupted, going to Gordon Dixon. Everybody, here comes Gordon Dixon. Make some noise up, let's go. All 41 of that door.
46, he's fucked up, bro. They got a nigga first from sucking dick. Yeah, fuck that guy. Thank you. Oh, listen. Anyway. I'm a 40-year-old comic. I hang out with 20-year-olds. I went to a strip club the other night, and they were all making it rain, and I tried to pay for my lap dance with a checkbook, and I knew I was off. Exactly. Half y'all don't know what checkbooks are. Fuck y'all young people. Yeah, the stripper was like, hey, I want to make it rain. You gonna make it rain? I'm like, how you spell candy? With an I-E or a Y? How you spell this? It's alright, yo. It was 12,000. It was the bounce check. She never gonna pass that check. I'm celebrating my 8th year of the service, so now I'm going to fuck this right now. I'm like, yo, you don't get left. You don't care about people. I served as United States Jehovah's Witness, so this is a rough night. Fuck y'all. All right, you got like handicapped people more than you like half black people. Fuck y'all, man. My name is Gordon Dixon. My name is Mary. All right, here you go. Gordon Dixon. And also Rogan Show. All right. Gordon, how are you? I'm good. Yeah, I've been on a couple things. I hear a little fucked up. Yeah, I just got off work. Yeah, I work next door. It's my fault. What did you drink exactly? What did you do, Gordon? Every shot people bought me, right? There's some people that bought me a shot. There's another guy who bought me a shot. And fuck that, man. It's Austin, man. It's weird out here. You have to get fucked up. No, you don't. Alright, that's what I was told when I moved out here. Alright, they fucking lied to me. My bad. Alright, Gordon, you're kind of chill. You must have lied. I'm glad Shane missed it. I'm sorry, Shane. Alright. Gordon, I know it's. I'm gonna guess how many shots you did tonight before tonight's set. How many would you guess? Just a ballpark. Good strong 3. I did a strong 3. Okay, yeah, strong 3. But I'm old, so I shouldn't do any at all. I should stop drinking at this point. But fuck it, you know what I mean? All right, Gordon, I'm gonna let you off easy tonight. I'm gonna get you out of here with a little joke. There you go, Gordon Dixon. All right, take one last fucking pull up here tonight. Make some noise for Lindsay Campbell, everybody. Here comes Lindsay Campbell. Lindsay, everybody, we know Lindsay.
Hey guys. Erica Kirk has been hanging out with Nicki Minaj lately. Have you seen that? She's trying to convince people that she's not racist. But she does run her fingers through people's hair when she hugs them. You can tell she doesn't have a single black friend. So anyway, I had a miscarriage like 6 months ago. A couple days after that, my husband was fingering me, and he got on his hand what Google told us is great pregnancy matter. Well, that's guys. At least he got to hold our baby.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Campbell. I loved it. Thanks a lot. I know you well, Lindsay. You are married to the adorable little William Montgomery-looking character, little chubby cherub boy. You probably remember it now. So that's real, huh?
Yeah, Trey Campbell, Dr. Peppers. We got married on May 3rd, 2025.
Hell yeah. Amazing. How's that going, good?
It's going fucking awesome. I just keep bringing animals into the house, and he just keeps trying to get rid of them, but
What kind of animals were we talking about?
we're up to 5 now. We have 2 dogs, we have 2 cats, and we have a snake.
Wow, okay. Hell yeah.
What did she point at you when she said the snake?
That's a good question. Yeah, she pointed at Red Man.
Point right at you, bro.
What? I remember when I was drunk. What happened?
It's not a penis thing, I promise. I was talking about my snake, and you told me that if I ever talked about it brought into Mitzi's, that you would like throw the bag against the wall.
Throw the what against the wall?
You were drunk. I said I was going to bring I'm gonna bring a snake in a bag and have you touch it without him knowing.
You got drunk and said you were gonna kill her snake. So you didn't wonder what Red Man's like after the show. That's good shit. Nanny.
I'm gonna kill your snake. I love it. Lindsay, what do you do for work?
I'm a bellboy now. Yeah, I work in a hotel. I make tips, so I offer to give people ice. Unless they're Mexican, then I offer to polish it.
Wow. You're hilarious. You're a real comedian, Lindsay.
Thanks, sir.
I love that. What else is going on in life? Anything else crazy we should know about?
I just got a job for the first time in like 6 months. It fucking sucks.
Yeah. That's the bellboy thing.
Yeah, it's the bellboy thing. And then we got her dog Speed, so she has a tattoo now. It's a swastika. It's because she's a German Shepherd.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, Tony.
Amazing. Now I go 1 to 10, I get that joke at 9.
Thank you.
99999.
There you go. Like that's what my balls say.
Sing. I would never do that.
Oh, Steve knew you had my balls.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did. Lindsay, we love you. A great set. Here's a big joke.
Thank you.
What? I got her cupcake open to it. Oh, yeah, that's the cupcake lady. Hell yeah. Obviously getting high on her own supply. Ladies and gentlemen, what an episode this has been. I mean, holy shit. Lincoln Financial Field, July 17th. Rogan of the JRE. There's only one way to end an episode like this. William Montgomery is already off on Christmas break. However, there is a young man who is dreaming in of one day being a citizen of the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. But who can be remains the Estonian
So, everyone's terrified of AI. It's coming. I still control the business. You have like 6 months left. See, the secret is you better get a job that even AI doesn't want to do. Like under the Texas sun. Even AI is like, Miguel, get up there, it's too fucking hot. My batteries are overheating, this is fucking ridiculous.
Hey, Brandon, can you mute your other device? Brandon, can you mute your other device?
People don't relate to perfection, people relate to mistakes. AI ain't about that life. AI ain't gonna say the N word.
Brandon, Brandon, can you mute your other device?
So smart. How come every time I try to look into stuff and to make sure I'm not wrong, they ask me to identify 3 traffic lights in the big
Sure. So you're telling me AI sees this puzzle? So you get flustered by traffic lights, but what the fuck is a Waymo? One time they came out.
And without a doubt, the best side of the night. This is incredible, are you, Maddie? You've done it yet again.
I fucked up the order of the jump. Fuck. There's a whole different order now.
No one even knows. My God. Only you know. That's what's great about this. Listen to me. What I love about this set, because it is so brilliant, so topical, so funny, such great moments, so
Teams in here, let's take you down to the field. Haley Hartung is covering the Seahawks tonight, and she's with their star receiver, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Haley, come in.
Jack, you just ran out the tunnel at the Super Bowl for the first time in your career. Look around. Describe these emotions.
I'm just here, ready to give it all for however long it takes. Me and my team are ready, so just grab these guys and we're ready to go get it.
You are the offensive player of the year, and with that comes extra attention. How can you make sure you are still able to have an impact tonight?
I never cared about any of that stuff. I just cared about this moment right here, and it's all that matters right now, so we're ready.
You and your teammates consistently talk about how special it is to do this. Guys, what gives you confidence in this moment?
The guys, we earned the right to be here. Every step of the way, these guys earned it. We deserve to be here, and it's time to go have fun and go play for one another.
Great, Jackson. Now we go to Melissa Stark on the Patriots sideline with Drake May. Drake, 10 years ago, you were here with me. With your dad watching the Super Bowl. What is it like to be on the field and getting ready to play?
I need to win at this point. It's a real moment. First time I get
Much better view down here. You are going up against the Seattle defense that's allowed the fewest points in the NFL this season. What's the key for you in this offense? Have a great time here with me. All right, on note about Drake's right throwing shoulder, he's been on the injury report for the last 2 weeks. He came home on Friday. He told me he has no worries that the poor weather will certainly help. He told me he plans to play tonight.
Shoulders good, the game faces right as well the last night. When we come back, Randy Carlisle and 6 months Erica and Charlie Booth performs our national anthem as we count down to Super Bowl 60.
He is a woman. I This year, every American child gets an investment account, and millions will be funded. That's free money. We can all spend it early. Sign me up.
Hammer. Hammer. Yo. What'd you say? Who will play in the NBA? A dude? Adults will play in the NBA? Oh, dog? That's what you're so fucking excited to tell me? Yeah, baby. Dude, watch the Super Bowl, Big Ben. All right, well, I'm too. They're about to do the coin flip. All right, I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? Dog, I'm not looking up anything. It's the Super Bowl, dude. Dude, just turn on the game. Brandon's streaming it. You can watch it. You can watch it with Brandon. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about it. I want to see this game, baby. It's a big deal. Is it gonna be heads or tails, Zoot? Heads or tails? Zoot, choose heads or tails. They don't. Heads. Yo, baby. Zoot, you talk during the Super Bowl more than anyone ever. What did you say?
Have you ever left the TV on and burnt it?
Have you ever left the TV on and burned it?
Yeah, like, have you ever left the TV on and burnt something into the screen?
No, I get phones that get like that though if I don't mess around with them. How about you?
Maybe not.
Okay, what was burned into the screen? Okay, what was it? The Pornhub homepage?
No, I thought it was Simpsons. No, I thought it was Simpsons.
It was The Simpsons?
Yeah.
Interesting.
What's the best movie ever made?
Dude. What makes you so want to talk about everything not Super Bowl related?
Okay, what was the best Super Bowl?
That's a good question. I don't know the number, but probably when the Patriots came back, it was like in 2019. They came back from like down like 26 points or something.
Best Super Bowl was 1993 with Michael Jackson. First halftime show.
Okay. That was not the first halftime show. They had halftime shows before then, but they were just by like school marching bands. How was it on live TV?
Yeah. Kind of.
What up, baby?
Next is best.
Dude, just focus on the game. It just kicked off. Seattle. That's correct, big dog. All right, well, just go to streameast.sk.
One of the things you'll see in both of these teams is that they want to uppercut Norris Brown, and that was probably perfectly wasn't a catch. Oh, no question about it. They were trying to get up there because they knew there was a little bobble, a little question about whether or not that was there. Well done on the part of Seattle. Interesting test here is whether or not they're going to be willing to play man coverage in tight situations against these three wide receivers. We are seeing the New England Patriots secondary. Watch them jumping routes in here. The passes that were completed down the field were so close to being picked, and it looks like the Patriots have come out here and decided, look, we're going to take our shots. We're going to go try and get the football away from Sam Darnold. They have been very aggressive so far. Jason Myers, 11 year veteran, over 7,000 season. The first point to the game. Halfway is at 51 yards. Down the field. South of the red zone. Free for Mike McDonald. Taken up by three. That is his ball.
Hey guys, I just had
Nobody is thrilled to be alive more than us. DraftKings trusted us to do this ad live from the Super Bowl in Santa Clara. Tonight, live at the game on Grand Knowledge for yours truly. Live listening to Friday. There's so many live options to bet on. Like Seattle or New England's next TD. So bet on all the twists and turns. When you're live, anything can happen. There you go. Millions of listings on apartments.com. And home.com. I love any place you can go. I love your flash comments. Like, that is true. We will not have Rob Ryder back up on the otherwise, you don't want to on apartments.com. I love it. 34th downtown, GLP healthier on growth. Supported on growth. FDA approved GLP-1 options. Now, we saw expertise on choice. Living better on growth. Feeling better on growth. I'm Serena Williams. And this is me on growth. So what do you see if you don't look around like he was the only person in the room that nothing was wrong? Describe it to the rest. Maybe it is. Because our website creation should be expression, natural things. And clear out shares. Something see what's coming out of his sermons, you know what I'm saying? So Winston, take us through like a day in the life, because I think about you sometimes. I'm like, I wonder what the fuck he does during the day. I wonder what he looks like. Like, I find you to be an intriguing man. So take us through like a just normal with introductions of myself in various stalls. What do you need? Like, I go to Dick's stall and goes, why call that equipment? Actually, I'm just bought a rowing machine. Yeah. It's got a great price on it. The one in the living room, I feel like it's costing me a fortune. It's just a boat. So what time of the day do you usually put on the makeup and everything? Like about noon. Amazing. And you'll like run errands and stuff. Yes, what I was doing. And you enjoy it, right? I love it. Yeah. It's cool. Yes. What do you do? What do you do when you're not in the makeup? Is there anything that you do? Like you don't go to like a doctor's appointment like that, do you? Once or twice. Okay. What's one of the weirdest places that you've been in that makeup where you got a weird reaction? DMV? Do they let you take your driver's license? No, they don't let you do. Driving license picture is totally different. Okay. No, nobody wants to. Any other weird times where Sir Winston Pickles? Well, when I used to do it, I didn't try it. Oh my god. Still ring cameras. Oh, I can't even fucking imagine. The countdown is on for Bad Buddies. In the afternoon, Circle 60 halftime show. Yeah, that's just straight up scary. I love it. And you're married, right? Is she a clown too? I should say my ex-wife. She's a clown. Oh. I know. Another great set. So much fun. Oh, we should have it. So Winston Pickles, ladies and gentlemen. The evil American clown. No longer takes all the run and he's stepping up in the pocket. He is becoming a quarterback. He is looking for that ball down the field. And he can dissect. All right, here we go. Your next fucking poll goes by the name of Taylor Ferrer. So I'm still mad at Obama for not using once you go black. Nicholas Ray Thomas took over early in the year with this guy who opened the long wire block and he just fires. Anytime he thinks he sees it. Going with Portugal about Biden.
Travis Kelce, let's block, and then we're going to say, man, just catch it. See if I can run for a first down. So there is something to be said for that in this game. How can your quarterback get the ball out of his hands and not let these defenses win? Right now, the defense is really
season sneaks another one there.
Well, you knew trick plays were coming because this is simply the way it is in Super Bowls. Because everybody has 2 weeks to get ready, and they got a lot of time to their hands. They can make plays. Sometimes it's the old smash mouth course, but
God, yeah, you're sitting in her face at this point.
Jennings Kilo detection.
see this double pressure coming. I mean, this is getting wild right now. It is haymakers being thrown by both defenses, and they just don't seem to care. You know, you don't really care. You end up with one of your own players out there on the best player. Six receivers.
Looking towards Smith and Jigba. Patriots had it covered by Footsteps. There's no corner. And Seattle left months away again.
You can feel now, right? So early in this game, the two quarterbacks like, I hit that in there, I hit that in there. And all of a sudden now, it's starting to dawn on everybody. This might be a defensive game. I can't keep going on into those tight situations. I'll give them a big play the other way.
Everybody's here. Roger Center out on the field before the game. Taking in some of the sights was a John Von Kobe bring out some TV love for the Patriots. Jay-Z on the sideline here before the game with his crew. Beaver's got a great seat. Adam Sandler supporting the Patriots. Loving every Sunday. Everybody's taking a picture. Everyone else is Stevenson. Three-yard field goal drive for Seattle.
Canada all over. Started Alberta, Toronto. That's where you're born, Alberta.
So glad you're with us for Super Bowl 60. Continues on NBC. And the Bees.
All right, here we go. I got this guy ready. 13 years, he gets prepared. What is the latest thing about you?
I don't use a washcloth in the shower.
That is true. Don't do that. You need to lube up.
Wow. Arthur was saying you in the audience.
You know what question's coming at you next.
Don't make me mad. It's jokes right now. Madness is going to finally kill her. He's really aggressive about it. He didn't solve exactly 0 murders, by the way. What happened? Where did that got shot? It was a clothing store robbery. So he was doing the robbery? Hold on. Let's take it one step at a time. Your dad was doing a robbery with his friend in Canada. Jacket store? What's the drill now? There it is, the Pro Football Mix Class 2026. Larry Fitzgerald, Keith Lee, where the Patriots are from. Adam Vinatieri and Roger Craig on their here in the Bay Area. He's nice there down in Kansas State. So it's conversation, but did not get in an understandable conversation. This is what I've heard from my uncle who kind of went up there and like said something that didn't actually conversation. Belichick probably craft. Like my dad had that moment of this ain't right. And then, tussle. Fitzgerald and Keekly out there on the field. First ballot guys. Like every time I watch this race, I'm freaking into the record. Slicking up on that. What do you think of this sequence? They've had answers for everything so far. Can you explain it seems no more aggressive these defensive play? Get better, and they haven't been shut down. So something's they just off on that. I know that he was trying to back shoulder Henry here a little bit, but a little too far behind him. And we need to see New England get the ball in the hands of some of their playmakers here. Stephon Diggs like he plays the story. I think this is a little bit of a concession here. Mike, I just gotta say what I'm thinking. I think they are playing this game a little bit just like they did different week ago in the snowstorm. With this defense from Seattle's having the same impact as the snow. Absolutely incredible.
thinks he's casual with the ball at first, and then he makes one of those jump cuts and takes off shooting one. I don't think I've seen a guy practice better than that. But one of the things that's going to decide this game is the play he just ran is called an outside zone, right? And you're going to run at the edge of the defense, and if you can keep going with his speed, you're going to see some big plays in the running game. And any sort of breakout play in this one so far just feels significant. Watch him set up a linebacker in the tail with 13, so he can bounce out the other one. He's going to take that little chance on the inside. I don't think he's seen that fast. He is also one of those guys that sort of built like a
It's 29 yards on this drop.
But you can see he's one of those guys that really.
And then he came back into the house a couple hours later like a fully decorated tree.
Oh, and something happens really quickly, and if he can get in space, I think people are stunned by how fast he was. I was after watching him practice.
Even the player said, yeah, I said, practice, he was dialed in.
This is on Sam Darnold because they've got a blitz coming inside, and so there is nobody there to want to chase him. And Darnold's going to have to realize that's his. Now these guys all came from that left side. There's nobody to protect him. That's a little bit of a concession right there, too. So we're seeing now both offensive play callers understanding real estate is going to be tough to buy out here tonight. And they are willing to run the ball on third and long just to get the field goal kicker out there.
First drive, 17 on this drive. Seattle. As we approach the golden hour in Golden State.
Gary, you're right. We need weather tech. Really, Gary? We have sea protectors, we have reflectors, neutral lenses, and I just ordered weather tech new products.
Get your basket links for easy cleaning. Embrace the North with the book bags to celebrate the beauty. Think of staples at WT.com. Six times already. Just one reception. Sam Darnold was over the last 5. Patriots defense is Seattle in check, except for the 2 long runs by and it lost 30 and 29 yards on the last drive. The 2 field goals so far. Seattle 6, Cleveland nothing. Patriots have done it 3 times and they've put it over the top. Myers will pick away. Guys going there. 16 is over a touchback. Cleveland will have Andy Fitzgerald the last couple of years for the Patriots. Mike Vrabel is hired to play some driving coach. And a lot of folks come in and they say, you know, 30 players in the first year of this game. Veterans front end. Season 17 team more wins than last year. Never been done in league history. Mike Vrabel this season and this week. Veterans in each position, 4 receivers, defensive backs, all the way across. He's really built a great team around him.
In his opening speech for the team when he first got there, I respect everyone in this building. And it almost shook up the players. They were talking about winning, working hard, they were talking about respect inside their building. Now Riley Mills going to get it in on the act, and another rookie. He's attacking Jared Wilson. So in his mid and left side of the offensive line that we anticipate having problems. I just don't think that New England can continue to find run back passing plays. They have not protected it yet. Maybe play action, maybe play. I think London's a good opportunity here.
Sideline for only about 5 yards. So bring up 40 down. Bodies on that very tight sideline. The officials have moved down. Everybody's sorted out. We got into their proper side here. So the alternate officials as well. We see there. Just hoping to keep the peace. As everybody gets back to their respective sideline to get it out. As it has been on every drive for Patriots.
Almost plays like one period step like this. It's usually a pretty good start.
Michigan State. Frustrating the offense. The story of the first period of the Super Bowl 60.
The pneumonia got him. That was recent. Were you close with him? No. I went there to see him. How do you end up in Alaska? So, I ran crimes to Alaska. By the way, people are coming like,
Last game, he was a scammer. Yeah. All good. Yeah. All good. Okay. So, I'm sad. Stay tuned for Bad Bunny at the Applebee's Super Bowl 60 halftime show. Then switch to Apple Music and easily bring your playlist with you. You're out there on your own. Doing it for you. You got a band up? Well, you were trying to work your bosses. The man in this game was the most games played before he got to the Super Bowl under 91. One of his veteran leaders we talked about of his team. Getting everybody straight. That's how long that's the fun digs. We did 78 regular season games to get to the Super Bowl. Getting stay calm. Drives. Punts the playbook. 10 yards. He is right around 85 in this first half. It's amazing how deep inside the ball he can get and still bounce it outside and be able to get there. But I feel like I'm watching practice here. I think it was sort of the same thing with this guy. And you can tell he wasn't a fan. I look like, what was that? When he came out, I'll go walk report 1 year this season. Oh, yes. It's Williams and company trying to shut it down. Williams standing up in the middle, 97-4. What he's going to know is all about the Super Bowl. Big Joe Cole, this is 13th playoff game. He's one of those veteran leaders. 23 stumped up, warming up. It's a first down 4. Seattle. Williams definitely believes that he has the advantage in this game. Spot here, that is 39-yard line. Ball shot to the Spillane Larkin. Incomplete second down. And here's Kaylee Arthur.
Kenneth Walker's okay. He is playing for something extra tonight. Mike, as you mentioned, he and Jack Charbonnet were on 1-2 punch in the Seahawks backfield this season until Charbonnet tore his ACL in the divisional round. Walker's responded with over 100 scrimmage yards in each playoff game. He said, I saw my brother go down, so I'm playing for him. I told Charbonnet that. He said, that's my brother for real. It means a lot. He's got my back, and I got his no matter what.
Charbonnet may get out hands with Walker. It's a great torch on. And he's in right now because the fastest drastic of this great traffic. Sideline by Marcus Jones. 56 MVP gets his second catch of the night. And it was Cooper Kupp who admitted to us in our meetings and our discussions with him. He said, I'm sitting in the I really feel like the difference in this game is the escapability so far. But Sam Martin, watch the pressure come up with no Williams right inside here. Beautiful move, and he's going to find his way out and around. And I think that Norm is doing the right thing now. Let's get the ball out of my hands. I can even see him take off and run a little bit. Both of these quarterbacks need to open it up with their legs.
walking. It's walking away name. It's kind of an hour into the little night stroll, and then, especially on those double team blocks, when Seattle gets out and they get to the guard, the center, and get a push. Sometimes you want to wait on that to get pushed down the field and win it out. It's almost like you should do something. Most of the NFL season, you would go, right, this is territory, right? But not with this head coverage, and not in this game. It's so much a field position game. I feel like you're very good.
One more time for Buffy, everybody.
And basically, they had this play. He's got to catch the ball. Here's the part we didn't tell you about Kenneth Walker. One, he's not a very good blocker, and two, he's not a very good receiver. So when he's running the ball, he looks great. And Game Owens is going to have to make those plays.
Jones escorted the ball to the sideline. New England's got 98 yards to go. 9 possessions, 7 points. Defenses, special teams. Top notch. Here in Super Bowl 16.
The last guy I seen, I called Jack.
Whoa, you
They now forgot my birthday. And I was just last night. When I'm finally meeting somebody that
unleash your senses.
When quarterback drives, they call it scramble. You got to go to scramble, baby. Let's try somewhere else, baby. We'll go post.
Not so much of a while. You're not going to crowd.
Player's name, CJ.
Jared
Gerard, Jerry, Gerard.
it's like who's not painted on box.
Take a close look, Mr. Bradley. Tell me what you see. It's a jester. What? Oh, it's a jester, Bradley. Check it out.
Are you under the influence of something right now? So what do you sandwiches? Nothing at all. No medicine, no alcohol, nothing at all. What is that?
What thing is just a guy.
No, I use my Bosch blank. More than just a guy.
Okay, what did you guy.
Just a guy. Just a guy.
You're not driving tonight, are you?
No.
Okay. All right, good. How do you travel? How do you get around?
I used to be on
It's Super Bowl 60 halftime show. It's an Apple Music app. The show exclusive to the Entertainment Playlist.
What does that mean, Barbosa? You know what that means? Why don't we try it again? Heidi has the
on the field.
it is man, the rookies on the left side of this offensive line. We talked about it at the beginning of the game, but they simply cannot shoot up on the outside. It's been look at these twice. There you go. Something happening, Heidi. Here we go. Gentlemen, real breathalyzer. And the answer is the loading screen. Oh, wow. That's just not going to work. They are in LA. You can call them and it'll take an hour and a half for them to show up. Here it's like, hey, can you come up here real quick? Texas justice over here. Have you gotten a DUI before? Only one? Only one. Very good. How's long on that one? Cops. Do you remember what you blew? Year into that?
It was in 2013.
Oh, that's a whole different time. Back then, a .15 was worth .18.
Right.
Buffy, what do you do for work? How do you survive?
So, so funny. I didn't even answer.
You're drunk. You signed up for the show. This is a tremendous run because you're going to end up with coverage. Now you're on
That person. Yeah.
Okay. Have you been working lately?
No, I
And yet we saw Drake going sweat time even here to go like that first down.
I know there's a exception.
Buffy, what's your love life like? You're here in Austin.
After first and second in all history, where each team went penalty free.
Like
I've been offered a lot of ski trips.
is that a code for something? Yeah. You guys want to do a cocaine with you on 6th Street? Let's take a ski trip to Shakespeare's. Half price pictures. I've been jacking off 2 guys.
Now, when I was on here, I mentioned about not wanting to date older men because they were writing off activities like skiing. And so men in my DMs were offering me ski trips.
Wow.
I'm like, they have money, so I should take them up on it.
Did you take
One guy offered me like golf lessons, and so we're gonna have like
Others coming all the time. Not sure exactly what Rick May did not take for the go-round. But now it looked like it was fairly open.
What else makes money? Sean said in the attempting comedy. What else?
Oh no!
What?
Comedy.
Oh, okay. Can anyone get drunker without drinking on stage? This is incredible. It's like delayed release alcohol.
Whether it's
What?
Other than the comedy and the stunt driving, what else do you do?
That makes me legal and all?
What? Yours now a little bit wrong, right?
No, I have a picture.
Well, you fucking fucked it up tonight. There you go. She was funny, everybody. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you've done it. Well, I have a very, very special treat for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very, very one of the greatest comedians in the world is here to bless us for a moment of stand-up comedy. Not only is he one of me and my special girlfriends, he's also one of the coolest guys in the world. Like I said, one of the greatest comedians in the world. The guy that did this whole awesome party started. Make some fucking noise for the one and only Ron Whitehead.
Just gotta get
Get out there and help some people.
You're my captain. Get the fuck out there. To be in the movies, and they couldn't all be in the movies. I'm a regular job. St. Louis, Missouri. I got to Kansas and fuck it, I'm staying here.
ways, this is just a As the guy that led the NFL with 20 turnovers.
Dominated by
Brace yourself. Man's coming. You can taste it.
There's no drama like the Royal Rumble tonight. There's no absolutely anything to do. Waivers are the fucking car that no one fucking driving. I gotta freaking out when I started fucking driving the car. At least I'm not sober like gay ass fucking Charlie Sheen, bro.
I think it's overrated. But also, like, I just think their stuff suck. I think, like, I hate Subway because they managed to come out the entire world that Jared Fogle, the Subway guy, lost over 250 pounds by only eating Subway and not fucking kids. Guys, we all know the saying, weight loss is what? Diet and exercise. And here's what I'm going to over it. There, it was back. You said Shane, and I'm like, where the fuck is he?
Yeah.
Stop.
I know. You had to sweat it out back there, literally and metaphorically.
Yeah.
Liv, welcome back to the show. You've been on before.
Yes.
What do we find out about you, Liv? Remind us.
That shit.
Liv, has anything changed since the last time you were on the show? What's going on with you?
Just working, surviving.
What do you do for work?
I'm a vet.
Okay. Any weird animals coming lately?
I had a really sad case today. It was a septic abdomen, which is basically like having to test something personal or something inside. You gotta go and do surgery and figure it out. I did the heart star.
Did it survive the surgery?
Very proud.
Wow.
I've been struggling for sure. For sure.
Explain to us why that is. We're fucking chokers.
It's very costly, you know, when you have things happen with your animals, like emergencies and stuff, so like people just can't afford it.
Oh yeah, I'm upside down on a cat right now.
People
$2,500 on a cat I don't like. What's happening with your cat? He ate half of a nerve dart and it got stuck in his mouth.
obstruction, telling you.
Don't choke.
8 miles an hour setting up gusting above 12 suspects here in the city.
He decided was he was going to sit back and make sure he didn't give up a touchdown.
You're welcome.
Wow. Amazing, Liv. What else is going on in life? You have a boyfriend?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Well, I mean, I do.
I thought on the fringe of the revealable range, he might try and blitz, might try and... He rewinded it. Great joke. Okay.
So I'm still like, I started seeing somebody when I first got here.
Beneficial to the Seahawks.
What exactly do you mean? When you say that he was actually browsing, I think you mean by that. But it didn't ever touch the ground.
Referee with us. What do you want?
Yeah, like we see two different angles and two different things on the motorcycle doesn't look like it touches at all. This angle looks like it does. Given that, I think this is, it appears they just all stay the same.
Outside of the vagina, just so you know, that's what it's called. There you go.
How much pressure do you got to put on it? Are you inspecting your pet hole by ventilation? You're getting a little bone. Under pressure and really tight windows. Some of them is really, New England has not been able to make those. This is the now for Christian Gonzalez and all of Academy. The job is fun. Wow. They have clients. Most intercepted when you try to push that thing down into the end zone. They're putting an orange plate. I think they are lucky they've got the football team out there.
I've seen a male dog, like, you know how you'll see funny videos of dogs just like combing the hair? I've actually seen a dog like.
Extension of the playoffs for New England's offense. So they were really upset, right? They thought that they were taking shots and maybe they were no good and all this stuff. So there was the chip on the shoulder coming into this game. Again, once again, with another terrific defense. Next final, unable to get a goal. You know what it was intended to catch up? This season in the NFL. Being the top 10 score defense has made the playoffs. We coach the year. It's like we're doing a good defense. We're winning the big games. That's exactly what's happening right now. I mean, it has been strategic. Into this stage of this free speech zone where I can say whatever I want with no repercussions whatsoever. It's been physical and it's been overwhelming. I got time for speech. That is wish I change it, you know, to something I can say, like, I don't know, like retard water, you know? I can say that anytime I want. It just rolls right off the tongue, you know? People get mad at that joke, right? They say it's like he's punching down. But you pay attention, it's not about anybody, right? I'm not calling anybody that. I'm not anti-retard. I'm pro-choice. Shit, was that a minute? Was that not a minute? Jesus. First time on the show? I counted as my first. My first time was on like a turbo round. So I just went up and did my minute. You guys got me out. Okay. I It's half hour. They go in from the late game. Halftime, right?
Like, treat me like a lot of first best to keep on time. What can you do to help?
Sides and
Even the Miami is thrown out. The Russians are running it. It's the fight.
I don't think they gave it up enough. I really love that shot.
A few weeks ago, they took Seattle and gave it from defense by Mike McDonald. Anybody else can pick up something?
Mike, your offense established the run. How do you get the passing game going?
There must be other things you magic the gathering.
Which is good. Sam's making me indecisive. Just keep rolling. We'll make some adjustments. And you've got 30 minutes to go.
You're playing novel Warhammer, that's deep shit.
Sometimes they do this bad, but it takes the same for a start. Damn, this is Super Bowl 16 coming up. But first, it's the Toyota halftime. We're in two. Everything special.
Great idea. You were not told you for the NFL for gambling. Well, we got one from we just want to treat it for
Liver shunt. I've seen so far.
That's why the fans love it.
Maybe I'm an older lady, not an awesome start. Really? It's not an older lady out there that in the world, is there a woman over, let's say, 40 or 50 out there? Anybody? That guy really wants to get on stage. Really? There's not holy shit.
Where's my name?
Rubber Dusty, toilet paper,
Have a hero in the locker room.
interesting choice.
Radio's body bits. I think you're kidding.
Hey, Bakers, let's find out. That's exactly what a real one said.
Well, like a radio, it's like you're so fun boyfriend. We do it in L'Oreal kids, maybe?
So the Toyota halftime report.
Anything else crazy we should know about you before I let you go? I mean, I don't know.
They get up the passer, and unfortunately, God, it looks like great man. I see it goes through. Very nice. They love their approach. They're contesting all throws down the field.
Wow. What There's only one way to end an episode like this, and what an episode it is. We have the great Lance Armstrong, Matt McCusker, Tim Butterly. We've seen so much. I am Sir Winston Pickles, Hendrick, Ron White, Pauly Shore. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances, all-time interviews, a living member of the Kill Somebody Hall of Fame, the greatest Kill Somebody interviewer of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, who's the luckiest man in America? Amy Schumer's husband. She's divorcing him. I was driving through Oklahoma this weekend and noticed signs that said, "Do not pick up hitchhikers. They may be escaped prisoners." What? So there are just so many escaped prisoners in Oklahoma that voters need to be warned. Here's an idea: use let steal on the escape prisoner warning signs and put on the jail cell bars. Tell me what we would have to do all about right now. I think I gotta get the screen game going. Josh, I'm doing this in order by some screens. There's a funny story. My mother was in town maybe a year and a half ago, and we see you up in the negative.
Seattle's aggressive, isn't it? I think you can abandon the run game. I think Bud only had 23 yards on 7 carries. You would have put the game all on three bases. Sure.
First 5 possessions, guess what? We are going to have Bad Bunny on the other side of the break. Enjoy the show.
This has been the Twinkle Light Halftime Report. Let's go, boys.
William was a big time bicyclist back in his day. Still, you're going to say bisexual. Well, your legs are absolutely right. You still got it. It's amazing. Your legs don't match your head at all. I know. I just get getting arms on my hair, and I look sicker and sicker. I'm starting to look like red panels. I like to change every day. I do some exercise. I think it's fucking badass. He needs to do some sort of exercise. Maybe for his New Year's resolution. He can't lose weight or something. Seriously, do you ever ride that thing?
No, I do all the time.
Really? In Pflugerville?
I mean,
That's funny. Why is that, William? Why didn't you follow us back? I don't know. I'm weird about Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
the more we keep the game quiet for Sam Darnold, the way we manage to run the ball again and again and again, and then on an early down after a big first down, go hard play action and take your shot. That's how you make a big play.
Yeah, the game is solidified. Kenneth Walker, it's like Kenneth Walker is one of those into keep beating them, they struggle to tackle. Let's keep doing the same thing.
If you beat them, nobody backs it. I mean, you're the one that's been able to give them the explosive plays in the game to continue to beat Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, 94 yards in the first half, second half. It's a longest streak in this season's crazy. Meanwhile, Drake May looking for an opportunity to get a victory. Seattle Seahawks up 9-0 at the half. Mike will be on the ball. He's going to be on the line.
That shows that I need to sell out this month. I need enough money to be able to Christmas is right around the This is where we give people that some of them have never seen before, some of them have been on before they got good, some of them have on before they got bad, anything can happen. The Phillips experience has some highlights, we're going to meet them all together. Goes by the name of Lingo's. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
31 on the way down. 22 and square. The halftime jump. Now the second half, I don't have to look back to it. Say you're listening. They can't figure it out. And they sustain offense.
It's too much right now for Greg Banks because they're disguising the coverages really well. They're making it extended when they're actually playing. It's really hard for them to pay attention to that because there's so much to
Trying to come back. The last thing everybody was game. Go back to Kenneth Walker. I said, went to Michigan State. They played 2 years in Wake Forest. Their offense is really slow read offense. And the feeling was that you let that back expectation.
Well, you know, it's one of those you kind of read on one picture of the quarterback almost hop along. I think you're right. Nothing else will also. They want to try that shit. All right, Jason, what about ladies and gentlemen?
Jalen Hawkins in his face would be another Chris Myers.
Pressure on both teams has been very consistently getting there. And Sandor, I wonder if he's thinking what I'm thinking too. As long as we keep making our goals, they're probably, if they make this one, they're probably one more away from the victory. It's a really tough spot. Which side were you on?
Also, against like they make cannabis legal use in races against Mexicans, basically.
Hold on. Let's separate the words a little bit. You're talking in cursive right now. Okay. So what? I said enunciated 13 years of stand-up. I need to be able to understand you. So what? What about cannabis and Mexicans? Right?
Oh, they send the super strength, meat burgers, and basically they're way across America. There's some crazy shit. I'm like a kind of basic.
This is amazing. Okay. Comedian that just walked off. Did you ask him for money recently and then ask him for more money right afterwards? I'm just kidding. Okay, so you're saying that he was racist too? Is the government?
The media basically just want to call each other, so it's like we're chicken paradise, people in paradise.
Okay. All right. Okay. What do you do? Like, what is a day look like for you? Like, I know it's not work. I'm guessing you don't have an actual job, right?
After I graduated, I worked in the cannabis industry in Vancouver, Northern California. And this industry has gone down the toilet, so I started doing my work, so I started working with certificates in fitness and nutrition and stuff.
What does that mean to you exactly?
You go into these things and show the next about songs, so I stay cannabis and they learned how to set toes and finger frequent tests.
Roughly 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. And I was wow. I'm here today. What do you do with the shark's teeth? Let's go what I do. What exactly do you do with the shark's teeth? Prostate cancer screening people out here that have one. They could use some real basic psychology help.
All that shows basically like they were like this next to hands like that inside, you know what I'm saying? So I mean a lot of people worry about the Jews, and I'm worried about the shoes.
Exactly, do you make money now?
36 minutes.
March.
Williams and Josh Johnson following there, they're watching in England. It's also the NFL on the Germany this year. Watch for it. What the fuck is that? This is for 9 international games to be played in season. So they get something.
Nice job there buying that big fancy special inside by Bill Williams. They put so many people up around the line of scrimmage. You can hear Sam Darnold go can. So they had to run play off. They were so stacked in there. And plus of the got to get sacked and then run.
Bandage applied to his right foot on the back of his foot. There was no instrumentation put in place to support it. But the hockey shoe back on, tested it out of it, and he will pain or discomfort. But what he's doing right now appears to be a different issue.
Another civilization down there. It's like a situation defense is playing. That feels pretty good, right? Get a sack, get the ball right back to your offense. And maybe it's time to just slow down and see what we can do on the offensive side. Take some shots down the field before they get anything. That's the I know you're joking, but every time you say that word, yes, you can. You need it. It's an incredible area that you have. Was it 20? When you had some change when you were there, fucking Starlink antenna. So you can search outdoor Wi-Fi, search for everything. It's not you're hanging off the search right back. Available to or free. Go to dailyritterfree.com. Something else I need. What's been going on in '26 is what David sees when he stands on a scale. Hello. we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your next facility is everyone. Here we go.
Students suspected chicken murder with intent is going to get checked out. They get slow down because they looked at before that last drive and stayed down with them for a second now. I'm trying to find something. About 2/3 of the way through, there's one of the worst performances in my offense. It's just not a big favorite. Part of the coach inside. There as well. Dominating the one.
Those match zones about broadcast charges becoming a nightmare. They're getting extra here and here. They're just jumping inside. He's trying to go down the lane. Just taking that away. For some reason, it's been a nightmare tonight.
That set was like the late teach this postseason was the same number that Cincinnati left to Early said 2 years ago. Remember, and then Eric Goff back in his 56 decades.
I like what you're doing. That's going to be the spread right now. To make it as many people as you like to do it. Or at least to make it even on the show. See you here.
Six of the last 7 drives, 3 and out.
You can see how rush Frank Bay is. This is a relatively easy throw. He's going to jump out of the way. He's not coming from the other direction. And they just need to complete those passes. He's getting pushed off his mark. The timing has just not been there all night.
This was a first down. One first down. Since we was here, they're down 12.
So you got 33. What's your living situation like? By yourself? Okay. That's amazing. So how do you spend most of your time, Ben, when you're not doing stand-up at night? You can't get Jurassic Park. Seems like we got to go to Boston. Take a pair of mountain shoes, go to the playground. You do that? What kind of games? I've never played anybody. It's just online.
It's going to happen. If you decide to take these things in, you'll go to shop for very long.
Same price for that.
So you see your video on the other day, like the hard air. What am I salty? What do you think is the most interesting thing about your entire life? You're 22 years old. There must be something about you that happened to you before at all. Something interesting about you.
It's party time.
Hold up this. Not me. Oh my God! There you go. You got it. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. So what is this transition like for you? You're getting pussy. So you're transitioning and getting a pussy is what you're saying, is that right?
Tonight's that Hey Scott Can't Cover is brought to you by Mud. Second time Super Bowl's been played in this stadium since the old 50 was here. That's how the Bay Area is like that. It's stadium. Seahawks winning by 12. Nowhere to go. Getting behind the line. It's a lot more. We got check out look at the 10. Speed, not back there. If we'll look at it, the offensive player of the year, Katie Hartzell.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. When Jackson and Jigbo went into the medical tent, independent specialist followed him about 2.5 minutes long exam before the specialist said,
It's ironic, isn't it? That probably the best player on the field tonight is playing hard. What was she doing? If not for the plays that he's made in this game, there would have been an absolute blowout at this point. He has saved a couple of big ones down the field. It is just, you were there, Patriots. What is our story? They were going to have it at the top of the series. You were there. Without Jackson Smith and Judgment in the game, I think I would get maybe with my pressure blocks. They try and win this thing on the defensive side. Maybe a sack fumble, maybe a chip pass, something that you take back in the game because it's not going to work out. And I think he would be the first defensive coordinator head coach to actually win a Super Bowl. And in the word of this, we've never seen a shutout. And not in my own money, but I know he would be for a year or two. They would have been a shutout just fine. So many things simple. I think this is what this game is going to have to come down to. They're going to have to spread it out, even a little bit on the offensive side, and open up the possible games like they were. Really, that's the sign of their success. And each season, that's the
Sasha is here tonight, 37 weeks pregnant with their sixth child, Joseph Robert Joshua. Now, DeMarcus and his teammates have had deep conversations about what they'll do with his wife during this game. His teammates said it's not guaranteed he'll make another Super Bowl, but he can have another baby. If she goes into labor, DeMarcus struggled to rebuild on the alert. Now, his Josh is strict. They told her, whatever you gotta do, it can't happen today.
She's still here. 5. He's dressed to look at the goal. That's like my dad. Seattle's defense got it without one individual. It stays where I'm at.
Just wait till you're early.
All right. And today we're turning in these legs and delivering them to your door. And if we gotta get there in 72 hours, we're gonna use flat ways. Seriously, from the tail, the chicken, to your door, multiply fast. So grab your phone, scan the code, and get that fresh stack of legs in 72 hours. That's fast. Let's make this move.
I just want $1 billion cash flow here today. Yes, you want to. Or you can write it in. It's all easy. So play in front of your eyes right now. So powerful in AI feels like this. The first one to sign on that will become a millionaire. So enjoy the game. Let's go win
America's favorite champion since 1922. Lost dogs with Ray's new feature search party.
Leonard Williams on Seattle defense. Shot Patriots have not had a snap game inside the Seattle 43 yard line. That is how dominant this Seahawks defense has been. They are minutes away from a Super Bowl title. And they're standing on the 28-3. All the way to go. Not a long way to go at this point. People so fast.
Understandably, Wichita defense best in the National Football League. When they've had those rare opportunities, they simply have been unable to hit those as well. And maybe there was no chance they were going to win this game, but there were some chances to get the home away with some offense, and they never did. Talk about the offensive breakdown.
To the sideline.
Pumping him up, saying, capabilities, you know that. And then right now, I just feel we're going to give you a smile on his face. Tap him on the heart. 10 years later.
You see a little Johnny there, and one of the teams was involved. The Seahawks, side judge who was getting involved in the situation that was going on with Stephon Diggs. He hoped for his first Super Bowl. Trying to jump in and confuse this. This was in the middle of the Patriots sideline. Diggs to come back in. Josh Jones. Switch were thrown. It's he's got it there quickly. Turn Willis. That had been Dallas. Seattle. He hit out of bounds.
Absolutely. Out of the play, he's clearly out of bounds. Knocks it down.
And of course, their terrible results.
Absolutely. He really went customer service at a car wash. He got to get through this at the car wash. He stays in. That's correct.
It's a bad pattern. The opposite side. Meantime, they secure it out. Field here is really the whole situation. You should have called me. Encouraged by the fan. Was the running option. Scientists can't even read on the field game. Rick with the sideline. Keeping pace. So in any case, the play was a run by Drake May. It was a game 6. Second and 5. Schultz makes his game. The clock's all set properly.
want to say Al Tiny, the whore in the zone tonight for Frank Day Watson. And James Rex. And what played it?
He's trying to find
Anyone in your family ever had diabetes?
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah, you're gonna be blank. At school, black guys can be like rock stars and shit. That's the whole thing. Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, D Madness. D Madness rocking the fucking Heisenberg hat tonight.
Just fine. Let's get you one.
D Madness, what's your favorite? You ever listen to a Sylvester Stallone movie?
Just fine. Finish this line. Now you're not working from home. Make it on fans.
You ain't near the mic.
Just fine.
We got it.
Circle back around him.
Slice Stallone. You have any scenes, info on what was like filming capital damages?
Let's go. Charlie, stop. Charlie, what are you doing? Stop that. Charlie, crazy. This is wrong.
Patrick, another unbelievable set.
What's your name on the call? We don't have a You don't like doing it slow mo. We can just do that on the computer.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for what some people
Pressure back. Now the pressure's on Seattle to not push this momentum going. We're not going to get this one out. Chase out. Jerry Hunt. Cover the speed. 31-yard line. He goes.
Well, the one reason this team is still in contention here has been the night of Christian Gonzalez. He has had to make some tough one-on-one plays against some of the fastest and some of the best receivers in the National Football League. And he has been underperformed all night long. Just basically keeping his team in the game.
Back on the sideline, helmet in hand. He came sprinting at the locker room, as you see him headed back onto the field now after clearing his concussion evaluation. Only Kubiak went up to him and said, "You good?" He could be affirmative, and Kubiak said, "No."
Last time you were on the show, all we talked about injuries, I was reminded of Mitch Hedberg. And after
This next play, which is a first down, they need progress. The first down just passed. 41-yard line. Inside, Keyshawn on
right now, New England is going to shoot basically a six-man down line, entirely doing that because they want them to throw the football. You simply cannot just allow them to run the ball down the field line, so they're going to stack that line of scrimmage. If you want to throw, they get their pass rush chance. It's if she's the that had a little flash of the Denver game right there in it too. So they're bringing everybody here. Martin Smith and the pump fake is how Denver got in trouble last week. But you can tell their momentum now is shifting because there's so much pressure on the offense to not turn it over. It's a square play. Opportunity. Willing to take it.
Here come the Patriots with pressure. And a step on Carlton Davis. Just couldn't reel it in. And Seattle runs it away after getting one first down.
Wow, that was an opportunity to end it right there. And you got one of the fastest players in football. He's open. Just could not catch up to that one. And now, how do you make a Miami chance? That's what the world really wants to know.
And Davis's arm away as he was sprinting away. Stay away. It makes it a long field mix.
You gotta catch that ball. You're the punt returner. You gotta catch that ball because you know what's going to happen.
When you remember Xavier Smith from the Rams on the two, in part because Dixon kicks that very tough to catch ball.
I got it because he's professional. You're the punt returner. You gotta catch the ball.
Ball comes to where it was first touch. So the Patriots have it at the 4-yard line. Way to go.
It's almost unbelievable. I know you're standing in your own end zone. This is wide open as you can get. Can you imagine if they get that one and it breaks them out somewhere around? He's just wide open. They close the coverage. There's nobody there. Very good question. You don't see that normally. Sway a lot.
He makes the right time.
That may be Greg May's best play of the night right there. He saw the blitz coming and standing in his own end zone, got it out quickly. Let's go. Now he's starting to read this thing. That one almost got fair caught there. That was up for grabs for everybody. But when you get in this situation, yes, you got to go for a few throws. But that one was not what you would suggest. across the board, free agents now, Ryan, show me a love. Think about all the things sports now. 41. And a Wonderful, exciting field gave up one touchdown.